Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Microsoft UK Community Tech Day. I'm Adam Jackson. I am joined by my wonderful colleague, Steph Rogers. Good morning, Steph.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello, everyone.
Good morning. Hey. So we're so glad that you've joined us for the Community Tech Day today. We're going to be bringing you a variety of wonderful speakers. More on that in just a moment. First of all, for those who don't know us already, Steph, do you want to quickly introduce yourself?
Sure. Hello, everyone. I am Steph Rogers. Also, you can find me on Twitter at Regal Rogers with an extra S at the end. And I am the PMM for developer engagement over here at the UK, serving alongside the amazing Adam Jackson.
Thank you, Steph. Hello, yes. So I am Adam Jackson. I am the tech community lead at Microsoft UK. I get to work with some of the amazing tech communities that we are going to meet today. And before we see the agenda, there are a couple of important notices that we need to give. And that is around code of conduct and accessibility. So let's bring up the slide. Hopefully you can all see that.
Hello, everyone. Code of conduct is so important to Microsoft and everyone on this call, as well as accessibility. So we just want to remind you of a few simple things, just being aware of others, being welcoming and respectful of others' opinions, thoughts, and experiences, being understanding of differences, being friendly and patient, being open to all questions and viewpoints, and being kind and considerate to others. And for our full code of conduct or to report an issue, please go to aka.ms/eventscoc. Thank you so much. And you can see the link right there. Oh, and for the accessibility bit, today's show is available with live captions on Learn TV and on YouTube. Please use the selector button below the video, and captions are also available on demand for after the recording.
Thank you, Steph. So let's take a look at today's agenda, and we are absolutely packed with content. So packed with content that we had to do 2 pages of the agenda. And coming up in just a moment is well, I was going to say my favourite Scottish person. I think she actually is my favourite Scottish person, although my brother does live in Scotland as well. But we've got the wonderful Sarah Lean, and she is going to bring us a talk around Glasgow Azure User Group, and she's going to talk about Package Manager for Windows. Following that, we've got the Bradford Cloud User Group talking about privileged identity management. That's Mohammed Sajid and Imran Rashid. Then we have the wonderful Poornima Nayar with Umbraco 9, and that's going to be at 11:15. And then after that, we've got a wonderful session talking about our MVP program and community, and also we're going to meet some of our MVPs, and they're going to talk about community allyship. And as you can see on the agenda, there is way more than that to come. I will be updating you throughout the day on how we're doing on the agenda. Obviously, the vast majority of today's content is live, so these times are subject to change. You can also see some of the wonderful events that we're going to have this afternoon as well. And actually ending the day at 4 p.m, we are going to have the Imagine Cup National Final for the UK. So we have 3 wonderful finalists who are vying for that UK winner's place in the Global Imagine Cup Final. And Imagine Cup is our student competition for technology. So really, really looking forward to that. The last thing that I just wanted to mention is that we have live Q&A throughout today. And we are live through Microsoft Events. We are live on Learn TV. We are live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. We're live basically anywhere that would take us today. And we really love to find out where you're from, what your opinions are on some of the things that we're talking about, whether you've met some of these communities or whether there's other communities that you've been to that you'd like to tell us about. Please share those in the live chat. We will answer as many of those on air as we can. We'd also welcome all questions to all of our speakers today. Anyway, without further ado, I think we are ready to welcome our first guest, Sarah Lean. So let's see if she's ready in the wings. Good morning. Hey, long time no see.
Good morning, Sarah.
Thank you for saying I'm your favourite Scottish person. That's put no pressure on me at all, Adam, but I appreciate it.
So Sarah, for those who don't know, I mean, we remember you from your Microsoft time as well, but you're well known to, I think, loads of people in the UK. But for people that don't know you, would you like to just do a very quick introduction to yourself?
Yeah, so I am Sarah Lean and I'm based up in Scotland, as Adam said. I currently work for Octopus Deploy in their community team and previously was at Microsoft. I've probably been in IT about 17 odd years now, more than I care to remember, and I'm focusing on the IT infrastructure or ops side of things. So that's where I kind of present and talk about from that side of IT.
Amazing. Well, Sarah, we're not going to keep you any longer. We know you've got some wonderful content lined up. So Steph and I are going to disappear off screen and we'll be back at the end of the session to maybe take a few questions and maybe ask some questions of our own as well. So we'll see you soon.
Thanks, Adam. So as Adam said, I'm going to be talking about package managers for Windows and also a bit about the Glasgow Azure user group. So let's get started. So the Glasgow Azure user group was founded in 2017. It was founded because I was starting to learn about Azure, but I couldn't find a user group here in Scotland that covered off that. And back in 2017, there wasn't the plethora of interaction on social media or on YouTube or blogging the same way we see nowadays and people sharing their knowledge. So I kind of formed this idea of creating a user group because, like I said, there was no other one in Scotland. The nearest one to me was in London, and commuting to a user group every night or every so often down to London wasn't a viable option. And that's where really the idea came from. So we're proud to say that we are the first Scottish Azure user group, and we are also the second Azure user group in the UK. However, we didn't have our first meetup until May. That was in a local friendly coffee shop here in Glasgow, and a few people got together and just shared their ideas and introduced each other to each other, really, and formed that great idea and really enforced the need for this user group and what would make a successful user group. Since that meetup in that coffee shop, we have grown from there. We hit 20 meetups last year, and we've really just grown from there. There's an interesting story behind the April 2018 Global Bootcamp event. That's usually run on a weekend all around the globe on the same day. People have different events. We scheduled our very first one, and we were all anticipating the event to start up. Everybody was started outside the venue. However, the person with the keys had slept in, and I couldn't get a hold of them. So the first hour or two of that event was stood outside. Thankfully, it was a sunny day in Glasgow and we weren't getting too wet. But yeah, there's memorable things that have happened throughout the user group's life so far. And yeah, I've enjoyed the journey that I've been on since having that idea back in 2017. Now, it's not just me that runs the Glasgow Azure user group. Gregor Sutty, who I'm sure a few of you may know, also helps with the user group. Gregor is a MVP as well, and he lives not too far from me. So he's very much involved in helping to run the community and help in behind the scenes as well. So a big thank you to Gregor for coming on board and helping with me with all the background tasks that happen in terms of running the user group. Now, in terms of what we try to do with the user group, we try to focus on being community driven. We try and ask people for their input on helping to make the meetups better, whether that be different choices of food at the venue or drinks at the venue when we had in-person meetups, or topics and what we actually do at the meetups, whether we have 2 speakers, 3 speakers, if we try to do workshops, whatever it may be, we try and take that community feedback from people who are attending the user group. Although Gregor and I run it, we do try to make it a community-driven event. And we, as such, try to stay as an independent body. We do have sponsorship, but the sponsorship is really very light touch. They help us provide the prizes for quizzes, they help us provide the food, and the various different things that go into organising the user group. We are independently run, and it's really myself and Gregor and the community that drive the agenda and how the meetup is organised. Now, we have a meetup every 2 months, and we decided upon that because we actually have a sister group through in Edinburgh, and they usually do alternatives months. So rather than compete for everybody's attention, we decided to each run a meetup every 2nd month so that we could alternative the venues and make it the most out of the community that was available. Because of our sponsorship, we are free to attend, so we try and be as open and inclusive in that respect as well. And I think that's key, involving everybody from all walks of life. We have people who are CEOs of certain companies coming along to the meetups. We have project managers. We have people who aren't even using Azure in their organization or in their day job, and they come along to learn. So we try and hit everybody's needs and everybody's wants as well in the community. Now, when I was preparing this presentation, I looked back at some of the stats and some of the things that we have done for the user group. And in 2018, we actually gave away 610 stickers. And that's phenomenal. That was obviously back when we were in-person meetups, but it's really nice to see that people love stickers, and we always source great stickers. Some of them, thank you to Adam for providing the designs and some of the stickers for that. But yeah, it's just phenomenal that that is something that obviously drives the community, and people love a sticker. And because of that, in 2020, when we were all in lockdown and we couldn't meet up in person, what we did was we got together with some of our sponsors and found some budget to actually do sticker packs for everybody. So in 2020, I sat at my kitchen table and packed some stickers into envelopes and sent them all across the UK, as you can see from this map. And we also had them going over to Northern Ireland as well. So it was just something nice that we wanted to do to try and connect our community with each other again, and just bring some joy during a really hard time for everybody else in 2020. So yeah, we try to do things like that within the community as well. Now, again, looking back at where we have been in terms of what the Glasgow Azure user group has given the community, and also given myself and Gregor as well, I can name or think of at least a few people who have had job opportunities thanks to the connections and the networking that they've made here at the Glasgow Azure user group. I've actually been fortunate enough that the 2 jobs that I've recently had have been through the Glasgow Azure user group. So I work for Octopus Deploy, and my manager, Derek Campbell, actually, I first met him at a Glasgow Azure user group meetup. And that's really where that connection came from, and really enabled me to make that next career move for me. So, and I know there's other people who have been at Glasgow Azure user group events who have also had networking opportunities for their next job. So they are a great way of meeting people. You never know who you're going to be sitting next to. You never know who's going to be that person beside you, and making that connection. So if you can, please do attend these local user groups, because again, there's a great network of people there that are always really supportive of you. Now, over the years, we have helped new speakers gain experience. One person that I remember reaching out to me in 2018 was Simon Binder. Now, a few of you may know Simon. He is actually based in Sweden, but loves visiting Scotland. And he reached out and said, can I come and speak at your user group? And we were delighted to have Simon. Since then, Simon has gone on to be a very prominent member in the community, and is actually a Microsoft MVP. He's also hosting the Knee Deep in Tech podcast. If you haven't listen to that, do reach out to that one, because that's another great one. And I can think of a few other people who have come to the user group with no speaking experience and had the pleasure of, growing from that first experience. We are a very open and supportive group, and we encourage people to grow and help them with their diversity, their career development as well. During the pandemic, we have tried to continue virtually. It's not been easy. I think we can all agree that virtual events are great, but they're not the same connection that we have in person. So we've tried to keep that going. And we've had the pleasure of having some massive great speakers come and attend because of the virtual connection. They don't have to travel, and we don't have to time it when they are in the country. So we've had that opportunity. However, as a community, we aren't just that meetup, and because we only meet up every second month, we are conscious to keep that community growing. So we do have a social media presence, and we do have a newsletter that goes out. I try to send it out quite regularly with updates about events that are coming up, maybe offers that are out there, news that's happening in the Azure world, as well as things that we are doing in the community. So we do try to be more than just a user group for everybody. So there's a pure, or hopefully a really good community spirit going on with the Glasgow Azure user group. Now, I do want to give a shout out to our sponsors for their continued support. We've had some great businesses in Glasgow support us. Local businesses supporting a local user group has been great for us. And they've supported us right from that very first meetup in 2018. So a huge thank you to our sponsors. And please, if you are attending any local user groups or conferences, please do make sure you thank the speaker, the sponsors, because they make these events happen. They make them happen in terms of being able to supply the food and the venues and quiz prizes and stuff like that. So without them, sponsors are a very big part of that user group community that we have as well. Now, as I said, I'm going to be talking about package managers as well for the Windows ecosystem. So a huge thank you to everybody that's enabled me to do the things that I do with the Glasgow Azure user group. But let's change tact a little bit and go into the technology. Do hit me up with any questions along the way if you've got any questions about what I'm going to be talking about from now on. So what is a package manager? You might have heard the term, you might not have heard the term, but in terms of when we look up what the definition of a package manager is, a package manager or a package management system is a collection of software tools that automates the process of installing, upgrading, configuring, or removing computer programs for a computer in a consistent manner. And what this really does is helps us avoid that whole process of having to find a bit of software. So going to a website and downloading an MSI, an exe, a zip file, downloading that onto our PC, finding that file, opening it up and then walking through the wizard and going next, 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 answering a bunch of questions, click finish, and then watch a progress bar. It's much easier nowadays because you can just go to a website. I do remember the days when I had to go and find CDs or buy CDs and buy floppy disks even. I'm aging myself here. But what a package manager really does is help you avoid all of that hassle and try and make it as easy for you as possible. Now, in terms of the Linux and the Mac systems, we've seen package managers happen quite a bit. So you've got Homebrew, which is used on the Mac systems. We've got NPM, which is more Java. And then we've got on the Linux side, Yum. There are a few others as well, but those are the ones that you might have encountered already if you've been in that Mac or Linux ecosystem. However, what about Windows? What is there for the Windows ecosystem? Now, in 2011, Chocolatey was founded as a way to help developers and admins, to help them manage that Windows ecosystem and manage the software that was going on your machine. So we had that in 2011. However, in 2020, Microsoft announced that they were launching Winget or Windows Package Manager. So now we have two ways that we can manage our packages on our machines using different tools. So today I want to focus on those two and just give you a bit of history and a bit of information about those two tools and see what you can use them for. Now, in terms of Chocolatey, it is open source and was created by Rob Reynolds in 2011. There is a paid version available if you want to invest in it, and I would probably recommend that if you're using it as your organization, if you're using it for thousands of PCs or thousands of servers in your environment, it might be worthwhile investing in it because you do get a few additional features with the paid version and also helps the whole ecosystem. There is a free version and you are welcome to use that as a business, as an organization. However, it's always good to give back and maybe get a little bit extra yourself as well. So there is a paid version and there is a free version available for you. Now, Chocolatey supports operating systems from Windows 7 and Windows Server 2003 and above. It might be harder to install some packages on a Windows 7 machine if you try and use it because that package might not actually support Windows 7 anymore, but that's basically the ecosystem that it supports. So as far back as Windows 7 and Server 2003 and above, so you can use Chocolatey on your desktop operating systems and your server operating systems. Now, in terms of getting Chocolatey on your PC or on your server, you can do a manual install. So if you head over to the Chocolatey website, one of the first web pages that you'll actually hit is the install information. Basically, it's just a PowerShell script. So you can copy this PowerShell script and run it on your machine, and it'll install the tool for you. However, again, if you're doing this in an enterprise environment, or if you're doing it consistently over a bunch of machines, you probably don't want to have to do that. You probably don't want to have to go and copy and paste something and then manually install it. You can use things like Ansible or Chef or Puppet or SCCM to install it onto your servers or your operating systems. So there's different ways that you can do it. Most people may just use the manual install. I know I do that every time I fire up a new laptop or a new server. That's how I do it. Once you have Chocolatey on your machine, the point of using it is to try and help you automate the installation or upgrade or removal of software. How do you find the software that's available from Chocolatey and get that onto your machine? So what you would have to do is open up PowerShell and issue a command into that PowerShell command. So if you type in Choco, so CHOCO, you'll get the commands Choco search, and then the name of the software that you're searching for will get the software to go off and check what's in the package repository. If we were searching for something in Octopus Deploy, we get a bunch of the software back and we can see that we can use it in Chocolatey to install that. Alternatively, if we were looking for Git, we would get a whole bunch of information back. The more specific you can be about searching for a package through the command line, the more it will be relevant in terms of giving you output back. So bear that in mind with Chocolatey. If you put in a vague terminology, it can throw back a ton of information for you that might not actually be relevant to you. So be specific about what you're trying to search for. However, that's not the only way that you can do this within Chocolatey. On their website, you have a search bar where, again, you can put in the name of the software that you're looking for, or the name of the author of the software, and then you'll find a bunch of information on screen. And as you'll see, there's a little box that gives you the install command. So in this example, it's Choco install Octopus Deploy, and there's a copy and paste box next to it, so you can copy and paste that. To be honest, this is how I usually do it because I forget and I find the command line a bit chunky sometimes for Chocolatey searching, but you can do it either from the command line or from a website to have a look at what's happening in and find that software that you want to install on your machine. Now, where does Chocolatey get all of its packages from? So what you saw there was the community repository. So anybody can actually contribute to that. So you or I can contribute a bit of software into that to make it available for, again, ourselves or everybody else in the world. That's not the only option that you can use. You can actually build your own repository. So say you are an organization and you are trying to limit what kind of software can be installed onto your machines. You can build your own Choco repository and limit the amount of software that's in there so that your end users are only using the approved bits of software that you have. Equally, it means that you have a bit more control over what's happening. So again, you don't have to go with what the community is doing and you can lock it down. It also means that when you're doing your own repository, you can actually package up and distribute software that you may have a license for. So not all software can be packaged up and available through a package manager because of the licensing and the copyrights. However, that's slightly different if you're using it inside your own organization's machine where you have paid that license fee for it. So just bear in mind that sometimes not all software is available through Chocolatey because of the software licensing and the copyrights behind it. However, if you'll see on the right-hand corner, I've got some stats around, this was taken this week, so it may have gone up, but there's over 6,000 different packages, different bits of software you can install onto your machines using Chocolatey. So there hopefully is covering a lot of your use cases there from that community repository. Now, in terms of contributing, as I said, anybody can contribute. There is a little tool or a little command inside the Chocolatey interface. So if you say Choco new-h, it will walk you through the process of trying to package up that bit of software and the options that are available to you so as you can then submit it to the community repository. Alternatively, if you are a paid customer and using one of the business licenses, you do have a GUI package that you can use to actually build that up for you. So there are different options available depending on your level of support or what level of Chocolatey you're using. You don't have to necessarily do this. You can hand code it all and using a bunch of PowerShell and various different things. So if you are maybe that software developer and you want to put this into Chocolatey so that everybody has access to it, then there are different ways. There's lots of documentation on their website. So definitely have a look at it if it's not something that you're familiar with and you need to be able to do. I know the two Chocolatey engineers who are based up here in Scotland, Gary and Paul, are very responsive and very helpful in terms of supporting people who may have questions, and they do lots of Twitch streams and YouTube streams, so you can join them and ask them questions as well. I wanted to pick out a few advanced commands in terms of Chocolatey, just to give you some insight into the various different things that you can actually do with it, because most people will just do choco install and then the package name, and that'll be it. But there's a lot more that it can do. If you do Choco outdated, it will actually show you all the packages that are out of date on your machine. So you'll get an output that shows you the version you have installed and the version that's actually available online. So that's quite handy for knowing what you want to upgrade, and what you may need to upgrade as well. So that's a good one to have in your memory bank. Now, Choco upgrade all with a -- accept, and the name of the packages will actually go through all of your packages, update them, and then exclude the ones that you don't want to update. So for some reason, you may not want to go to the latest version. It may not be supported with other bits of software that you're using, or you might be trying to test something. You can upgrade everything and then exclude a couple of packages. A lot of people just use Choco upgrade all, and then everything on your machine gets updated. But again, if you have special needs where you don't want to update something, you can exclude it as well. Now, Choco also has a command line that you can do Choco install, the package name, and then --x86. And that will force the x86 installation on a 64-bit machine. So there are different things that you can do. Again, if you have a specific use case for doing it, then it's great for that. So as I said, there's an alternative version. There's a new package manager on the scene, and this one's from Microsoft, and it's called Windows Package Manager. It gets affectionately known as Winget because that's the commands that you use. So you may have seen a lot of content around all of that, and Winget is Windows Package Manager if you see those two terms out there. Now, again, Windows Package Manager is open source. It is maintained by Microsoft and owned by Microsoft, but it is a part of their open source projects. So it's not something you have to pay for. It's something that's out there as well. It was announced in May 2020. They announced it at the build session that was in 2020, and then released in May 2021 at build again. It supports anything upwards from Windows 10 and above. At the moment, the team are saying that you may be able to use it on Windows Server 2022. However, that's experimental and not supported. So at the moment, Windows Package Manager doesn't support the Windows Server operating system and the ecosystem there. I don't know if the team have any plans to actually go down that route. Again, if it's something that you may want, then please do reach out to them. I'm sure if enough people ask, they might put it on the roadmap. But at the moment, it's just focusing on the Windows 10 and the Windows 11 ecosystem at the moment. So how do you get Windows Package Manager on your machine? So you can actually use the Windows Store or Microsoft Store. So if you go to your machine and use that, you can get it there. Or you could do a manual install. All of the source code, all of the releases are there on GitHub. So if you head over to the GitHub repository, you'll be able to download that and install that on your machine as well. Alternatively, if you're in the Windows Insider builds, it's actually getting pushed out automatically to some of them, and you'll find it's installed on some of them as well. So it depends on where you are in the Windows ecosystem, how you get Windows Package Manager or Winget onto your machine. There's various different things, and I do think that some people are getting it instantly installed on their machine the minute they build up a new one when we're in the Windows 11 ecosystem. So something to bear in mind and have a look at on your machine. Now, once you have Windows Package Manager on your machine, how do you actually search for packages? Again, you have to go into a command line interface and have a look. In this instance, we would use Winget, and then we would do search. That would help us identify the packages. Now, again, the more vague you are, you get more results. However, if you're very specific, like I have been here using Winget search Windows Terminal, you'll get back the output that you need. So I've got back the 2 bits of information about the software I can install. So I can either install Windows Terminal Preview or Windows Terminal on my machine. So again, there's lots of different options there for searching for it. Again, if I search for Winget search Elgato, I'll get all the Elgato bits of software back that I can install and use that information from that search feature to actually install the packages on my machine. It's only through the command line that you can really search through the Windows Package Manager. You could go onto the source code in the GitHub repository and have a look yourself, but that's a bit more manual. So Chocolatey allows you to do it through the command line and the website. Windows Package Manager only really allows you to do it through the command line. So when you search inside Windows Package Manager for packages, it can come from 3 different places. They come from the Microsoft Store, so anything that's in your Microsoft Store is available within Windows Package Manager for you to install, which is a great addition, and it's recently just come out. Or it could be through that community repository, because anybody can contribute, much like we do with Chocolatey, about what packages are inside the Windows Package Manager repository. And that's public. You can go and view that, like I said, and contribute into it. Alternatively, you can also do a private repository yourself. You can host it. The guys have put together some instructions around how you can host your own private repository inside Azure, and then set your Windows Package Managers to only pull from that private repository. So there's various different options that you can use along the way here as well. As I said, it's open source and anybody can contribute to either the source code for Windows Package Manager or the repository where all of the software catalogs coming from. Again, you can use a command line tool, or you can use the Windows Package Manager manifest creator, which is not easy to say, to help you build that. And again, it's really, really simple. I've been using it this week to update some things for the Octopus Deploy software, and that has greatly made it dead easy. There's questions that you walk through, and the team are really great at helping you answer some of that as well. When you actually contribute, it gets pushed to a GitHub repo, and there's lots of automation that actually checks what you've done, validates it, and then provides some feedback before a human does, and then the team will manually check everything as well. So there's a really good process there around contributing and helping grow that community. Now, in terms of advanced commands, these are some of my favorites. So if you do winget install and then the ID, the package name, and then add on the silent, you'll get no display boxes. So although when you use the Windows Package Manager to install the software, it's completely non-interactive, you do sometimes get those display boxes. However, if you didn't want them, tag on the silent command at the end and it will stop all those display boxes coming up. Also, if you wanted to install a certain version of the package, you can do it with that version package number. So again, if you have to test something, if you want to install a very specific one yourself, then you can do that as well with a different switch. Now, one I use often is the winget upgrade -- all, which looks at all the software I have on my machine and then tries to update all of it, looking at the package repositories that it has access to. So there's a good one. That's a good one to run if you've maybe been off for a week or you've just come back. Maybe I run it on a Monday to check everything's up to date as you start your working week. Now, without the website to have a look at what's happening on, without having a look at digging into the packages, you can actually use a command line called winget show. And in this example, I'm querying about the Git package. I get all the information that I need, so I can see who the publisher is, I can see who the author is, I can see the license that I may need for that software, I can check the Sia 256 hash as well, the release date. I get a lot of information from that command line. So as long, even though we don't have that website repository we can really look into, we can get all of the information from the command line in Windows Package Manager as well. So there's lots of information there around it as well. One thing I do want to call out with Windows Package Manager is if you are using it in enterprise environment, you may want to try and lock down some of the features with group policy. The team have released a group policy template that you can use to try and control it, to maybe limit what your end users are using, or maybe even point all of your Windows Package Managers in your system to that private repository that you have, so they don't actually go out to the public ones. So again, in an enterprise situation, the group policy management template is fantastic for helping you do that. Now, getting near the end of this, but the question I often get asked is, why would I use one over the other? My answer is that they both complement each other. There are some things that are not available in Chocolatey that are available in Windows Package Manager, and alternatively the same way around, there are things that aren't available in both. So you might need to use both tools at the moment. Also, Chocolatey, it supports Windows Server, whereas Winget Windows Package Manager currently doesn't support that. So it's not a case of using either or. They're both fantastic tools, and they both can help you in your environment. So I wouldn't say that one was necessarily better than the other at the moment. They both have their great points. So I'd still use both of them in different scenarios. So use whichever one you feel is appropriate. Definitely try both of them out if you haven't tried them, because as I said, they're a lot of functionality, and you can actually use them to contribute some to open source projects as well. So fantastic experience there as well. Now, I've thrown a lot of information towards you today. What I've done is put some resources together that you can go and grab this one link, and you'll find out more documentation. You'll also get a copy of this PowerPoint presentation if you wanted it to have a look at. But hopefully this has been useful today, and you've found out more about the Glasgow Azure user group and package managers for Windows. Reach out to me if you want any questions. I think there might be some questions in the audience that hopefully Adam or Steph have been keeping an eye out for me.
We have.
Hey.
Really quick,
So,
I have a question of my own, if that's all right. That was
Yeah.
a ton of stickers that you mentioned at the beginning. Oh my gosh, like a couple thousand. I was curious, was there a favorite sticker that was like everyone wanted, or favorite few stickers?
I think the bit ones are
Yeah.
always really popular. The one that's on my screen, the Scottish one that we got designed, has been a popular one, obviously, for good reason. But yeah, stickers are always popular, and the bit ones always go down really, really well.
And just in case some of you don't know, Bit is this adorable little raccoon plushie that we. Yeah, thank you. Wonderful. I think we do have a few technical questions, so I'll hold mine, but we can dive into those.
Well, we've got another community question actually first, which was from one of our viewers on Twitch, who asks, is the Glasgow Azure user group open for people from Europe?
Yes, it is. Anybody's welcome to join. It's entirely free, and we usually meet about 6 p.m. UK time, which is very friendly to our European people as well. So anybody can sign up. We have a meetup actually next week. So if you do want to attend that, you can do. We're hoping to anybody that wants to join us. So yeah, anybody.
Awesome.
Amazing. So let's having a little scroll through. There's lots of people. I have Winget installed already. Amazing. Surly Dev, does --silent suppress error messages?
No, yes, it will, but it will show you in the command line. So if there's been an issue, you'll get that red command line, and it'll say something has happened and tell you what's happened, and then you can go and troubleshoot it. But yeah, it depends on what you're trying to do. I like to suppress it so as I can do other things in the background while it's installing for me.
Amazing. Surly Dev's just joined you on Meetup, so yes, keep the joins coming. There is the address on there. Lots of comments about the stickers. Lisa at the edge. Hello, Lisa. Good to see you again. Yeah, we need more stickers. Alan wants more stickers. We do have another couple of questions. Steph, I know you had one around feedback.
Yeah. Sarah, you mentioned that feedback is something really important for your community in terms of like what they do next, who you bring in, maybe sponsors. And I was curious, how do you field feedback for your group that encourages more people to provide input in a very inclusive way? Because sometimes providing feedback can be a little uncomfortable. How do you do that?
In the past, we've tried to do things like forms after the event. So anybody that signed up, we'll send them a form to fill in, and they don't have to provide their name. So it's completely anonymous. They can tell us whether their user group was good or bad, or what they loved or hated. Or we provide email addresses again for people, or Twitter. So it's really just, we're dead open to that feedback. We've had some great feedback ranging from the choices of pizza wasn't great to I'd love to hear this person or this topic on speakers. So yeah, we're happy to take any feedback at all.
Awesome. Thank you, Sarah. I know we have quite a few different community leaders who are on this call. Really excited to learn more about how they can go into this next phase of coming back online, whether that be virtual or hybrid. So excited to have those tips.
Awesome.
I think time for one more question, which is from Surly Dev. Might have missed it. Is there a way to show available updates when using Winget list without having to just scroll down the list of installed software?
I believe if you type Winget upgrade, it will show you what the available, it will search through all your packages and tell you if they need to be upgraded or not. So you get that list before you commit it and ask for it to all happen. So hopefully that answers your question.
Amazing. And I just put up, I know that Sarah, you shared a link as well, which I think I just put back on screen. There's 2 different links. I don't know, they probably point
They should be the same,
place.
Adam. They should be pointing to the same, yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, so do check those out. For anyone that's pre-registered for the event, we'll be sharing a list of all of this as well. And I think we'll also share it around on social as well, so everyone's got a chance to download it. I'll put it in the live chat as well for anyone joining. Cool. So a huge thank you, Sarah, for that wonderful session. Lots of questions, lots of people wanting to get back up to Scotland. I know I certainly want to get up there again soon. And hopefully this summer there'll be some good opportunities to meet up with folks so everything moves in the right direction. But I just want to end by saying a huge thank you. And thank you for going up first as well. I noticed, I was just watching the number of people that tuned in. We're live in many different places. It's sort of like while I was talking, was like, no. As soon as you started talking, absolutely shot up. So thank you for everyone for tuning in. And Sarah, we'll see you again soon.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Brilliant. Take care. So let's take a look at our agenda. Just a reminder, how do I get this out of full screen? There we go. Just a reminder to everyone as to our code of conduct. And this is for our speakers and for everyone joining us on the live chat today, to be respectful, understanding, friendly and patient, kind and considerate. And if you do have any concerns, please go to the aka.ms/events.coc for our full code of conduct and reporting mechanism. And a reminder, if anyone does require captions today, you by using the Learn TV or YouTube links, which I will put on the screen in just a moment, you can view live captions. When we show this on demand, captions will also be available fully typed up, so no mistakes either. And with that, I think we're going to go straight into the Bradford Cloud user group session. So let's welcome the guys. Good morning.
Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Morning, Adam. Morning, Steph. How are you?
So good.
We're really good, thank you. We're really looking forward to your session coming up. And so it'd be great just to, before we get into the main content, just a quick introduction to both of you. Who wants to go first?
Go on, Saj.
Me? Okay, no problem. My name is Mohammed Sajid. Most people call me Saj. I've worked in the IT industry for about 16, 17 years. I'm relatively new to public speaking, and I'm one of the co-founders of Bradford Cloud User Group. I currently work for a company called Daisy Corporate Services as a infrastructure architect, mainly been dealing with NHS trusts, M365 environments for the last couple of years. I think that's enough about me, Imran.
Yeah, so I am Imran Rashid. I am a solutions architect. Well, I was as of yesterday, but I'm moving on. More on that later. I am a keen tech blogger. I blog on cloudbuild.co.uk. I'm the founder of AzureCrazy.com, and I'm also the co-founder of the Bradford Cloud User Group.
Nice.
Amazing. Oh, I'm pushing all the wrong buttons this morning. There we go. So thanks for the introduction, guys. Today, you're going to be talking on privileged identity management, but also giving an introduction to the Bradford Cloud User Group. I know you've got lots of resources to share. We don't want to take any more of your time up. So Steph and I are going to shoot off screen and hand the reins over to you. And I don't know if you have a presentation you're going to share or anything. We'll bring that on screen once you've shared it.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
Okay. Yeah, good morning, afternoon, evening, depending on where you're tuning in from. Thanks for joining us all for this Microsoft UK Tech Community Day. Thanks to the Microsoft UK developer team, Adam, Sarah, Steph, Lewis, everyone assisting in the background. Thank you so much for providing us with a platform to be able to showcase our cloud groups. So yeah, it means a lot. I am Imran Rashid. I am the co-founder of the Bradford Cloud User Group, along with Saj and Shabazz. We are planning on basically, we're going to be going through two parts in this session today. So we have the Bradford Cloud user group. I would like to introduce the Bradford Cloud user group, how you can take part in the technical community, how you can get involved with these awesome people that are out there that just want to share knowledge. And then I'll be handing over to Saj, who will be providing you with a quick overview of Azure Privileged Identity Management to resolve those issues when you go into an Azure tenant and see lots of global admin accounts that have never been used, a massive security risk. Saj will go through how you can resolve that issue, that particular issue, and actually, secure your tenant. So what is the Bradford Cloud user group? I'm going to start off with what is Bradford, because that's probably the first thing that everyone comes up with. Bradford is a city based in the UK. Saj and Shabazz, the co-founders, are from Bradford. I'm kind of next door. I'm from Halifax, but because it was 2 versus 1, they won, and we had to go for Bradford. We co-founded the Bradford Cloud user group in the midst of the pandemic, September 2020. It's a virtual user group. We have a virtual event every month where we have a presenter come on from anywhere around the world to share their knowledge on basically various tech kind of areas. We're open to anybody that wants to join from around the world. It's free. You can join. You can, you can join in. You can join in the chat. You can turn on your webcam if you want and just have a laugh, networking, and so on. As I mentioned, the Bradford Cloud user group was co-founded by myself, Shabazz, and Saj. We all met on Twitter. Well, I knew Saj from work, but Shabazz I met on Twitter. And we also have a monthly podcast where we have a special guest come on, where we do a recorded YouTube video, and we just talk about tech, how that particular person started their journey in tech. Kind of recommendations on certs, how they got started with Azure or AWS or Google Cloud, and so on. So what we do, the user group is dedicated to all aspects of cloud computing. So we're not just about one particular cloud provider. Microsoft Azure, AWS, Google Cloud, you name it, we cover it. So if you have a session you want to present on any one of these areas, you're absolutely welcome, reach out. And it's just open to anyone in the tech community, whether you're a beginner in tech, whether you're an experienced person in tech, everyone's welcome. So the platform was set up to promote people in the cloud community. Now, for those who are not aware, there is a massive cloud community, especially on Twitter. It's my favorite place. So many helpful people. And me personally, I've been blogging since the year 2008 and only came forward as of about 2 or 3 years ago. I would never turn on my webcam like this. I was too nervous to be able to turn my webcam on. And when we set this Bradford Cloud user group up, we thought, you know what? We need to find these people that are working so hard in the background, taking time to blog technical content, tutorials, sharing their journey. And we provide a platform for people to come on. If they're nervous, we would have a podcast just to open them up a bit and stuff. It's okay to be nervous. It's not a problem. I'm nervous. Everyone's nervous. Expert presenters will say they are nervous. It's absolutely fine. It's how you control those nerves is what we kind of go through. And we are in no way expert speakers. We're just learning and we're passing on that knowledge. So we just want to continue promoting people within the cloud community. Amazing, amazing platform of people. Socialize with like-minded people. This one's been one of my favorites, especially with the pandemic. It's been devastating. We have had we've had millions affected around the world, and people going into lockdown, not being able to go into the office. We're not just about sharing knowledge. We have a networking session after every single event where we let people turn their webcams on if they wish, or they might just want to unmute themselves and we just have a chat, where are you from? And I have met so many people virtually from around the world. It's been absolutely amazing that I now follow on Twitter or LinkedIn, and, we keep in touch and make sure they're okay. So it is very important in these difficult times that we do look out for people that may be living alone and under so much pressure and stress, and just reach out, help those out. And if you are going through something like that, please do reach out. Please do attend our user groups. Come on a podcast. We'll be more, you're more than welcome to come on and, share your experiences in tech. If you want to join tech, come on, just kind of release that burden. So yeah, you're all welcome. Help promote IT in Bradford was one of the primary reasons we actually set up the Bradford Cloud user group. But people do ask, is it only for the people of Bradford? No, it's not. Anyone can join from around the world. But we do primarily we do focus on Bradford. For example, we recently had a podcast with a student who's left university and started a graduate scheme. I left uni ages ago, so it brought some amazing memories back. But one point that I still recall from that particular podcast was this individual went into a graduate scheme, explained the struggles, but also explained recommendations on how you can get into a job and how you can find a job if you're looking for a graduate scheme. And I'm sure Microsoft have a ton of vacancies for for kind of graduates as well, which I'm sure Adam or Steph will be able to provide more info on. But one point that really touched my heart was this individual said, if I had known about AZ900 Azure Fundamentals course, which is the perfect course for you to go for if you want to get started in Azure, that's AZ900. He said, if I'd known about this course while I was at university, I would have actually studied it while I was at university, because it was an absolute amazing course, and he obviously certified, but he could have done it earlier. So if you are out there and you are a student and you want to get into the Azure space or AWS or Google Cloud, look at the fundamentals exams. I know a lot more about Azure than the other providers, but AZ900, there's a mass of starter exam certifications. So when you do leave uni and start looking for that first job, you've already got a cert on your CV. Finally, promoting sharing of knowledge. I think every person out there who creates content, blog posts, user groups, Sarah just came on earlier and said that she's created the Glasgow Azure user group, and everyone, such as the Azure Welsh, the Welsh Azure user group at John Chips. There's so many of them, the cloud community, the cloud security group. There's loads of these groups, and everyone would probably nod their head right now and say, we do it to share knowledge. We've got a passion for sharing knowledge. We want to promote people in the tech community. Everyone does it. Now, I've been asked questions where, how do I get involved? How do I get involved with sharing knowledge? And I always say, start off with helping somebody without kind of belittling them. So if someone asks you a really simple question, please don't come across as, that's a stupid question, or as if you didn't know that. It really, really upsets me when I see people doing that. Answer that question in a respectful manner, not kind of coming across rude or as a bully, I would say. For example, I've just recently come across an individual that I helped 14 years ago on the service desk, and we were chatting on LinkedIn and catching up, and he said, Imran, thank you so much for helping me out on the days of the service desk. Can you remember? And I said, no, I don't. I remember you, but I don't remember helping you out, because it's just what I used to do. I help people. So if you want to start, help people, help colleagues, reach out to people within your organization, ask them, do you need any help? And that is a great start. If you want to go a step further, you could go onto community forums where you might see someone post a question. You may know the answer the question. You could go a step further. Tech Twitter is amazing. You could go onto Twitter. You could get involved with discussions on the Twitter platform with people who've got issues. If you want to go a step further, a great thing that I would recommend is go for blogging. Now, people say, well, I don't know how to set up a blog. If you want to start up a blog, a really easy way, go to wordpress.com, go for their free package. As far as I'm aware, it takes about 3 minutes according to their website to set up a WordPress blog. So it's wordpress.com. You will have a subdomain of .wordpress.com though, so it might be imran.wordpress.com. But you can then upgrade and have a custom domain, such as cloudbuild.co.uk, and you could start blogging. Another question that I'm asked is, what should I blog about? Well, if you're working in tech, you may come across an issue. You may resolve that issue. Why not blog about it? Why not share that knowledge? The reach is absolutely massive. It's worldwide. Search engines will index your blog, and it's out there. And you may help somebody out there who's searching on Google, as we all do, looking for fixes. So yeah, I totally recommend it. If you want to go a step further, you could set up a user group. We've set up a user group just recently, and the best way to get started with setting up a user group is start joining user groups. So, and then eventually you'll end up turning on your webcam. You'll end up, interacting. That's exactly what I did. I was very nervous coming forward in front of camera, and that's exactly what I did. I went on Twitter. I communicated with the people on Twitter. who were amazing. And then I started joining user groups. So yeah, another thing you want to do is if you want to get involved with user groups, there's a ton of user groups out there. Introduction, I'm just going to give you a quick intro. So that's me, Imran Rashid, obviously grown a bit of beard since I'm gone grey. That's my Twitter handle, at IT Support Blog. If you want to reach out, you've got any questions after the event, please do reach out. I will try my very best to help. Shabazz Dar, Microsoft MVP. He works for Netcompany. He's an infrastructure consultant he's been promoted. He's now an infrastructure master. He's got a cool title. He's not with us today, but he's actually coming up in an event today. He also co-manages the UK Azure Virtual Desktop group in Neil, another amazing group if you want to learn Azure Virtual Desktop. And then finally, we have Saj. I'm not going to introduce Saj because he's going to introduce himself. He's coming up next, and he'll provide you with an overview of Azure Privileged Entity Management. So over to you, Saj, and thank you.
Thank you, Imran. I'm just going to share my screen. Bear with me just 1 minute. Apologies about that. Thank you, Imran. Great session. Like Imran said, just to echo some of what he said, the best way to get involved in the community is attend some of the user groups. I've attended a few of them myself, and since I've been part of the Bradford Cloud user group, it's given me a lot of confidence to speak to people, to learn from their experiences, to share some of my own experiences. And as a public speaker, this is probably one of the only 3 events I've done in the last 18 months. I'm not a big public speaker, and if I can do it, probably anybody else can do it. So a quick introduction to myself. My name is Mohammed Sajid. As I mentioned previously, everyone just calls me Saj. I work as infrastructure architect for a company called Daisy IT Services, mainly working with NHS trusts for the last couple of years. And today's session is going to be just a quick session on privileged identity management. What is PIM and why use PIM? Like Imran mentioned, there's many tendencies that you'll come across where users have granted privileges: administrator, global administrator, exchange administrator, SharePoint administrator, because somebody needs to do a job. And as part of that job, they get those roles assigned to them. But then what happens after that? The role is never taken away unless they leave, and when they get promoted, they probably gain additional privileges. So therefore have additional roles assigned to them through group assignment, individual assignment, and it's a cumulative effect. Now, PIM tries to address this security flaw by providing just-in-time access for Azure resources, just-in-time access for Azure roles and Azure resources. So you can request when your privileges can be elevated, somebody will have to go through the approval process and approve that for you. And if it's approved, you can have those privileges for a set period of time. If it's not, then you don't have access to those privileged roles. Roles outside of PIM can be time-bound. So when you create a role in Azure AD, previously that role was assigned to that particular user indefinitely until the role's account was suspended, account was deleted. Now you can define the start date and the end date if you need to. You can make it eligible or you make it an active role. Requires approval. So when you request elevated privileges, it will go to someone that you define in the settings for it to be approved. That could be an individual or multiple approvers. It doesn't have to be a single individual as part of the approvers list. You can enforce MFA. So if you're requesting elevated privileges at that stage, someone will have to make MFA approval. If you're logging into the Azure portal and you're forced to make MFA, then you won't be, don't reinforce for MFA. Justification for elevated roles. So you'll have to provide a justification. The approver will also have to provide justification as to why that role is being granted. You can get notifications. So as a user, you'll be notified. As someone who needs to approve it, they'll be notified. You can define other users in that list for notifications. You can configure access review. So for roles that are time bound, or for all roles, for example, you can configure access review. So a manager of a department, other managers can review the access to say, does this user still require access? If they require access, then they'll have to take some action to do that. Now, it has options. You can configure that if the access review is not reviewed, take no action. If it's not reviewed and the continued role is not approved, then disable that level of privilege or do nothing. You have a full audit history, and the audit history can be downloaded for approvals, denials, rejections. You can push it into log analytics, and you also have reviews for resources. Now, when you look at Azure PIM, when you first get started, the first thing you'll see is this screen over here. You will have to activate this. If you've not used it before, the first time you activate it, you're going to have to activate this. And outside of PIM, like I mentioned, you have the capability to have eligible roles or active roles. The active assignment can be permanent or it can be time bound. So in this example, the role will start today and expire at the end of next month. You have to provide justification as to why you were giving that role to someone or assigning that role to someone. In Azure, if you navigate in Azure PIM, if you navigate to settings, you'll see all the roles that are listed here. You'll also see all the default settings. So by default, the role is only activated for 8 hours. You can configure a maximum duration of 24 hours and a minimum duration of half an hour. MFA is enabled by default, but some of these other options are not. So here I've selected requires a ticketing information. So if you have something like a change management system, you can request that when somebody is requesting their role to be elevated, that they have to provide the ticket number so someone can review the ticket to see is this a valid request or not. Require approvals on activation, so you can have a list of approvers. I've only got a single user defined in here, but you can have multiple users defined as to who will be notified that somebody is requesting their role to be elevated. Notifications. These are all selected by default, but you can define other users that will be notified as part of the notification request. So when you're adding assignments, previously, you had the capability to assign assignments only to individual users. So if you want to give user a global administrator, SharePoint administrator, Exchange administrator role, you would just assign them to your user. Now you also have the capability for a little while now to assign those to groups. So in Azure AD, you can assign those to groups and drop users in and out of groups to assign the privileges or remove the privileges from those particular users. So as a user, when you log into Azure AD, if you are being prompted for MFA, you will then have to go through the MFA approval request. You will come to PIM and look at your Azure AD roles. You'll have roles assigned to you. You'll be able to see them here. So this user has 2 roles assigned to them. One is user administrator, which is directly assigned to the user, and one which is inheriting because he's a member of a particular group, which is a help desk administrator role. As part of the approval, they would have to define the period, the duration that they want the role for. Now, because in the settings we define maximum 8 hours, it can be maximum 24, but in the settings of maximum 8 hours, the maximum period they can select here is 8 hours. They can have less than 8 hours, but they can't have more as part of this activation period. Because we've requested, we've enabled a ticketing system, they'll have to provide the relevant change number and a justification as to why they're requesting privileges to be elevated. Excuse me. As someone who is approving the request, again, you will log into Azure PIM, look at approvals, and then here you will see any requests have been for approval. And again, you will need to provide justification as to why you are approving this request. So as a user, you have full access to an audit history. This audit history shows requests that have been made, requests that have been approved. It can be exported to a CSV file. You can also push this into log analytics. This is a premium product, so you will need a premium license to be able to use this. So Azure AD Premium P2, Enterprise Mobility and Security E5. In the slides, we've included some of the links to have a look at the comparator table for Azure AD Premium P2. PIM is a feature of Azure AD Premium P2, and the link is there for additional information about costing. Again, you get PIM as part of Enterprise Security and Enterprise Mobility and Security E5. For licenses, so Azure AD Premium P2, for example, if you have 1,000 users in your environment, but in your IT department you only have 100 people, and you'll have 10 people that will make up the approvers or the reviewers, you only need 110 licenses. You don't need to license everyone in your tenancy, everyone in your environment to actually use PIM. That's keep my eye on. And here again, we've included some useful links about Azure AD security, EMS pricing, Privilege AD P2 pricing, some Microsoft Learn documentation about PIM, and this covers the Azure AZ500 exam content, which references the PIM documentation. And again, if you want to try this, you can use this as a free account. If you have a Visual Studio subscription, you can use a trial within there. I think the Azure AD P2 trial is about 30 days. The EMS E5 trial is about 90 days, if I remember correctly. Let's just stop sharing for a second. Bear with me. So the things I missed out on the slide. So privileged identity management also now covers resources. So in this example, I don't have any resources to show, but you can discover resources and use privileged identity management to manage privileged identity access to resources. You'll have to go through the same elevation approval process. Again, we have the audit history here, and that can be exported. So if you're a user, for example, when you look at audit history, you'll see more information here for that particular user. So all the audits, request approvals. If you look at the user and you look at my roles, you will see the roles that are assigned to this particular user, and you click on activation to activate that particular role. Approvals, if you look at a user, they will see this as an approval, and they would see, select the request, read it, read any change information, and if it's a valid request, approve it. If it's not, deny it. And that's it, I think, unless there's anything else I can show you as a quick whistle stop tour of privileged identity management.
That's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for giving that overview, first of all, of the Bradford Cloud user group and also of privileged identity management. There were some questions which actually the community seemed to have done a good job of answering in the chat, but there was one from Headshot Penguin on Twitch, which is, what is the typical setup time for privileged identity management?
Something that you can look into any place of work, how we're trying to gauge the time proceeding. Actually, not that long. If you want to set you up, if you want to try it, like I said, you can use a trial license. If you've got Visual Studio, you can activate Azure AD P2. Previously, you'd have to configure the settings. So if you look quickly, share the screen again. So if you go to Azure AD roles, all the roles are defined in here. So you have all the predefined roles in here. If you create any custom roles, this also show up in this particular list. So if you look at user administrator, you can configure all of your settings in here, what you want, 24 hours, 8 hours, MFA, non-MFA, select your approvals list. And then once you've done that, when you're going to assign the role, you can assign the role to AD groups in here. So
I don't have your screen share at the moment, but
You can't see it?
hopefully I can picture it. And hopefully you can picture it in your head.
Bear with me.
No
Sorry,
worries.
apologies. Let's try that again. Is that better?
Yeah,
Okay,
got it.
let's try that again. So,
Oh, Inception effect there.
apologies. So, getting started is more about having the relevant license. So long as you've got the license, you can come into PIM again, activate it. And then once it's activated, if you look at your roles, you look at settings, for example, all the roles that are listed, predefined roles, custom roles are listed here. So, select roles, for example, that you want to test, user administrator in this case, edit any of the relevant settings, MFA, non-MFA, duration, 8 hours, 24 hours as a maximum. After the 24 hours, the user will need to request it again. If you want to use a ticketing system, then change request. If you want approval on activation, who your approvals are going to be, assignments, notifications. Like I said, these are all default. You can find additional notifications in here, and then you can now assign roles to individuals as well, user groups as well as individuals. So, user administrator, add assignment, and then from your add assignment, you can pick users, you can pick security groups. And security groups are far easier because they're all assigned to a security group. And then in Azure AD, just add users in and out of security groups. And once that's set up, you're good to go and test it. So not that long, really. I hope that answers the question.
My experience from Azure PIM's been, it's easy setting it up. It's getting the teams involved internally to be on board, because you need a team of people who are going to review access. You need to go through the change control system. So make sure the person who's elevating the rights has got a change number. And not just that, auditing what you've already got in Azure AD. So if you've got a load of global admin accounts, which is bad practice, how are you going to get rid of those?
Definitely.
So yes, definitely. It's a change in working practice, because normally you'll assign roles to somebody and they'll have those roles indefinitely. In this case, you're making them eligible. You can't have active roles, so you have to think about your use case. So service desk, first line support, second line support. You don't want them going through the activation approval process every single time they want to make a simple change. So for those users, you want to make it active, where you can use access reviews. So configure an access review for those users to say to their management team, does this user still need this access? Yes or no? Somebody has to take some action for it to continue. For other users that work in professional services, most of the time, they may need those permissions to do a job, but you don't need it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So going through the change management process, activation approval process, lowers your security risk for those particular users.
Amazing. So we had some other chat in coming through. There was a lot of, I think, first of all, there was some comments about, I can't remember the context, but Surly Dev said even people from Lancashire. I guess that's as to whether they're welcome to cross the Pennines over to the side. So anyone that knows their English geography, it's
everyone's welcome.
Northwest versus Yorkshire. Yeah, you're usually headed by the train line or the roads, to be honest with you. So even if you do want to cross over, there's also been quite a few comments about different user groups across the UK. So other user groups south, and then one near Cardiff. So actually, we've got the Welsh Azure user group presenting at 2:10 today. We also have we have Shabazz, who is also part of Bradford Group, at 1:40 today, covering Virtual Desktop user group. And then there's a link here, which is ak.ms/UK community, where we actually update. It's basically a blog post with the links to all of the communities. Yes, we're working on a map. We are working on it. It's literally one of the things on my list of things that I really want to do. Just working on trying to compile something together. But loads of great comments, and also loads of people helping themselves out in the chat and answering each other's questions. So thanks for that. We are out of time, unfortunately. So I just want to say a huge thank you again to Imran and Mohammed for covering this session, giving us a great introduction to what Bradford Cloud User Group covers. Looking forward to some of your sessions coming up. I will just bring up the link again on the screen. There we go, twitter.com/BradCug. So yeah, thank you guys, really appreciate it, and we'll see you very soon.
No,
Thank you.
Thank you for the
everyone.
opportunity. Thank you very much. Bye all.
Take care.
Bye.
See you, everyone. Bye-bye.
So we are going to, I think, Steph, you're going to, I don't know, you can stay, but we're going to bring in.
I will be back later, everyone, to
You'll
chat
be
more
back
about
later.
things.
We'll see you
Yes.
in a little while. I am now going to bring on my wonderful colleague, Sarah Allison. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, everybody. Great to see you.
Great to see you too. Thanks for being part of the Tech Community Day, Sarah, and thanks for all of the work you've been doing in the background to help us set up today.
Well, it's amazing just to see all the communities around the UK. It's just fantastic to have everybody come together. So yeah, it's a brilliant day.
It is a brilliant day, and we've got several hundred people watching us live right now as well, and that's before we add all the people that are going to watch on demand. So thank you for that. Sarah, shall we just quickly introduce people watching today to yourself?
Yeah, so I sit in the marketing team in Microsoft UK and look after all things developer related. So everything from events to campaigns and content, and work very closely with Adam and Steph.
Amazing. And so, Sarah, as part of the things that you cover, you seem to do everything for our team. I don't know what we'd ever do without you, but I know that you particularly work really hard on our social media, blogs, and our new developer hub. So I thought we might have a little look through those. And now I'm going to be the one that's saying, hang on, let me just share my screen. Because I've got it open in a tab somewhere here. Where do you want to start? Do you want to start with the TechNet blogs or?
Yeah, we can start there. So really the TechNet blog is where it's all about dev to dev. Developers to developers sharing their knowledge and expertise. So we commission content from technical experts across Microsoft UK and beyond if we can, from our amazing MVPs that you're going to hear about a bit later, and from customers and partners. So yeah, it's really a place to share. This is what worked. This is what didn't work. This is how I got around it, and really helping each other, and also obviously things like new features and functionality as well. But yeah, if anybody is looking for a platform to publish content and they've got some great learnings and tips to share with other developers, then I'd love to find out and help you get your content published.
And so what's the best way for people to submit content if they're interested?
Either contact me on Twitter or email me. I'll pop the contact details in the chat. So yeah,
amazing.
It'd be great to do that.
Brilliant. And if you want to read the blogs, then it's ak.ms/TechNetUK. And
that's
those blogs cover IT professional and developer topics. So we've got April Edwards with this blog, which is particularly passionate about putting the ops into DevOps.
Exactly, yeah.
Shall we next go on to the developer hub?
Yeah, so there are so many resources out there, and this is an attempt to bring everything all together, all the learning resources, UK and global events, and of course the amazing tech community as well. So there's 3 different tabs. This one is Start a New Path, so it's pretty obvious. It's ready for anybody who's either new to Microsoft or new to development. So you've got an overview of dev tools, of events, of resources. There's a bit about game development and an introduction to learning paths and certifications. So it's a great start. And we've got about our open source offerings as well in there. The second tab is slightly different. Is more for if you've got a couple of years under your belt, you want more deep technical resources. So there's different tools and languages, ways to connect with your local community, code samples, and some more advanced learning and certification information there. We've also got a newsletter that goes out once a month as well, and there's a link to sign up to that if you're interested and don't already get it. And then there's a third tab that's for the, experts that have been building software for 5 or more years. And so there's more focus on learning from your peers, more deeply technical events, and exciting tech like mixed reality. And you can get, code examples and learn from your peers on that one.
That's really fantastic. So it's really a one-stop shop, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the intention.
Yeah. And we love to hear people's feedback on
absolutely.
What well.
Yes. So if there's things missing, or you don't like it and you want to see something else, or you want to add to it, then brilliant. We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, and one of the things that we often hear from the community is, I wish there was one website that had all of our developer content on, and then you see, oh, what about the IT Pro content as well? But I'm like, right, we're trying to get it right for developers with this website.
Yeah.
And it's been a lot of work, actually, hasn't it, to bring everything
Yeah.
together?
Yeah, so we've got I've got thanks to make to the MVPs and the technical experts in Microsoft, because we sort of came together in a workshop beforehand to just really dig into what people might need and want, so that it wasn't just talking about products, but more about putting it in context for what people want to do, and helping them from that perspective. So yeah, it's updated regularly, at least once a month, and sometimes twice a month. So absolutely would love feedback to make sure that it's useful, because that's the point of it.
Brilliant. And then I think the last thing that we were going to bring up is the Microsoft Developer UK. This is our social handle for developers. We do also have one for IT pros as well, but we'll take a look at the developer one right now.
Yeah, so as you'd expect on Twitter, it's where you can find the latest news and announcements and new products coming out and skilling opportunities and all of that good stuff. But it's also where we want to have a bit of fun. So we love to see your setup at home and your kits and that you have or you don't have, learn from you and what you want to hear about, and try and brighten your day with some quizzes and tips and some, light-hearted posts. There's a Valentine's Day post, for example. And yeah, we just like to have a bit of fun, as well as sharing all the news and announcements.
Oh, that's brilliant. So that's twitter.com/MSDevUK. We also have TechNet UK with some IT professional content on. Although I do specifically want to highlight another group, which is IT Ops Talk.
Yes.
If I can just, we go. So it's at IT Ops Talk. And this is actually brought to you by many of our IT professional advocates. So lots of IT Pro, IT Ops content on there that's specifically curated by them, and lots of links to their tech community sites as well, which is, it's always definitely a handle that I always like to follow. And they follow me back. Isn't that brilliant? I didn't even know.
Who wouldn't follow you, Adam?
Oh, I know. Well, we need to move on with today's content. Yes. And we've actually got a very special session from someone who's really passionate about learning. And I think we're going to try and dig out a video at some point, although we're not going to do it right now. The next person we've got is Poornima, and she is a Microsoft MVP. I'm sure that many people that are familiar with the MVP community know, but she's not just an MVP for Microsoft in developer technologies, she's also an MVP for the Umbraco community as well. So let's bring in Poornima now. Good morning, Poornima.
Hello, how are you?
Hello. I'm really well, thank you. How are you doing?
I am good.
Amazing. So, Poornima, you've been involved with the Umbraco community for a few years now, and I think am I right in saying that you were one of the top contributors to the Umbraco community?
I wouldn't say at the moment, but I was a very avid contributor, but I still contribute in other ways rather than just code these days, which I will be talking about at some point in my session today.
Amazing. Okay. Well, Poornima, Sarah and I are going to disappear off screen now. We're going to hand the reins over to you to talk about Umbraco 9 and also to introduce yourself as well. So we'll see you. You'll see you in a little while. Over to you.
Sure. Okay. I hope you can see my screen. Hello and welcome. I'm here to talk about Umbraco 9 and introduce you all to Umbraco 9 as well as the community around Umbraco. I'm Poornima Nayar, and as Adam introduced, I'm a developer. I'm a Microsoft MVP for developer technologies, and I'm also a 3-time Umbraco MVP. So without much delay, let's get started with Umbraco. So if you are not aware of what Umbraco is a content management system. It's not something that's new out there. It's been around for a while. In fact, Umbraco in its open source version has been around since 2005. In fact, yesterday we celebrated the 17th birthday of Umbraco. All this while, Umbraco has been on .NET Framework. But recently, that's in September 2021, Umbraco came out with a new version, Umbraco 9, which is based on .NET 5. So we've had 3 minor releases since then, and currently Umbraco is on version 9.3, fully on .NET 5. But a new version, that's Umbraco 10, is planned for Q2 this year, which will be fully out of .NET 6. So I'm here to talk about Umbraco. We'll talk about some of the technical aspects of an Umbraco, get you inspired to go have a look at Umbraco. And of course, we'll speak about the wonderful community around Umbraco and ways to get involved. So talk about Umbraco, it's not possible for me to not talk about community, because community is that integral to Umbraco. In fact, Umbraco takes a lot of suggestions from the community and gets that into action as well. So the picture that you see here in the background is taken from the Code Garden keynote in 2019. Code Garden is the annual Umbraco conference, which happens in Denmark every year. Yes, that is in normal circumstances. And this is from the last in-person Code Garden, which happened in 2019. There were about 700 of us that year. Me personally, I started using Umbraco when it was at its version 4.7 in .NET Framework back in 2011. But I wasn't an active community member, neither was I contributing there. But years later, in 2015, I attended the Umbraco UK Fest, and that's where it struck me that there's a wonderful community of people around Umbraco who are passionate about the product, who are passionate about developing clever solutions with Umbraco, and also welcoming other people into the community, help them get involved, and spread good word about Umbraco. So I found a lot of good people to communicate with, and that's how I started off being a community member and then contributing in my own ways that I can. Community for me is not only a place to talk about Umbraco, it's a safe environment for me to talk tech in general. It's a place for me where I can learn. And personally, the Umbraco community has given me some fantastic friends all around the world. And all this is guided by a fantastic code of conduct, which has been put in place by the community team at Umbraco. Umbraco has a very strong presence all over the world, and especially in UK as well. So as I said, yesterday was 17th birthday of Umbraco, and we all came together to celebrate the birthday wearing our favorite Umbraco tees. Currently, there are about 220,000 developers worldwide, with 38 meetup groups across 15 countries. There are about 10 meetup groups in UK alone meeting by monthly or bi-monthly, running socials, talks, open forums, etc. Now, I've spoken enough of Umbraco. Let me actually show you what I have for you today with Umbraco. So I have this little website that I've put together. Note, this website is actually based on a starter kit. All I had to do is install that starter kit as a NuGet package into my solution, and boom, I've got the website with content. And this starter kit is again a community contribution by the wonderful Umbracian Paul Seal. He is a 4-time Umbraco MVP as well. So this is a website. We've got some content here. I'm not going to take you through the website, but I'm going to focus on Umbraco back office, which is the place from where your content editors would edit the content for your website. So what you get after logging into the back office, which is always available at /Umbraco, is a screen like this. You have various sections. You have your content as a tree, and each content has a set of fields which is organized, and then you can edit. There's a little bit of information about the content you are editing, and there is some technical info here as well called document type. This document type is where I set up all this fields. So that's a developer section, and that's where developers set up all the fields that you can see here. And we do that from the settings section. Here is the document types. Say, for example, if I go into the home document type, there's a set of fields with a set, and each of these fields are called properties in the Umbraco world. And each property has an editor, which is the editorial interface for that property. And they are called property editors in the Umbraco world. So that's about document types. And document types can have templates because it's a CMS, which is traditional, which has got a presentation layer to it. And these templates act as your presentation layer. So it helps you present content from a document type on your front-end engine. This is a CMS, so content, media, that is imagery, video, audio, and even if you have website members, they are all part of your content and they are all available to you as a content tree. Haven't played around with members much here, but I do have one because I was playing around with something. But generally, content, media, and members are part of your content. You can search for packages, which can be then installed as NuGet. Users help you control access to the back office of Umbraco. Forms is an add-on, which I have not installed, but this is a form builder, which helps your content editors put together a form and then drop that to a web page. Translation is for providing translation functionality. So this is the back office of Umbraco in a nutshell. We'll now talk about some of the technical aspects, starting with local development. For local development, Umbraco provides you with templates, project templates, which you can install and then use that to create your solution. For local development, you can use Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio, or JetBrains Rider. And for database, you can use SQL Server, LocalDB, or even a compact edition. This is all for local development. What Umbraco gives you at the end is a ASP.NET Core MVC solution. So you have your model, view, and controller. With respect to Umbraco, your content is the data, that's the model. You have your document type templates, which are your views, that's your presentation layer. And Umbraco provides us with something called a render controller, which acts as the bridge between the content and the templates, help you render the content out. So this is just for knowledge purposes. I just said it so that you can get a bit of understanding and then move on to, say, some search terms if you want to go look for it. Now, how do I actually present the data or the content from my instance into your in my templates? Enter query. And when I actually present data or the content from the CMS on my front-end website, it is never done against the database. Umbraco provides something called a content cache for this. This content cache is much faster, and there are helper methods around this to help me with querying. So as I said, content, media, and members are content as far as the CMS is concerned, and an interface called iPubliched_content. It acts as a strongly typed model for me as a developer to query content, media, or members. And there's a helper class called Umbraco Helper, which has got a variety of helper methods to work with content and media. And there is the iMember Manager, which helps me access member data. And one of the first and foremost lessons with Umbraco is that if you are querying or reading directly from the database of Umbraco, you probably have got it all wrong. It should never be done. It should always be done against the content cache. Now, we spoke about iPubliched content, and there's this little tool called Umbraco Models Builder, which is built into Umbraco. So this tool helps me generate strongly typed content models. So for every document type, every member type, every media type that I have, corresponding class is generated for me. This is embedded into Umbraco. I wanted to especially highlight this because Umbraco Models Builder was actually originally a community package, and it still exists as a community package. It started being shipped with Umbraco 7.4 as a dependency, and with version 8.4, this package is now built into the core of Umbraco. And you would find many such stories where something starts off as a community package and then gets embedded into the core of Umbraco. Many times you might want to have a functionality where your website or whatever front-end engine that you're building wants a wider reach with mobile apps, or you might want to build something like a React app or a Vue.js app. And you might want your content to be available as an API, over an API, and Umbraco can help you with that. You can create web APIs to create services that reaches a broad range of clients. And in fact, it's one of the use cases that I have come across as well, that is using Umbraco as a headless CMS. Headless in the sense you use Umbraco as a content storage, and then you write APIs which can then be used by a wide variety of clients. Now, Umbraco is on .NET 5, and Umbraco embraces everything that .NET provides Umbraco with. And the first and foremost thing is dependency injection. DI is a pattern, and the underlying statement is you ask for a dependency and you get it. Umbraco does nothing out of the box. Umbraco actually embraces the DI container, which .NET provides it with. All the Umbraco dependencies and services can be injected. And if you are creating your own services, again, that can be injected, that can be registered into the container and used as well. In fact, all the niceties that comes with .NET, like view components, tag helpers, configuration, user secrets, all of that can be used with Umbraco now. You might want membership, that is authentication and authorization ability with your website. Again, Umbraco ships with a membership provider, making use of the ASP.NET Core identity. So it makes use of, again, what the platform, .NET as a platform gives you. With it, you can password protect parts of your website or the entire website. And there is built-in helper methods to access member information as well. And you can create complex permissions for content based on your own content rules, or you can use what Umbraco provides you with. That is, if I go into my back office, I can create a member group, like a user, which I've set up, and then I can come to a page, and then I can use the restrict public access, and then I can give it a group-based protection. This is if your content editors want to be, if you want to enable your content editors to be able to control these permissions. Otherwise, you can create permissions based on your own complex rules yourself. And with the latest version, that is 9.3, there is also support for two-factor authentication abstraction. And you can implement a provider for of your own choice, like Azure AD or Facebook or Google or any OAuth-based authentication, including a time-based one-time password. In fact, I was playing around with this yesterday, which is the reason why you have one member in the back office. And it really works. It makes use of, again, the platform, again, what .NET as a platform gives to Umbraco. When it comes to a website, searching is one of the main functionalities of any website, because you want your users to be able to search for content and then find them. Umbraco ships with a search provider, and it is powered by something called XMIN, which is a wrapper API around Lucene.NET, and it is also an abstraction. Lucene is an open source search engine library, and there are various implementations of it in various different languages. And XMIN is a wrapper around that, the .NET implementation of Lucene. So Umbraco ships with XMIN. Lucene.NET supports full text search, fuzzy search, and multi-index search. I wanted to particularly highlight XMIN here because XMIN is a standalone package which was created by Shannon Dominic, and then it started shipping with Umbraco in 2010. So XMIN has been around with Umbraco for some time now. Now, this search functionality is not only used on the website, that is your front-end engine, but also inside the back office. So if I go inside the back office, there is a search functionality here which helps me search for anything and everything I need. And this is, again, powered by XMIN search functionality. What XMIN provides you is an abstraction, and it can be extended. Custom indexes can be configured. And you can even swap out Lucene.NET with something else to implement your own search functionality. For example, Shannon has another package called XMIN-X, in which he uses Azure Cognitive Search as the search engine to provide the search functionality. So everything that Umbraco gives you is abstractions with its own implementations, which you can easily swap out. When you work with Umbraco, sometimes you want the ability as a developer to create the content programmatically. So everything that I see here in my content node, say there might be a particular content piece which I want the ability to create programmatically. And to help with that, Umbraco provides management services. These perform CRUD operations within Umbraco and interact with the data persisted inside in the database of Umbraco. It's not limited to just content and media alone. In fact, you can create document types, properties, data types, templates, all programmatically using these management services. But a note, these interact with the database directly and should never be used to read content in the front end of the website. To read content for presentation, you should always use the content cache. But if you have the requirement to be able to create all these entities like content, media, document types programmatically, you can use management services. I have used this in the past because I had a requirement when I worked on a website where a logged in user to the website should be able to create content and then display that on the website. So perfect use case for using some of the management services which Umbraco ships with. Now, this is one interesting thing, and it's one of my favorite topics in Umbraco as well, which is notifications, because you can go really creative with it. Sometimes you want to hook into the back office workflow process in Umbraco and execute custom code. So in such instances, Umbraco provides with a list of notifications which you can hook onto and then execute your custom code. So I've got a demo of this in my solution. In my media section, I have images. And images have a field called caption. So this caption field is supposed to be a friendly description of this image. So in my solution, what I've done is when I save this media, it goes out to Azure Cognitive Service Computer Vision, image analysis service, and it parses the image, finds a friendly description for it, and comes back to me. So this is done by making use of notifications in Umbraco, and there we go. I've got a friendly image description for my image here. And if you're a package developer with Umbraco, you can create your own notifications as well. Umbraco also has multilingual support. This is something that came out with V8 and it has stayed intact. And this is using a concept called language variants, whereby with each document type, you can enable that, hey, this particular document type can have multiple language support. And that language support can be controlled at a document type level as well as a property level as well. So you get that extra finer control. And what you get with multilingual support is an extra switch in the content section where the content editors can choose between which language content they want to edit. I don't have a demo for you at the moment, but there is multilingual support in Umbraco. Now, Umbraco is a CMS, and it needs to be as friendly as your website to keep your users happy. If the editors are not happy, if the editors do not have a quick, easy, wonderful, friendly platform to play around with, the content will suffer. But fear not, Umbraco has its own ways and means to keep editors happy as well. Umbraco provides us with a long list of property editors like I showed you here. There's a ton of property editors that you can play around with, but Umbraco also allows customizations in the back office in the form of you can create your own property editors. In fact, I've got an example of a property editor, a custom property editor here. This is a package developed by a community member called David Shields, and his package is called Momentum. This gives a preview of the SEO information of the page as if it were on a search engine. So I can edit the preview and see how the SEO information would look like on a search engine result. This is a NuGet package, which I have installed into the back office. You can create rich dashboards. So, sorry, I'm logged out now. This is a dashboard, which is again available as a NuGet package developed by a community member called Marcus Johansson. This dashboard gives me information about the recent content that's been edited. You can create new sections with trees. In fact, there are packages out there which makes use of creating new sections. Say if you want to bring in Google Analytics for your website into Umbraco, you can create a new section for that with the section tree. And you can create content tabs. So the info tab that you see here is actually a content tab. Content tabs are editorial experience companions, which gives you contextual information about the content that you're editing. And you can create your own content tabs, like if you want to bring in analytics again for a particular page into the node that you're editing, you can do that. If you want to, say, send the content off to a Azure Cognitive service like text analysis to bring back the quality of the text or the content that you're editing in the node, again, you can create a content app for that. So there are ways and means by which you can enhance the back office experience as well. And again, the community comes to the help there by creating a lot of packages which you can just install and start using. What you get from the community in Umbraco is a very rich package ecosystem. Think of something that you might want, and there could be a package already out there for you. The packages can range from developer productivity, health checks, e-commerce, collaboration tools, marketing suites, starter kits to help you start it, like the clean starter kit that I have today, back office extensions, and even website utilities. And with something like Umbraco, you can go really, really creative, but some of the use cases I have come across are websites, a no-brainer, e-commerce platforms, web applications using workflow processes, mobile apps, and one of the nicest, most creative solution that I have seen in the past is it was an award-winning solution, actually. It was an ice cream bar in Australia where robots serve you ice cream, and Umbraco was driving the content for the entire ice cream bar. It was deemed the most creative solution at Code Garden that year, and even won an award for that. Now, it is all about community today, and how can you get involved with Umbraco? Umbraco is open source, so if you think that code contributions are the only way to get you started with Umbraco, let me prove you wrong there, because I had that notion code contributions is just one of the ways you can get involved with the project. Of course, there is code contributions, but you can report any issue or even start a feature discussion if you want. You can write documentation, which I do a lot of. You can attend a meetup. There are 10 meetups in UK. There are many others across the world. You can attend any of that. You can attend Code Garden. There's Code Garden planned for June 13th to 15th, I think, this year. It is going to be a hybrid event. So you can attend that and learn more about Umbraco and meet the wonderful community. You can write an article. There are some fantastic community initiatives out there. You can sign up to write an article for them. You can speak at a meetup, create a package, join the Discord channel and be with the community. You can be on the forums, and there is opportunities for even becoming a mentor. So feel free to reach out to me at Poornima Nayar on Twitter if you wish to speak to me about Umbraco. That's it from me for today. Thank you.
That is awesome, Poornima. Thank you so much for your presentation. There is a lot to take away, especially when it comes to getting involved. I almost want to go back to that slide, take a quick screenshot, because there's so much there. And just to kind of kick off with all the things about how to get involved, I kind of wanted to ask you a little bit about your journey in getting involved in tech communities, and what advice you would give for someone who's looking at this list and just what's the next best step if I'm brand new to this? And I was curious, what are your top 2 pieces of advice if you could give yourself advice back when you started?
So the entire tech world seems to be on Twitter these days. So join Twitter and see, check for the hashtag #Umbraco. I should have highlighted that here. That's one of the best places to get started. And you can join the Discord channel as well. So there's a kind of, I wouldn't say a talk. There's usually a community session that happens every Thursday where people pull along and try and fix a solution or something. Discord is a really good place for that. So Twitter and Discord, and if you can, attend a meetup as well. There are meetups which runs bi-monthly socials, open forums, like a place to discuss, or even talks where you can learn from as well. So Twitter, the Discord channel, and the meetup would be my 3 options.
Awesome.
And finally, keep an open mind. It's a very friendly bunch of people as well. I have this problem of, how do I get connected to people and start talking? But fear not. If I can do it, I think anyone can do it.
Awesome.
Because I have this fear of, I'm not comfortable in a room full of people. People are very friendly. There are no silly questions. Everything is valid. So just go in with an open mind, speak to people, and I'm sure you'll feel welcome.
Wonderful. We do a few technical questions for you as well. I'll take the first one, and then Sarah, you can take the second one. From Nadim Atta, we have a few questions for him. One is, can we use and generate QR codes for each transaction as part of reports? Number 2 is how to create content cache from databases. And number 3 is how to control data access with membership. I know we're short on time, but those are the 3 questions. Oh, sorry. One is, can we use and generate QR codes for each transaction as part of the report in Umbraco?
What reports are you after?
That is a good question.
Yeah.
We'll give them a few seconds to respond back to that one. So let's go to the next one, which
the
is
content cache in Umbraco. Content cache is already there for you. You don't need to do anything. The minute you save and publish a page, the content cache is populated with the latest content for you. So content cache is like embedded into Umbraco. It has it, and you can just know that it's there and you can work with it. And how to control data access with membership. So I assume you are after the membership section in Umbraco back office. Again, there are permissions. So if you create a user in the back office, if I can show you, if I create a user here, I can give user permissions. So there is something called sensitive data. So I can always control which back office users get access to that members section by using these permissions, and only those people would get. So it's usually someone like a website admin who would get access to that members section, not everyone necessarily. The same with the user section as well. So each of those sections there can be controlled on a per user group basis or a per user level as well.
Great.
I can talk a day about permissions in Umbraco. It is one of those topics which is really hot in the community as well, because you can go to any lengths with permissions.
Cool.
How easy?
Oh, yep. That was sorry. There was one more question, a technical question. Let's jump to that one, which is use Umbraco 7. How easy or difficult would you say the upgrade path to 9 is?
Okay. It depends upon what packages you use with Umbraco 7 to begin with. There are some packages which were in Umbraco 7 which doesn't exist for Umbraco 8 or Umbraco 9 either. So you would want to upgrade all the way to the latest 7, then see whether you can port it over to version 8. That is where the big jump comes in, because all the content that you have, if the packages don't exist in version 8 for that, you might have to create your own APIs to get the content out and push it back into the version 8 database. I think you have a much more easier upgrade path between 8 and 9. Once you've crossed the 7 to 8, you have a better upgrade path 8 to 9, I feel, because the database hasn't changed that much. So then it would be all about your code. Having said that, this is all theoretical knowledge that I have. I haven't done a 7 to 9 migration at the moment. So this is all theoretical that I can tell you about.
Great, great. Well, thank you, Poornima. Appreciate you so much for hopping on. We will say goodbye for now, but everyone, please, follow Poornima on Twitter. If you have any more questions, go ahead and throw them in the comments, and we'll answer as we can go. Thank you so much for hopping on.
Bye.
Thank you.
Have a good day and enjoy the day.
Bye.
All right, Sarah, switching to you and I, we're going to have our little Sarah show for a few minutes. Next section. So we're going to kick off with you to talk about learn and all of our different learning paths, and I won't spoil anything.
Don't give them away. Oh my goodness. What a great session that was with Poornima. I mean, honestly, her learning journey is so inspiring. And I don't know about you, but I learn in very different ways. I know, you can learn, people are visual or audio, or like to get the hands-on learning. But I was talking about them earlier, loads of different resources out there to help navigate your skilling journey in a way that really works for you. And I'm just going to focus on Microsoft Docs and Learn and getting certified. So Microsoft Docs has, guess what, loads of documentation, all sorted by different products. They're really easy to find. You've got everything from videos, code samples, tutorials, and quick starts. They're a step-by-step guide, and I think you get some to try out example code, which is really great. So that's a good place to start. And then there's Microsoft Learn. So, I mean, quite a few of you are already familiar with Docs and Learn anyway, but just in case you've not seen it or used it, Microsoft Learn is really where you can find free modules, your guided learning paths across all 3 clouds. And the really good bit is you can learn at your own pace, so it's completely up to you, but you also can track your progress. You collect points the more modules you take. So it's quite good fun. You can pit your dev skills against your colleagues, your friends. So yeah, that's a really great place to go. And again, we've got customer examples and videos and all sorts of interactive learning in there. So yeah, Microsoft Learn is absolutely fantastic. And as I said, it's all free. When you're familiar with the technology, you might want to take your Microsoft certification. And these certifications can really make a huge difference to your career. I think it's about 42% of people who've taken a cert say that they've increased their salary. So, it is a commitment, but it's worth it. There's lots of different types of certifications depending on your expertise. And you can also renew them for free as well. So that's a fantastic way to show employers that you have validated your expertise, and it's really worth it from a career perspective. And learning paths are a great way to prep for getting certified as well. So I think that's it from me. Over to you, Steph.
I know we won't be covering everything on this slide, but we got exciting things coming in a few of our little mini sessions between calls. So we'll cover that. But I want to talk about Cloud Skills Challenge right now, just to echo on what Sarah said, the importance of your learning goals and how to advance your career as you develop proficiency with the most in-demand skills today. So we have a few different things for you. We have Cloud Skills Challenges, which you can use in your community, in your own team. Just email us at ukcsc, all lowercase, at Microsoft.com, and we'd happily get you involved in a Cloud Skills Challenge, which is great for your team to build fully scalable competitions. You can gamify it a little bit to develop those skills. We also have the 30 days to learn it, which is fantastic for more of the solo journey, which will help you build your skills and start preparation for those Microsoft certifications that Sarah mentioned, like AI, DevOps, Microsoft 365, Azure Fundamentals, and more. And to get us back on track, we'll be scooting right along because I know we're just a few minutes over, and we are so excited for our next presenter, Jessica White. So we will hop on. Oh, no.
Yeah, I think we're just going to hand back to Adam and find out more about the MVP program. So yeah, I think so.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, so we are going to go straight in now to a session, and you'll notice a subtle change of clothing. I suddenly am wearing a hoodie, so just pretend I've just quickly changed in the background. But yes, here's the video, our MVP session, followed by our community panel. Hi everyone, it's Adam here, and right now we've got our wonderful MVP program lead for the UK and Ireland, Claire Smith. Hi Claire, how's it going?
Hi, it's good, Adam. Thanks very much for having me.
It's an absolute pleasure. I know that I get asked all the time about the MVP award program and people wanting to know more about it. So I thought it was a perfect opportunity to get a bit of time with you, ask some of those burning questions that we've got. But I wanted to start, first of all, by giving you an opportunity to introduce yourself, but also to, we've known each other for so long now, but we also have many folks joining us for the first time today. So an introduction to yourself, and then starting with the obvious question, what is the MVP award program?
Great, 2 brilliant questions. So my name is Claire Smith. You can see it on the screen. So if anybody would like to contact me on LinkedIn, then you will be able to find me. But I am a senior community program manager, and I look after the regions of the UK and Ireland, and I'm based in the UK. And I work very closely with Adam and the team in our UK subsidiary, which is really great fun. So a little bit about the MVP program. So firstly, the acronym, Microsoft Most Valuable Professional. That's one of the most obvious and most frequent questions that I get. So that is the full title for MVP. And the program's been running for over 25 years now, and it's all about recognizing those community contributors within the technical community, the people who are doing an excessive amount of community activity. They are the people who are dedicated to creating meetup groups and conferences and sharing their knowledge on forums and via social media and on blogs and all sorts of different platforms. So we've got GitHub, we've got Discord, we've got loads of different places where people are sharing their knowledge. And this is all unprompted by us. These are people who have chosen to take their community and technical knowledge and share it with those around them. And we really, or I really enjoy being the person who runs the program in the UK and Ireland. I get to work with a whole mix of people, and it's a great program to be part of.
We love having you here as well, Claire. Can't imagine an MVP program in UK and Ireland without you. I know that you've got many amazing colleagues around the world, but I wouldn't swap you for anyone else ever. But anyway, and I guess one of the things I took from that as well is that I guess that, you know, a few years ago when I first started working with you, I thought, well, the MVP program is for people that speak at meetup groups and that own meetup groups, but it isn't just that, is it? It's all the things that you just mentioned, like that online presence as well.
Yeah, it is. It is a whole mix of things that people do and find amazing ways of being able to share their technical expertise. We have lots of people who are taking certifications, and there are many MVPs who are building out quizzes. They're building out support mechanisms for people who really want to learn, those who are changing in careers, especially with what's happened in the last couple of years. That's a key one. So we have lots of MVPs who are mentoring people coming into the technical community, people who've chosen to go into different areas of technology because it actually is a new thing for them to do. So it's a great community, and I think the key thing is they want to share their knowledge, they want to share their skills with others. And usually they do that because somebody has helped them in their career and on their technical journey. So this is a way to give something back.
Oh, that's absolutely amazing. So I guess the perfect follow-up question is, well, how do people become an MVP?
Yes, and the perfect follow-up image would be to move to the MVP website. So the best way to become an MVP is to receive a nomination. Now, there are 3 ways of doing this. You can go to the website, you can click on Explore, and you can nominate somebody to become an MVP. Now, at the moment, if you click onto that page, you need to be an MVP or a full-time Microsoft employee to nominate somebody, which is great. So if you do reach out to a fellow MVP, or if they reach out to you to say that they're going to nominate you, then they would use this process. The other way to do this is to contact myself. So if you are interested in the MVP program, you can book some time with me and we can talk through the community contributions that you have been doing. And then we can talk about whether or not we would like to put a nomination forward. So there's lots of great exploration we can do. We can look at all the great work that you've been doing within the community. And I know as community leaders and community members, there's lots of activity, but it might be that we can put you in touch with other MVPs to talk about the work that you're doing, or we put you straight forward for a nomination. But I think the big thing is reach out to myself if you want to talk about a possible nomination, or just talk about the program in general, or if you are working with MVPs, then talk to them about the program. They will be aware of how to nominate somebody. If not, apologies, then you can direct them to this website.
That's a brilliant website, aka.ms/time with Claire. I'm wondering, does everyone else have a time with? There's no time with Adam address. Yeah, need to get.
We
it
need
sorted.
to set one up for you, Adam.
We really do. We really do. So yes, if you go to that that link that's on the screen now, then you can grab that time with Claire using the power of Microsoft Booking Service.
Yeah. Technology.
Leading with our own technology. I love it. So and so Claire, I guess there's also, we get a lot of questions about the different award categories and what sort of MVPs are out there. And so I think there's a bit more detail on other parts of the site, aren't there?
There are. I mean, this site is a really good place for you to go if you want to find out more about the program. We obviously have put together a very clear table showing all the award categories. And as you scroll down, thanks, Adam, you can see all the award categories that you would align your contributions to. And then all of the technology areas that sit within those award categories. So if you are nominated to become an MVP, you will be asked to add your contributions. And I would really advise you to sit down with a cup of tea, think about what it is that you're going to put into the nomination form, and use this page to align your contributions appropriately to the appropriate technology areas. And again, you can reach out to me if you have any questions if you are completing the form. And once you've completed the form, then actually it comes through to myself and we would have a conversation about what you have been doing. And then obviously we would talk about whether or not you would be on the journey to becoming an MVP. And then we would continue that journey together. And hopefully, if you did receive the award, I'm sure you've seen it on Twitter, but we do announce who has received the award on the 1st of each month.
And if you want to look out for that, look out for hashtag MVP Buzz. First of the month's always a brilliant day. It's a great day to be on Twitter. Lots of positive energy for a change.
Yes, definitely. Great.
And I think the other thing that just springs to mind is on these award charts. By the way, if you're thinking of going for Microsoft Azure and you're thinking, wow, there's a lot of areas on there, you do not have to be an expert in all of these areas. These are just examples of some of the areas that you can cover.
Yes. Yes. I mean, I think that is a key thing to point out here. To receive the award, you do not have to be contributing in every single technology area for your chosen award category. And you can go across award categories. This is really a guide to help you and to understand, you know, a little better how to complete the nomination form.
Yeah, and people that are using the developer technologies that, you know, for example, if you're a Python developer and you're a really fantastic community leader, you don't necessarily have to be using Microsoft Azure, although we'd love you to try it. We'd love you to try it. And I think one of the benefits of the MVP award, Claire, if I'm right, is that you do get a little small pot of Azure to play with. So we love people playing with our technology. But
yes, definitely.
I guess, you know, I've heard about some of the benefits of being on the program, and the site does talk through that. The biggest one for me is the access to the product groups in, you know, well, I was going to say in Redmond, but actually our product groups are spread all around the world these days in our various engineering centres. So would you agree that's probably the biggest one, is getting that direct access and being able to feed into both product direction, but also making sure that the product's better and improves and serves the community?
Yes, I think it is a key a key benefit of the program. And there are other benefits as well. So as you mentioned, there is access to our technology. You do receive a technical subscription, and there are other many different things that we offer. I think another benefit, Adam, that's really key to highlight is the sense of community with the other MVPs. So if you go to the Find an MVP tab on the website, you can see that we have over 3,000 MVPs across the world and nearly 300 in the UK and Ireland. And they're a great community of people, not only just because they're MVPs and coming together as that community, but also with all the other community leaders and community members across our region. You know, they're a great wealth of knowledge. They're very approachable. So they're a great group of people to be working with. Anybody who is thinking about starting a journey actually on becoming a community contributor can really talk to MVPs, and this is a great way to engage with them. Or anyone who is thinking about the journey to becoming an MVP, you can look on this site, you can find MVPs who are similar to you in the contributions that they're putting forward, and you can view all the work that they have been doing. So it does give you a good idea of the sort of contributions this community are putting out there.
And sorry, I was just picking on Carol there by showing her profile as well, and now on Dara. But you can actually see a lot of the things that they've been working on. Actually, it's a really good way of thinking, oh, you know, I want to, this MVP mentioned that they were working on XYZ. You can find that contribution on there. And actually, sometimes that's how I find out that link that I was looking for on YouTube, or that meetup.com group that I couldn't remember the name of. So it really is a brilliant website.
Yeah, yes.
And so I think just with the remaining time that we've got left, Claire, one of the things we wanted to talk about was just maybe not even specific to the MVP program, but just the importance of tech community leadership as being such an important thing, not just exclusive to the MVP program. You know, what do you think what do you think the value is? What do you think that tech community leaders really contributes to our ecosystem in the UK and Ireland right now?
Well, they contribute a huge amount. If you look at the amount of resources that's available to people, so people, as I mentioned at the beginning of this session, people who are coming into technology or thinking about changing their career to be in technology, the forums, the blogs, just the knowledge and expertise that's been put out there by all community contributors is huge. We obviously have a lot of online content, again, based on what's happened in the last couple of years, which I think puts us in a really good position and puts many people in a really good position, because they can go and find out about particular technology areas and particularly learn more about the technology that interests them the most. I just think it's a really rich community at the moment. There's such a wealth of talent out there and such a wealth of knowledge and expertise that are being shared. So I think it's a really exciting space to be in, and I think it's great to see all the people who are coming forward and sharing so much of their knowledge with us.
Oh, that's amazing, and I completely agree. And huge thanks. We really owe huge thanks to all of those tech community leaders that put so much of their own time into making the tech industry a brilliant place to work and to interact with.
I agree, and there's just a quick one, Adam. I mean, there is huge amounts of people's time that is spent on doing this, and it's time outside of their day jobs, and I know that many of them are very dedicated. So huge thanks to them for doing all of this.
They absolutely are. Well, we can't let you go without just one more, just a quick link, mvp.microsoft.com. That was that website that we were just showing you. But also, if you do want to book some time, if you're based in UK or Ireland, you want to book some time with Claire, then there you go, ak.ms/time with Claire. Find out more about the MVP award program. And with that, Claire, I just want to say a huge thank you for being here for this overview.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much for having me, and what a fantastic day. Thanks for pulling it all together.
Thanks, Claire.
Bye.
Well, coming next on the Tech Community Day, we are going to meet some of our wonderful MVPs, and the show is going to be hosted by Jessica White. So let's play the video now.
Hi everybody, and welcome to the Tech Community Panel. I'm joined by some fantastic guests today to talk around code of conduct, allyship, and how to create a great community. So if my fine producer would like to bring everyone in. Hi everyone. Let's do a round of introductions to start so that everybody knows who we are. I'm Jess. I am a technical architect for the Ministry of Justice, and I run a conference, a couple of online meetups, and I'm involved in a couple of boot camps. Luce, would you like to go next?
Absolutely. So hi everyone, I'm Luce thrilled to be here. I'm an MVP in developer technologies. I work as a developer advocate more for MongoDB, and I'm probably well known most for my Xamarin Shrine in the kitchen and my passion to talk about imposter syndrome and mental health, and just trying to make people's lives as easy as possible in tech.
Alex, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yep. Hi, everyone. I'm Alex Chandwana, business application MVP based in Essex, England. I'm a solution designer working for an automotive organization. My passion surrounds getting people into tech through mentoring, connecting other community members so we can bring as many more people into tech, most importantly, the Microsoft tech. That's where my passion is myself, and that's where I began.
And last but definitely not least, Peter.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Peter Rising. I'm an MVP in Office Apps and Services based in the northeast of England. I work mainly with my podcast, which is Cloud Conversations, which I co-host with 3 other wonderful people in the community, and I run a Microsoft 365 security and compliance user group as well. I'm very passionate about talking about mental health, my own journey, and I'm a big supporter of women in tech as well.
Thank you very much, all of you, for joining us for this conversation. Before we kick off into questions, I'd just like to bring up the code of conduct. So we like to practice what we preach here. Code of conducts come up in most of our events, most of our communities, and on a lot of online resources as well. In this case, it's just be excellent, be respectful, treat others as you would like to be treated yourself. Pretty standard, nice human behavior. You'll see this on a lot of the talk today, but just to keep in mind while we're answering, make sure that we're sticking to the code of conduct and making this a safe and healthy environment for all involved. Brilliant. So with that, now we've seen a code of conduct, I'd like to explore how we use code of conducts in our communities, both online, in person, and hybrid. Peter, do you have any experience of using code of conducts? What do you think the effects are?
I do, yes, and I think it's a very, very positive thing. I think in the context of things like a user group, for example, I think it can be very, very useful to put people at ease who are there for the first time and are maybe not certain what a user group is all about, for example. It just gives very clear guidelines as to what's acceptable behavior, how the organizers are trying to make it as an inclusive an environment as an experience as possible for everyone attending. And I just think it just makes a real difference. It really is a very positive thing and keeps everybody right.
That's great, thank you. And Luce, you've got a slightly different experience, having a lot of online interactions in particular. How do you find the use of code of conducts?
So for me, I think it's really interesting because sometimes it gets people thinking about the obvious things, but sometimes it also brings up things that people don't think about in a code of conduct, whether it's, behavior related or even, giving them an outlet to, oh, okay, if I want to raise an issue, this is who I can speak to. In some events I've actually been involved in, it's been really great. They've also had a non-organizers related contact person. So if it's the organizers making someone feel uncomfortable or breaching the code of conduct, it gives them a safe place to go and reach out. So I think it's important to not only set out the guidelines for what to expect, but also to give people a safe space to reach out to if they want to ask, if they've got a problem at all.
Definitely. I find that with some of the communities I organised, DDD's Midlands Conference, when we're in person, we made sure that there was a range of people who you could contact. So in particular for the women in tech issue, if you had a need that you weren't really comfortable talking to a man about, there was somebody else you could reach out to. I know anonymous lines as well to raise breaches, but definitely a place to help make our communities a lot safer. Alex, do you have much experience with code of conducts and how have you applied them?
Yep, so we've applied them. Our community is mainly based online, so Power Platform Africa community. So the code of conduct brings a safe place for everyone to ask any questions without thinking, how am I going to be judged? How are people going to respond to that question? Because we have different people at different levels. So having that safe space with a code of conduct allows those who know not to judge the others, those who don't know not to feel they'll get judged. So it brings it open for everyone. They also know the person I'm speaking to, Alex, I can also ask any question I need to know about learning what I need to learn. So the code of conduct is very, very important.
I think as well, personally, code of conduct could be used more extensively. Quite a few of you they worked in a developer capacity or work in tech. I love seeing code of conducts and open source repos. So you know exactly what kind of interactions you should be expecting and when you can call someone out, because text communication is particularly hard to get right. So I really enjoy seeing that on open source. Talking of code of conducts, we've kind of hinted on that it's a really good tool for helping with allyship and supporting different types of communities, even if you're not directly in that community yourself. Have any of you got any views on how we can use code of conducts to support allyship or any other tooling? And I'm going to go reverse order this time. Alex, would you like to start with this?
Yeah, so in terms of the code of conduct and allyship, what I've seen myself in the community, our community being everywhere globally, in the US, in Africa, in Europe, in Asia, we have different people, learners who wants to learn. And in some cases, from my own experience, either there's a language barrier where I don't understand their language, they don't understand my language. So one of the important things there, which I've worked on, is to look for someone in the community who is experienced within that language space. Share the code of conduct, exactly what are the expectations, where the other person is, what the other person is, because as much as someone is experienced, that person also have a day job, they also have a family to look after, social life, and at the same time, the learner is very, very keen to learn the technology. So that code of conduct brings both ends together and then helps with continuity to kind of get someone from one level to another, and at the same time the person who's mentoring giving what they can to that person.
That's fantastic, that increased level of empathy being encouraged through even such a simple tooling. Peter, you do a lot of work with the mental health community, as does Luce. Do you have any views on allyship and how we can enforce helping each other in that space too?
Oh, I think it's massively important from a mental health point of view. The thing that I try and do the most from my own point of view is to wear my heart on my sleeve with my own mental health journey, and I think that encourages people that I talk to feel a bit more comfortable about talking about their own journeys and their own feelings, and it could be just something as simple as putting a comment or a tweet or something like that and saying, "How are you today?" and don't answer if you don't want to, but if you want to, don't feel like you have to sugarcoat your answer. And it's just little things like that, which I find leads to allyship, leads to people discovering that they're not alone and that they can come and talk to you and like-minded people. And I've had so many people who maybe weren't comfortable enough to reply in the chat or reply verbally or however else, but they've messaged me privately afterwards, and that's led to allyship and me getting to know those people and building a relationship and being able to support each other on those journeys.
That's really fantastic work, Peter. And Luce, you're a very vocal advocate and ally. Do you have any advice for anybody who's looking into being a good ally, or any examples of where you've seen this kind of behavior too?
Yeah, so actually going back to something that you said before, that it kind of struck a chord with me about code of conduct in open source, like GitHub repos. One of the things that can be quite scary for people is making contributions for the first time. And so one of the things you can do is set up an environment where people feel supported, you know, whether it's in the README or the code of conduct, a way for people to reach out and, you know, either offer help to first-time contributors or to, you know, find people to reach out to in these kind of situations, because it's not just attending a user group, for example, that can be intimidating. It's getting involved in general. So just giving people a supportive way to either give back or get involved, I think it's just really important.
I completely relate to that, just to jump in, because funnily enough, I recently made my first ever contribution to GitHub, and it was something that I'd been scared of. GitHub, that's not me, that's all developery, and I'm in Office Apps and Services, I'm Teams and all that other stuff. But the people reaching out to me, and this was all based on a blog article that I did, and it says, well, this content would work really well in our repository on docs.com. I thought, oh, okay, but the advice and help and support I got to contribute was wonderful, and now I've done my first pull request, and I feel great about it. So there you go.
That's fantastic. Kind of on that note, so there's a talk about fear of finding allyship, but also being an ally. Do you have any advice, any of you, for those who are on either end of the spectrum?
So I'll chime in with this one first, if no one else wants to chime in. I think don't be afraid to be open. You know, whether you want to be an ally or you're sort of seeking allyship in the community, just be open. You know, there's places in the world that, you know, especially on the internet, that can be a bit dark, but also the tech community is a wonderful place and the help is out there. You know, don't be afraid to be open about whether it's like Peter and I are open about mental health related things or, you know, struggles with something tech related. You know, just be open about it and you'd be surprised kind of allyship and networking that comes out of that just from shared experience.
So just to add on to that, going to user groups can be very daunting, or joining online events. So in my own personal experience, my very first user group at Microsoft in Paddington, I was even scared to go in the conference room. So one of the things which took place, is pretty, when I look back at it, it was very interesting. I went to sit right at the back, away from everyone else. So I'm just in my own small corner because I don't know where to start. But what's very important about the community is what I learned from that point is the community members who were there, they started engaging, I started speaking, and from there I started building allyship myself. But again, it's very daunting because the event was starting at 9 o'clock, and about 10 to 9, I was there peeping through just to make sure everyone is gone in. Then when everyone sat down, I just sneaked in right at the back in the top corner, and then I'm just in there by myself. So just opening up and speaking to colleagues also strengthened that allyship as well.
I think it'd be fair to say, and please disagree with me if you're not in the same place, but it's not just that first meetup either. A lot of us are faking it till we make it. I am an introvert. I am terrified of strangers. Very stranger danger was put into my head as a young child. And I am literally faking it till I make it, but I've made some great friends. I've entered some great communities. And this is where I plug. The MVP community is awesome. Working with boot camps and trying to take that first step as a mentor is really, really beneficial, not only to your career, but just in general, building up that confidence.
I totally relate to that indeed, because I still get nervous, and I hope I always do. I'm nervous for this right now, butterflies in the stomach, and I hope that never goes away, because it shows that you're passionate for it and that you care. But when my nerves come out, my anxiety, it manifests itself in my Tourette syndrome, which I have, which is little ticks and twitches and things like that, and sniffs and coughs and whatnot. But it is what it is, and what I found is people around the community are very, very kind and considerate and understanding of any sort of challenges that you have, and very supportive of that. And I found from getting into my first ever user group that was a really, really good way of getting into the community in terms of speaking and outwardly expressing yourself in a less introverted, because I'm an introvert too, for sure. Completely. But user groups are a great way to get started, and they're very friendly. People make you feel very comfortable and relaxed. Nobody judges, and from there, I've seen people come into our own user group that I run, who've progressed on to speaking at Microsoft events and Ignites and things like that. So it's lovely to see.
We've talked a lot about being involved in a community. There's going to be a lot of people who want to create this culture in their own communities watching at the moment. Do any of you have any advice or resources for those who are building their own communities at the moment?
I would say always look outwards for people that can help you and support you on this journey, and look outside of your your own groups, get other perspectives, get takes from all cultures and diversities as part of the process, because there's so much value in different experiences, without a doubt. Look around the Microsoft Tech community as well. Oh, there's my Siri going off. Look around the Microsoft Tech community as well, because the resources on there are fantastic for setting up groups, getting started, promoting them, finding like-minded people in your area, or if you're online around the world. Great way to get started.
Alex, anything to add to that from your experience running communities?
Yeah, just to add to that as well, is just to make sure when you get started, the community caters for everyone. So in most cases, I think we make an assumption to say, okay, people know Excel or how to use Teams already. Unfortunately, yeah, we have learners who are really keen to learn these technologies. So maybe if you're start off introducing them to Microsoft Teams. What is actually Microsoft Teams, so they actually understand exactly what it is, how they're going to use it, and then start introducing them to the tech. So at the same time, myself coming from business applications, I also come across learners who are not interested in business applications at all. They're interested in either something outside, either developer technologies, Microsoft Azure. So I cannot stand there and say, okay, yeah, I don't do Azure or AI or anything you want to do here. Move away. I think it's also an opportunity to engage other community members who work within that technology, bring it all together. So if someone decides to go one way, there's some support there. They decide to go another direction, there's always something to carry them through. Because in most cases, it creates a barrier if we say, oh, I don't work on that area, so it's nothing to do with me. So just opening it up and try to make as much connections as possible to bring everyone in to support each other. It only make a community grow and stronger as well.
And Luce, with your perspective from being much more involved in the online community, is there anything that you'd advise in terms of tone of voice and how you interact online compared to in other formats?
Yeah, I think it's think about what you're saying. You know, sometimes it's very easy for meaning to be misconstrued online, because you know you can't have that tone of voice in there that sometimes gives away what you mean. So it's very important to be careful what you say and how you say it, just to make sure that no one feels uncomfortable. And also on the other side of that, it's just to make sure that you have a place where, you know, people feel okay to call out something like that, where it might just be a misunderstanding, or it might be that someone just needs educating a little bit. It's just making sure that you've got tools and a culture in place that, you know, encourage being friendly to each other.
I fully agree with that. In terms of the communities I run, we make sure that there's more than one person who's involved in it, that we try to have a range of experience, because, you know, we all have our own cognitive biases. But there's one key thing I would say is to check yourself before you wreck yourself. If you're having one of those days where you're just not in the right mental place and you might be a bit reactive to messages, make sure that you're aware of what's going on with you, so you're not projecting that onto other people too, because a lot of damage can be done very quickly in a community like this, even if it's unintended.
I love that so much. Completely agree. And just to expand on that as well, you don't have to respond to those messages immediately. Put them away for a while, think about it, and come back to them later. And you'll find you're in a lot better place to do so, hopefully.
Even to add on to that, you don't always have to respond.
Well, that is true, yeah. Yeah, that is true. We put a lot of pressure on ourselves to respond to things, don't we? And I'm getting a little bit better at that now, because you'll get people coming to you on LinkedIn and saying, "Have you heard about this opportunity?" And my instant reaction is, "Oh, it's polite to reply," but if you don't know that person, if you're not going to get anything out of that relationship, if it's not going to benefit you or them, then yeah, ignore it.
We're reaching the end of our discussion, unfortunately, but I do want to just quickly ask, what do you do about toxic elements in your community? So when something does go wrong, what's the most appropriate way to react to it?
So in my case, there is elements of learning on both sides of the spectrum. So things do happen to go wrong within everyone else. The question is, how do we correct it? How do we get things better going forward? If it's from my end, it's either I need to raise my hand up and own up to anything which could have gone wrong, and also put an action plan. What am I going to do to make sure such things don't happen again or things get better? And if it's from the other side, from either a learner or community member, it's about understanding both perspective, which angle, which direction are they coming from. So the key message here is the education piece of it. We all learn something every day, and we ought to educate everyone else around us if things go wrong. That way things can get corrected. So it's not a matter of being reactive, but it's being educational about it.
I really like that. Luce, Peter, do you have anything that you'd add on?
Yeah, so I think it's about not just picking your battles, but picking the battlefield. So, you know, as well as sort of being a role model and trying to be the kind of person who isn't going around, you know, upsetting people in any way, also don't be afraid to call people out on things that you see online or in person that maybe are a little bit toxic. But what I mean by pick your battlefield as well is that it's not just about picking when you call someone out, but where you do it. So one of the worst things we see is what, you know, I think internet meme is flame wars on Twitter, where people get into arguments with each other. But if you see something that maybe isn't appropriate, reach out in private. Not everything needs to be aired in public. And sometimes people just pile on and something innocent gets misconstrued and just turned into a toxic mess because it's done in public and too many other people can get involved. So yeah, don't be afraid to call people out, but just do it in private where it's, you know, it's more polite and less likely to just turn into nastiness.
Definitely.
Completely agree. And what I would add to that is try and be empathetic to other points of view. Think about a situation if you have you're in conflict or you're having a disagreement about something, how you would feel on the other side of that discussion. Try and put yourself in the other person's shoes, understand why they might be upset by some of the comments that that you've offered, and apply it to your own situation and how you would feel if the reverse was true. So always just try and be understanding, empathetic, and try and be kind. And as Luce said, if it doesn't always have to be aired, and I think that's to use the word pile on, as you said there, Luce, I think that can happen. I think things can escalate, and if you take it offline, privately discuss it, I think you'll arrive at a good understanding, hopefully, and appreciate each other's points of view.
Thank you all for your contributions to this discussion today. I wish we could continue on because it's really valuable. I've learned a lot personally from this chat myself. Hopefully we can take it more offline. So in this last 20 seconds, I want to put you forward for another challenge. If you were to describe the MVP community in one word, what would that one word be? And I'm going to start with Peter.
Passion.
Ooh, Luce.
Inspirational.
Alex.
Supportive.
Oh, that's annoying. That's what I was going to say. I'm just going to go for a strict amazing and say thank you to all of you again. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Welcome back to the UK Tech Community Day. A huge thank you to our MVPs for putting that session together. I really enjoyed producing that, and I also really enjoyed speaking to Claire Smith just before that. So we are running around 6 or 7 minutes late at the moment, but just before our next session, just a quick reminder, it was brought up in the session, of our code of conduct, which is to be aware of others, friendly and patient, welcoming and respectful, open to all questions and viewpoints, understanding of differences, and kind and considerate to others. And that goes for our presenters and for everyone on the live chat. Please do check out our events code of conduct at aka.ms/events-coc. And don't forget that if you do require live captions, they will be on Learn TV, aka.ms/Learn TV, and they're also on YouTube, aka.ms/Community Day. You can use the selector below the video to switch on the captions, and they'll be available on demand as well. So without further ado, I would love to introduce our next session, and we're going to welcome back the wonderful Alex Chandiwana and the amazing Trisha Sinclair. Hey, friends.
Hi.
How's it going? Alex, you've changed. That was so quick.
I had to change quickly, yeah.
That's amazing. So fast. Huge welcome to you, and thank you for being part of our community day. I know that you are going to talk about Power Platform Africa in just a moment, but first of all, I would love you to give a quick introduction to everyone that's watching. And shall we start with Trisha?
Hi, everyone. So my name is Trisha Sinclair. I'm the customer service lead in Europe at Avanade, but I'm also the founder of the Power Platform School and also a Microsoft MVP.
Amazing. Thank you, Trisha. And Alex, have anyone missed your introduction in the last video?
Yeah, hi, everyone. Alex Chandiwana. I'm a solution designer for an automotive organization in the UK. And I'm a Microsoft MVP for business application, and I'm the founder for Power Platform Africa community.
Amazing. Well, I am going to get off screen and give you the time to tell everyone about your community, and I'll be back at the end with questions. So without further ado, take it away.
Awesome. Thanks. Yeah, so as I've already mentioned, Power Platform Africa community, normally abbreviated as PPAC. Some people confuse it with Power Platform Admin Center, right? So yeah, how did we start the community, Power Platform Africa community? So of course, the name says Africa, but this community is for everyone globally. There's no limits, there's no boundaries. Anyone who wants to learn, anyone who wants to contribute the expertise within the community, they're very welcome. So how did Power Platform Africa community start? So it started with two people reaching out on WhatsApp, asking, okay, how do I get into tech? What is it I need to learn, and what are the options for me? So from that point onwards, there were word of mouth, people spreading the message, and then the WhatsApp group grew to over 200, and that became very difficult to manage. So one of the things we did, we set up a LinkedIn group, which is called Power Platform Africa Community, which again is much easier to engage other community members, as WhatsApp is not really feasible. It gives us limits on how many numbers we have. So the whole idea with the Power Platform Africa community is to look at anyone who wants to get started. So what happens at that phase when they come along and they say they want to learn tech? So the most important thing I've managed to do within the community, with Power Platform Africa community, is to give the learners access to my calendar. So they schedule a call, I give them an introduction, so they know exactly what is it is all about. In some cases, some say, okay, this is not for me. And of course, it is fully understandable and respected. And in some cases, people say, okay, I'm interested in this. It might be Power Platform, it might be Dynamics 365. In some cases, some say, I want to learn Azure technologies. So in terms of how that approach goes, if someone decides they want to learn Azure technologies or developer technologies, I normally reach out on Twitter within the community to ask if someone is available for mentoring and to guide someone step by step and help them move forward. So in all that process, there is mentoring involved. So one of the things which has become very, very important for our community, it's the Udacity course, which Donna Saka put together to help learners start with the Power Platform. So we introduce our learners to that platform, get them to have the hands-on experience, get them to see what they can achieve with the Power Platform. So what then happens from that, it becomes a catalyst to open a conversations for them to ask questions. So again, where it's important, the code of conduct as well, we then have people being open to ask questions. So someone could ask a question and they don't feel to say, okay, people would think better about myself, or people would think I'm too low for the level which is required. So it's an open forum. Everyone has to respect everyone else who's part of the group. So as part of that process within the WhatsApp group where we started is to empower those who are making progress. So in most cases, we have managed to have some very good collaboration with the Power Platform School. So we have managed to identify some of those which we believe the Platform School can actually help them move forward as well on a rapid pace. So we have recommended some of these learners to the Power Platform School, both in the UK and in the United States. And we have seen some positive results from those who have started from 0 point without tech into tech. So what that community does is it then enables those learners who have captured the knowledge to then empower others to go and drag other people to say, look, there's an opportunity here, let's go and do it. One of the question which always pops up as well, which if you decide to go and set up your own community, is to make sure you make it clear to everyone to say, look, we are here to share our knowledge. We're also here to learn from you. And at the same time, most of our learners we have seen, they tend to think there is a transaction, there's money involved. So just making it clear, it also give them that relief, because in some cases, some people, when I've spoken to them, they're like, oh, I don't think I can afford it. So again, it's making sure everything is clear for them. What are the expectations? Because in some cases, it's easily done as well from either a mentor to think, okay, the person is getting on okay. It takes a lot. I have to say, it takes a lot of effort. But if we happen to come across either someone on LinkedIn, whether they are knowledge in the tech already or they're beginning, and they ask a question, having an engagement with that specific person goes a long way, because in some cases we have users either on Twitter or on LinkedIn, and they don't push on in terms of leveraging those platforms because they believe, okay, just either a platform which is just there. And at the same time, from my own experience, these online user groups, again, they are not easy for you to just open your camera and just start speaking, even to unmute. So in my own case, yeah, it's just very, very scary. Even up to now, there is some nerves, but it's one of those things. How do we then engage someone to show their face? How do we engage someone to speak? So that two-way engagement in terms of engaging someone to speak, and at the same time, it's not just about them speaking, but also about them making progress with the tech. So with the Power Platform Africa community, what we also look to do is to encourage them to attend the Microsoft events where there is the foundational courses which are done, the webinars. The whole idea with that is for them to broaden their knowledge, for them to expand their knowledge. And at the same time, you have the opportunity from the generous offer Microsoft give for that free exam. So we've seen so many of these learners, when they get the free exam, they go do the exam. And in some cases, we have success stories where some have passed and they then push on. Then at the same time, we have had some who have been unfortunate and they haven't passed the foundation exam. But the key thing is, how do we move a learner who either has failed an exam or not understanding the tech? So what is very, very important within the community is to understand what is the challenge the user is facing. What is it we can do to help the user? So I can give an example. We have a user somewhere in Africa. So they've put everything together. They've practiced well, and they've sat down on the exam desk. And what then happened in that event? Electric went off. So they can't do the exam anymore. There's no electricity. Everything is shut off. There's no internet for them. So the question is, this person is now frustrated. This person is now thinking, okay, maybe it wasn't my day. So as part of that community engagement is to make sure we prepare our learners very well, to make sure on the day the exam is, on the day where they plan to do some learning, there is enough capacity. So what's also important is as the community has grown, Power Platform Africa community, is I've had to engage other community members, and this is how the power of the community is. There's so many community leaders, community members out there who are always there raising their hand to say, okay, yeah, I'll come along, I'll support. What is it you need from my end? What is it I can do to support your community? So, of course, one of the challenge we have here is if I connect a learner with a community leader, some of the challenges here, it's the timings. So we have either a learner in the United States and a mentor in the UK. So meeting those time zone differences can be a challenge. And at the same time, it's about finding the right mentor who is able to help. And at the same time, it's also about making sure what is it the support the person needs. So in some cases, it's also about personality. We all have different personalities, right? So it's about making sure that connection between the mentor and the learner is going well. So at that point, once someone has, we call it a graduation at Power Platform Africa community, when they've moved into work, one of the most important things we do is to ask them after a month or two to do a self-reflection. What is it they're doing well? What is it which is going wrong? That way, we are making sure they're not being complacent, just sitting there and say, okay, yeah, I've made it into tech now, everything is great. But it's about empowering them to push on for more, and at the same time, to look out for others. So in most cases, we have had learners who come back and they offer gifts, they offer money. But one of the most important thing here, gifts are lovely, that's great. But for me, the most important thing is for them to give back to the community. So I always go back and offer them to help somebody out there, because we have so many people in different locations who don't actually understand exactly what happens, for example, in the business applications world. What is Dynamics 365? So getting that reach to as many people as we can will only help us grow the community. So on that note, I'm going to introduce Tricia to speak about the Power Platform School.
Thank you, Alexia. So to be honest, the Power Platform School, just give an intro to what it is. The Power Platform School is a community-led initiative which aims to bring more Black people into tech. At the moment, there are 4% of people that are in the Microsoft network that identify as Black. And the aim here is to kind of increase that number. I know we talk about going to user groups and to sessions, and I've been in technology now for over 15 years. And when I do go to these sessions, a lot of the times what happens is I used to be the only Black person or the only Black female there, which of course is a bit lonely. This is hopefully a way that we can change that. And what we have built is a way for people who maybe from like lower socioeconomic backgrounds or just might need that additional push. We've created a training program that will train them on the Power Platform, all aspects of the Power Platform. That includes, of course, your Power Apps, Power Virtual Agent, etc. But not only that, it's also additional technology that they need to understand. For example, Teams, or even understanding the different data structures. So we've created that, and we've also paired it with more with other courses that they need to be able to understand the skills. For example, project management, change management, etc. So we've paired that all together, and we've created that training program. Now, with the training program, that's one side of it. You also have the mentorship that Alexio mentioned earlier. So we also provide mentorship, which I think is very key. Mentorship is one way in which how I progressed through my career. I've had mentors throughout every single stage. Each of my mentors provides something different. And that's exactly what we're trying to provide for each of our mentees. We interview every single person that's a part of the program, volunteers and also or mentees as well. And the reason that we do that is so we can ensure that we're pairing people based on personality, based on what they actually need, to make sure that, you know, they will hopefully remain, you know, friends or have a relationship that continues after the program as well. And then we make sure that together we're supporting that mentee to apply for roles in the Microsoft Partner Network, and also, you know, continue their education. So we don't just leave them at the end of the program. We try to place them into different partners. So the program's been running now for 3 years, and we have been very successful so far, having placed 13 people into different, not only Microsoft partners, but also businesses that use the Power Platform. So that is something I'm very happy about. And of course, to be honest, we have a lot of people involved in the community, and also we work very closely with the Power Platform Africa community, where we do get some of our mentees from. So that's pretty much in a nutshell what the Power Platform School is, and also what we do. It is based in the UK and also in the US. And what we try to do is we try to ensure that we have a lot, you know, we have, how do you put it? We try to just make sure that we're basically there for our mentees, and also provide the opportunity for people who want to give back. So if you are interested, please apply to, you know, be a part of the school on the Power Platform School website. And also, if you do apply, just know that you will get an email immediately. But just book a meeting in with us, because as I said, we speak to everyone, because we want to make sure that we are you're basically volunteering in a role that you want to volunteer in. Yeah, that mentees are going to get the most out of what you can provide, and you're basically doing what you need to do or what you want to do. So I think that's what we're doing.
Hey, that is absolutely amazing. And there's been some really lovely comments in the chat as well. Some of the usual suspects, I have to say, coming out and asking questions. So, you know, we had, so I keep, oh, it's going to move you up. I noticed before when I kept bringing up comments, it kept covering up Alexio's face. I'm really sorry about that. Just the way StreamYard works sometimes. But yeah, Chris said, yes, you rock. Of course, absolutely do. I think we're going to see Chris later on as well. Lisa at the Edge, this is amazing. Pete Gallagher, it's such an important conversation to have in public. Trisha and Alex are knocking it out of the park in this session. So yeah, loads of comments. There's a couple of questions as well. Bilal asks, is it worldwide? So what's the geographic coverage of both of these?
So the Power Platform Africa community is worldwide. It is global. You don't need to be in Africa for that. The Power Platform School at the moment is only in the UK and the US. We want to have it worldwide, but in order to have it worldwide, what we need are people willing to actually put that effort in to bring it into their own country, which basically means that we need volunteers in that particular country. And we also need to make sure that we have partners willing to take on the mentees, because obviously the aim here is to ensure that we have people going into partners employed, and actually, you know, giving their input. So we have a lot of interest, but we haven't had enough interest in the different parts. One thing that we do need more help with is identifying partners in the different countries that are interested in taking on the mentees.
That's amazing. So I brought up your website again, and the link is on screen. So there's those who we work with, and there's register your interest as a associate partner, Microsoft partner, and Microsoft community. So yeah, please do, if you're whether you're in the UK or the US or anywhere in the world, if you are interested, do take a look at that site. It's a fantastic community we're trying to make sure we support from the Microsoft side as well. I know that Trisha sometimes has to give me a nudge every so often, like to get some more resources. Please do nudge Microsoft as well. Keep going, keep sort of, I was going to say pestering, as that sounds negative, but keep up the heat on us to keep supporting as well, because we want to help, and all of the community will jump in. It's so fabulous what this can do to employability prospects as well, being part of these things as well.
And thank you. I mean, like, thank you to Microsoft as well, because of course I class Microsoft as part of the community, but of course you're kind of a large company. So like having the Microsoft team or the customer success team actually take time out of their day to come and train the mentees is actually really valuable to them. And I know that you guys came and you actually did the Teams training, which is really good, because even I learned stuff, which to be honest, I probably should have known, but never too late. So I think it's just really good that everyone can come together and share their insights, share their input, share what they've actually had to do to get where they are, and give that insight to the mentees. One thing I'll say to everyone watching though is that if you are in the US and the UK or the UK, you are interested and you happen to be Black, you want to get into tech, please also register as a mentee if you want to get into tech.
That's amazing. Also, for anyone that works for Microsoft at the moment that wants to support, Microsoft is very generous with volunteer days and volunteer allowances and things like that. And I know I always, I've taken a lot of that. I actually took a lot of that for the for COVID response in the last year, but looking forward to being able to use some of those days for other community projects going forward as well. And now everyone's saying in the chat that they want to join Microsoft, but that was not my objective. There are lots of wonderful Microsoft partners out there that you can also aspire to work for.
And if you are a Microsoft partner and you do have space that you want to share, basically, or you are interested in engaging with myself or Alexio in hiring some diverse candidates, please let us know, because we're definitely looking for Microsoft partners to allow our mentees and allow our students to enter into the community and be employed.
Yeah, that's such a fantastic point. So I'm just looking through to see if there are any other questions from the group, but I think we're just getting loads of people saying how amazing these efforts are. And so I just want to remind people again of the links, because we got asked for that as well. So let me just bring this sharing screen back up. So that's Power Platform School. And see, I'm all over the place now there we go. There's the link on there, powerplatformschool.com. And then there is also the lost the LinkedIn page now as well, but we're going to try and find that.
So while
link.
you do that,
Yeah.
whilst Adam, I just want to remind everyone that, because I know a lot of people register on the website, but they don't follow through. So I just want to reiterate and remind everyone to please check your email and click on the booking link, and then basically speak with someone from the school. There's 4 of us that's involved in here. So it's not just myself. There's a lot of other people in the Power Platform School, and they will speak to you so we can make sure that you are in the right position to help. So follow through, please.
That's fantastic. And I did finally get the link for the LinkedIn group. So that's my Microsoft Power Platform community, and I am going to bring the link on there as well. And we'll, I think we've shared that in live chat as well, and we'll share it again.
I can't believe there's something I forgot, Adam.
Oh yeah, go on.
The last Saturday of March is actually the Power Platform School graduation. And what we do here is we have a global hackathon. So that we have every year, and it's always amazing. And it's run by the TDG, those Dynamics guys, which is another community within the Microsoft communities, like communities all over the place. But yeah, so if you want that, those links to register will be coming out very shortly, very soon. So please look forward. Please look forward to that. Please register. We're going to have different time zones because, of course, we're covering the UK and the US. So the mentees will need you to register and work with them. Please, 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 please look out for that. Register.
And you'll put that on Twitter.
Yes, we'll put that on Twitter and we'll put that on LinkedIn. We'll put that everywhere. They're very good at marketing. Like we don't really market as much, but they are very good at marketing. So you'll see it. We just need you to register and actually just come with your experience and come with your ideas, because this is the first time the mentees will be able to put all the pieces together and meet some of the community members. So it'll be a good time.
Brilliant. Just had another audience comment to say, this is on our Microsoft events chat, saying, thank you, Alex and Tricia, this was awesome stuff. Thank you for the work you both are doing. So yeah, huge thank you to both of you for, doing all this work, pushing everything forward. It is so appreciated. So anyway, with that, we'll say a huge thank you. Really appreciate the work. I also just want to give a quick shout for later on today on the topic of Power Platform at 3:15 p.m. UK time. We are going to have the Power Platform Virtual Happy Hour team talking about empowering users on the Power Platform as well. So that's also something to look forward to later today. And we'll look forward to that. I know that Chris Huntingford has been commenting, so I think he's excited for that session. He's going to be one of the presenters as well. Anyway, I will let you go. I would just say a huge thank you to Alex and Tricia for this session, and we will see you both very, very soon. And yes, keep following Twitter to hear about that hackathon at the end of March.
Cool.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, well, brilliant. So you are watching the Microsoft UK Tech Community Day, and coming up now, we have a little video that we recorded with the Microsoft Reactor team to answer some of the questions that you have about Microsoft Reactor. So we are going to roll the video now.
Hey friends, we're here with the Microsoft Reactor team. What is the Microsoft Reactor, you ask? Well, we will answer that in just a minute, but first, let's meet the Microsoft Reactor team. James.
Hi, my name is James Woolard. My pronouns are he and him. I am the regional lead for the Reactor program across Europe and the Middle East, and that includes our reactors in London, Stockholm, and Abu Dhabi.
Hello everybody, my name is Liam Hampton, and I am the regional cloud advocate for the London Reactor here in the UK.
Hello everyone, my name is Rav Koka and I am the program manager at Reactor London.
Amazing. So let's get straight into the questions. First of all, Rav, for those who haven't heard of Microsoft Reactor before, can you give us a brief overview of what it is?
Of course. So Reactor is a hub for developers. Whether you're a startup or a developer with a great idea, you can learn, connect, and build through local community engagement. We have a diverse mix of hands-on workshops, expert panel discussions, and tech-focused community events. There's something for everyone at any stage of technical learning.
Amazing, thanks, Rav. So, James, the London Reactor, we're in a physical space. We're actually very lucky to be recording in here today. But the physical building's been closed since March 2020. I know that you are fingers crossed that it'll be reopening again very, very soon. But in the meantime, you've built some amazing content available online. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yes, so we quickly shifted online when the pandemic hit, and we have had a huge success. So we've been delivering content across a variety of channels, whether that's Twitch, YouTube, we've been using Teams, and we've been engaging with communities way beyond where we had physical locations. So our communities have really grown as a result. We have a YouTube page that hosts lots of that content, and it's all available on demand. So yeah, it's been not terrible.
Amazing. And is the online content here to stay long term?
Absolutely, yes. So we are hearing a lot from our communities that they are very eager to come back. But as I said, we have definitely grown beyond those physical locations. So hybrid is absolutely part of our model moving forward. We'll be looking to continue to make sure we create really unique experiences for people who are engaging virtually. But then we're also super excited to invite people back into our physical spaces.
Oh, fantastic. And I guess the other benefit of that content being online is that you're no longer just reaching people in London, Stockholm, where you've got the physical bases, but actually all over Europe and Middle East and Africa.
Exactly right. So not only can we reach a broader audience, but we can actually bring in speakers from around the world as well and beam them into our physical locations. So yeah, it's really expanded what we can do. We can reach more people and hopefully deliver even more exciting content.
Absolutely amazing. So next, over to Liam. So Liam, you've been with the team for a few months now. We'd love to hear a bit more about your role and how you're connecting with communities, both locally here in London and also further afield.
Yeah, fantastic. So let me just start with saying it's been amazing joining Microsoft. I've been here for a couple of months now, and especially joining as an advocate, it is great because I get to work with one of the best developer stacks and products available. I work within a truly global team of advocates based around in fantastic cities around the globe, which brings a lot of culture to the role. So my role mainly focuses on building the community and giving back everything I know in the tech space, whether that's writing some code, presenting, attending some meetups, or just being an all-round involved in the area from which I'm able to bring communities into the London Reactor for collaboration. My main tech focus is cloud computing and helping others understand how to use it. And I'm super excited for the reactors to start opening up in person so we can have some real life events and get back to what we're all missing.
Oh, that's absolutely amazing. So, let's just bring myself back on screen. Hello. I guess, yeah, we're really looking forward to seeing some of those in-person things as well. But also, I know that you've had some recent content go live as well. So make sure you check out the Reactor YouTube site to see some of that. Next question is to Rav. Rav, I would love to talk a little bit more about the physical space. Yeah, we all have fingers crossed for opening soon. But can you tell us a little bit more about the space that we're in now? And I know you and I and Liam are on site today, and maybe we can show a little video while you're talking of what the space looks like.
So we have a lovely auditorium which can host up to 120 guests. So 120 people can attend the whatever events we're doing, whether it's a tech workshop, it's a community meetup, trainings, hackathons. We can hold up to 120 people. Also, we have these lovely little breakout spaces, so where you can have a coffee, you can, in between your meetup or your workshops, you can just sit down and chit chat with each other, network. And yeah, and that's me over there at the reception. So that's our reception area. And here you can see all the lovely space.
It is an absolutely amazing space, isn't it? And what I love about it is that everything can be moved around as well, and you've got that flexibility. So, say if groups, we've got like the lecture style seating here, which is really cool. But also tables can be set up there. So I think we've run hackathons in the past for maybe up to 108 people can be seated at desks. So I love the flexibility of the space and the fact that everything can be moved around. And Rav, I know that when we get back to in-person events, you'll be very, we get events during the day, and then there's a very quick turnaround, isn't there, before it's ready again for evening events.
And yes. I'll just add to that. We've also been using the space for streaming as well, so acting as a bit of a studio. So behind Adam, you can see that set up there. So we are open to people coming in to use the space as a streaming studio before we're actually open to in-person. Sorry, Rav.
That's absolutely amazing. So I've got another question for you, Rav, around actually using the space. So let's say I'm a community meetup, tech meetup user group. Am I eligible to use the space?
Yes, so as long as the meetup has a tech focus and is open and free for anyone to attend. We also have a focus on diversity and inclusion. So yes, as long as it's open for the community, and free for everyone to attend. So yeah, I hope that answers the question.
It absolutely does. And I just have one final question for you, Rav, which is, how will people be able to get in touch with you to book space at the physical Reactor space in London once it's reopened?
You can email us on our Reactor email address, which is reactor, ldn@microsoft.com. Please include the date and time of when you want to book. And yeah, that's it. And please do book in advance, because once we open up, I'm sure we'll get really, really busy.
I certainly remember a waiting list of about 3 months at one point. So I know it might not be 3 months straight away once it reopens, but I know that it'll build up soon as well. And it's probably worth saying that when the space reopens, it'll be with a smaller number of people at first, probably 50%. So we might not be able to offer 120 spaces, but maybe 50 or 60 seated. So just bear that in mind when you're getting your request in. And if you are looking at something that's happening, perhaps early in the summer, then get your requests into Rav now before everyone else does. I'm probably expecting a bit of a flurry after this video goes out as well. Well, I think that's all we've got time for. I would just like to say a huge thank you to everyone. Thank you to James coming in as the regional lead, Liam as our wonderful cloud advocate in London, and Rav, who looks after the space and both online and in person, and keeps everything running so smoothly. Huge appreciation to all of you on behalf of everyone in the tech community. And with that, we're going to go back to the main show. Thanks very much. I was on mute. Oops. Welcome back to the Microsoft UK Tech Community Day. I have a special guest with me, Chris Reddington. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Adam. How are we doing?
Not too bad, thanks. I'm liking the hoodie. Why don't I have one of these? Is that a Welsh Azure user group hoodie by any chance?
It certainly is. I have to represent. We're all one big happy community, right? So got to be done.
Well, I'm very jealous. We brought you on just briefly. First of all, to get me a chance to load up the next session, so I can multitask. But also because you're going to be joining us a little later on to talk about a few things, Azure Tech Groups and Lunch Bites as well. But I thought it would just be great for you maybe just to introduce yourself to the audience and talk a little bit about what you do, just for a minute or so.
Yeah, sure. So Chris Reddington, I am a cloud solution architect here at Microsoft. I focus more in the app space. So digital and app innovation is what we call ourselves internally. So spanning things from like Azure, GitHub, and everything in between that you probably hear about from an apps perspective. And that's the day job. But on the side, like a lot of folks here today, very passionate about our tech communities. So I do a lot of blogging and vlogging, as well as run our local Azure Thames Valley user group as well. So definitely lots to keep myself busy in between everything going on here.
Definitely. Well, Chris, we will be seeing you again in about 25 minutes. But first of all, we've got a very special session from our Azure Virtual Desktop user group. So some people might remember last year, we renamed Windows Virtual Desktop to Azure Virtual Desktop. It's always interesting. Lots of T-shirts that now can either not be worn or they just appear as retro items. But there you go. The group has grown massively over the pandemic. The Azure Virtual Desktop solution really does help IT professionals focus on their core job. I know that everyone had a really hard time over the pandemic, getting laptops out, working from home.
AVD was one of the things that that really helped them. And I think for me, also the other thing I love about Azure Virtual Desktop is that it works so beautifully with, for example, I'm going to name drop here, but it works brilliantly if you've got an iPad Pro. So I've got an iPad Pro, which I should probably have as a prop next to me with a keyboard on, and and actually you can use that as a almost as like a fully fledged computer, because you can load Windows on for the things that you might need to use Windows for. You need access to that full fat software. You might be in an organization that has intranet sites that you can't really access externally, and that's it's for me, just as an end user, not even as the IT professional, that's something that I found really helpful over the last few years, and it's a really resilient solution. So anyway, I'm gonna stop talking. I'm gonna let the experts start talking, and Chris, we will see you in about 25 minutes.
Looking forward to it. Hello to our tech community today. My name is Neil McLaughlin, and with me I've got Shabazz Dar. Hey Shabazz, how you doing?
Hi Neil, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm all good, thank you. So yeah, today we're going to talk about the evolution of Azure Virtual Desktop. Myself and Shabazz, we both run the UK AVD user group, and we've been extremely privileged to see the rise of Azure Virtual Desktop and also the rise of our user group as well. So we're looking forward to sharing our journey and showing some learnings about what we learned about, and just to show you a few things about AVD as well. So hopefully we're all going to learn something here. So let's get going. So we'll do introductions, just so you know who you're talking about. So my name's Neil McLaughlin. So I'm a Microsoft MVP. So I've been heavily involved in community for a number of years now. So I've been in IT probably for over 20 years, which makes me feel really, really old, trust me. I currently work for a company called Nerdio as their UK field CEO. So we specialize in deploying and managing Azure Virtual Desktop to make it faster and cheaper. We'll tell you a bit more about that shortly. I'm the co-founder of the AVD community and also the UK AVD user group, which we're going to talk to you about today. As I mentioned before, I was awarded an MVP first time in 2020. So really, really happy about that. If you want to follow me on social media, you can find me on Twitter at VirtualMike, and also on WVD Community, where I post about news about Azure Virtual Desktop, and also my website, virtualmike.co.uk, and wvdcommunity.com, which is actually virtualdesktop.community. I need to change that one. And that's on LinkedIn as well. And if you want to drop me an email, and that's my email address. So on to you, Shabazz.
Thank you very much. So yeah, as Neil said, my name's Shabazz Dar. I've been working in IT for 15 years, so I don't feel quite as old as Neil, but just about. 8 of those years I've been working with cloud technologies. I'm the co-founder of the Bradford Cloud user group, which I believe are also going to be presenting or have already presented maybe. I co-managed recently, joined Neil to co-manage the UK AVD user group, which we're going to talk about, as he said. I was awarded as a Microsoft MVP in Enterprise Mobility back in September of 2021, so it was a huge honour for me. You get me on social media at Shabazz Dar on Twitter. I from time to time create some YouTube content as well on I Am IT Geek, YouTube/IamITgeek.com, and I've got a blog. And yeah, you can get me at Shabazz Dar at netcompany.com, who is the company that I work for.
Is there anything that you want to tell us else about? Something about a book, maybe?
Yeah, I'm a published author, so I need to remember to tell people that. It's quite new. So yeah, I've got today, funnily enough, this week, an SC 400 information protection book, and I've also got, talking about AVD, I've got an AVD book coming out in March, which is again focusing on the AZ 140 specialist exam. So yeah.
Awesome. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Okay, so as I mentioned, we're going to talk about Azure Virtual Desktop today, both from the technical side and from the community side. So this is basically just a high-level overview of what Azure Virtual Desktop is. So Shabazz, do you want to just try and explain to the viewers what is AVD?
Yeah, thanks, Neil. It's infrastructure as a service, essentially. It's a mixture of modern workplace and infrastructure as a service. So If I always, whenever I'm talking to customers or anyone new to Azure Virtual Desktop, I always relate it to remote desktop services that's traditionally been on premises. It's essentially that, but hosted in Microsoft. So what you traditionally think as the broker, the gateway, the web access, you don't actually see any of that. That's in the back end. And if you look at that second sort of rectangle at the top underneath Active Directory, that's all hidden away. Microsoft manage all that. And then you have the sort of the subscription layer, which is where all the, obviously we as the client and the customer manage. And in that you've got your host pools, which are you have your session hosts and your application groups. And obviously you can connect storage to that. So you can do Azure files for storage for your user profiles using FS Logics. And again, the beauty of Azure Virtual Desktop, as I like to say, is the integration with the rest of that ecosystem. You know, for the identity, having it with Azure AD, Active Directory on premises as well, you know, domain control if you want, integrating it with on premises via ExpressRoute or a VPN, and all those really cool sort of monitoring and auto scaling services. But in layman's terms, I like to say it's RDS hosted by Microsoft.
Cool, thanks. Yeah, so I mean, you've heard us say Azure Virtual Desktop, but it always hasn't been Azure Virtual Desktop. It actually used to be called Windows Virtual Desktop when I first started using it, and actually went GA on the 30th September 2019. So it's really quite a new service, really. It's not been around for that long, but there has been a lot of development in it, which we're going to cover shortly. So when it was first released, it was 100% PowerShell based. Myself and Shabazz both have nightmare stories of trying to deploy it and trying to remember the PowerShell commands to get it deployed. And when it failed, it wasn't good. But that was just the very start of it. So it's pretty cool to see how it's evolved. And I'm sure you have bad memories, Shabazz, when you first tried to use it.
Very much so. I mean, when it first came out, it was still quite amazing. You know what you know. Obviously, it was via PowerShell, but what you came out with the sort of, you know, the virtual machines, the multi-session was amazing, but very painful. Yeah, the first actually implementation I did was right at the start of COVID for an NHS trust, and that was all done through PowerShell, and it was even like adding users to the it's so painful. You have to like one by one or a group.
Yeah,
it's come such a long way.
RDS user.
Yeah, exactly. It's come such a long way, and as we're going to see in a short time, it's evolved a lot.
So here's how it looks today. So much nicer than the PowerShell console, right? It's so this is the GUI within the Azure portal. So if you wanted to manage Azure Virtual Desktop today, this is how you would do it. So it's a lot easier on the eye. So that's how most people do it today, but there are other ways, which we'll go into shortly as well. So yeah, this is the how you manage the host pool. So obviously within here you can see how many machines you've got, how many sessions, active sessions. So just a really good overview of what's going on in the environment. And then we can look at our host pools and see how many hosts we have in the host pool, what location they're in, what subscription they're sitting, what type of host pool they are. So again, very good high level overview, but really only kind of shows you the basics. If you can manage this, like in thousands of servers, could get quite complicated, which is why you need something like Nerdio. So I obviously work for Nerdio, so this is a bit of self-promotion here, but this is a much easier way of managing Azure Virtual Desktop. So within Nerdio console, you can essentially manage the whole solution. You can manage Windows 365, you can do lots of image management, you can do scripted actions. We can look at the monitoring, the storage, RBAC roles. So it's a much slicker solution. You never have to leave that one single console to manage it. And it has also scaling capabilities to make it a bit cheaper as well to run Azure Virtual Desktop. So any comments about Nerdio? Because I know you've been quite active in the Nerdio community, Shabazz.
I have, yeah. I'm one of the first 3 Nerdio MVPs, which again got awarded just towards the end of last year. So I've done a lot of demoing and sort of work with, like, you know, labbing it and testing it. And I think something you mentioned there is the key, that it's all under. I know, for example, okay, like there's the Azure Virtual Desktop sort of area for within the Azure portal. But then if you wanted to auto scaling or Azure Monitor, you've got to find it, search type. And with here, it's just all down there on the left-hand side, literally a click away. So all that really good integration with the rest of the Azure portal is literally in one sort of pane of glass. And I think that's where, my experience using it, that's where it really pays for itself. Just the ease of use and how quickly you can scale in and out and get new policies created. And from a management perspective, it's that next level up from the Azure portal. So some stuff that Azure portal's missing, it has in here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I work with a lot of customers day to day, and we find that when you stick them in front of the Azure portal, it's time consuming because they have to figure stuff out, and how do I create the image, how do I create the host pool, how to do this. But within here, it's so easy to do that generally they can be up and running within a day, deploying everything. So it's a really good solution. And this is just a bit of high level overview of what we do really. So we have three main pillars. Cost optimization. So we do auto scaling for your compute and your storage. So you can save up to 75% of your Azure costs compared to if you weren't using Nerdio. So the product pretty much sells itself. And I see this with customers all the time. So automation, so creative automation of host pools, self-healing, sort of integration with sort of other products as well. And simplifying management, as we touched upon. So it just makes it ridiculously easy to deploy and manage Azure Virtual Desktop. You can easily give it to your sort of level 1, level 2 guys to go deploy. So same thing for ongoing management and application delivery. So we fully support MSX app attach, and you can deploy applications into your image via scripted actions using Chalkstick, for example. So if you are deploying Nerdio and you are struggling a bit and you do want to save some money, get in touch with myself and I'll be happy to have a chat with you.
I think one of the generally with cloud infrastructure as a service, so this is talking any sort of cloud, not just Azure, but a lot of people are hesitant to move into the cloud because of being able to control those costs. And unless you have like with some sort of mechanism, you're not gonna. It's very difficult to control your costs from month to month. You could have a relatively small bill one month and then a huge one here. With this tool, with Nerdio, you get that control. You get that much clearer visibility. You get that huge saving. So it makes life easier and easier to manage for those customers and less scary, I suppose, for them to move into the cloud. Absolutely,
very very true. I mean, cloud can be a bit of a wild west, can't it? Especially, as I said, if you don't rein in your sort of costings and stuff. I've heard many stories of costs just spiraling out of control and people getting unexpected bills of like tens of thousands of pounds or dollars, or even hundreds of thousands of pounds or dollars. So you're right, it's important to keep those costs under control and reduce as much as possible. So Nerdio certainly helps with that. So what we're going to do now, we're just going to go through, spend 5 minutes looking at a few options which you can do with Nerdio on top of Azure Virtual Desktop. So essentially the product, what it does, it enables you to manage Azure Virtual Desktop all from one single pane of glass. We sit on top of Azure Virtual Desktop. So let's just spend a few minutes going through some of the screens and then we can see what the product can do. So as you can see here, it gives us a very high level overview of what's going on in your environment. So you can look at how many hosts you've got, how many users logging on, and you can go back in each time as well and just look at a period of time and see what users logged on at each time. And you can also export that as well to a CSV format. So if you want to do reporting on that, you can do. Another big feature of Nerdio is image management. So that's something which historically is quite difficult to do within a sort of Azure Virtual Desktop solution, and customers generally have to do it outside of Azure Virtual Desktop. So they'll use other tools like sort of Packer and DevOps and stuff like that. But we enable you to do it all within one single console. So what I can essentially do here, I can go on here and I can just basically like create an image. So we go to image, type in the description, so testing, for example, spelling error, testing, select our VNet, select our Azure image, which is pulled down from the Azure Marketplace. So let's go to like Windows 10, 11 AVD with Office, for example, and then I can either join its AD or not, preferably not, because obviously then you may pick up some settings from GPOs and stuff, which you don't want. So What we can also do here is we can also create a shared image gallery and install software. Okay, so I can go here, so let's do UK South and UK West, for example. Okay, UK West, so test _sig, let's create that, and then we can install software, so we can run scripted actions. So this is going to be stuff like the I know, let's install Adobe Acrobat Reader, and then say we've got a couple of developers starting, so let's install VS Code. Okay, and then click on OK, and what that's going to do, that's going to go away, is going to go create the image. And then essentially it's going to make that available so you can deploy hostables from it. So that process just literally took me 5 minutes. So if you need to do all that stuff manually, it'll probably take you about 5 hours. I don't know. Another feature of ours that we do is around the auto scaling. So this is where the cost savings come in. So we can configure auto scale settings on a per hostable basis. So I can go into here and just flick auto scaling to on. And then that's basically going to enable me to create a number of hosts. We can change out the disk SKUs, for example, so I can swap that to a standard HDD and have a premium HDD running as well. So that's going to save a considerable amount of money if you're using a lot of number of hosts. So if I wanted to create 50 hosts, for example, I can just go here, create 50 hosts, and that's going to only turn on 0 of them, or I can just turn on 10 of them. And then I'm going to let the auto scaling kick in and take over the rest. So let's do auto scaling based on CPU usage, RAM usage, and also active sessions. I always get that wrong. And then what we can do is we can also scale in as well from that. Okay, so scale up during the day and then scale down out of hours, for example. And as you can probably imagine, you could get some quite considerable cost savings from doing this. And we can also do scaling restrictions, set the hours on that, set the aggressiveness. We could do pre-staging. So if in the morning rush we want the users to be available for, like, I don't know, 30 hosts to be available, that's going to make those available for those. So really advanced auto scaling options where you can fine tune it to the maximize user experience and cost savings. We also fully support Windows 365 within Nerdio, MS exam attack, scripted actions, which we just touched upon, monitoring, storage, so we can automatically create all the Azure files for you, so we can manage the FSLogix profiles. So click on Azure files, for example, and that's going to enable me to create an Azure file share. And then it'll do the domain join for you and enable the SMB multi-channel. It'll set the permissions, so it'll do pretty much everything which you have to do manually. So lots of advanced options there. And again, you can do stuff like the monitoring, so we can look at the CPU usage, the RAM usage, the IOPS usage or per host, application or user basis as well. And so we can go here, do by host pools, do by times. So as you can see, yeah, it gives us sort of really cool dashboards to look at. So we can look at the average RAM usage, the disk IOPS on a per user session, for example. So really good useful stats there. So I just hope you enjoyed that. So I just thought I'd give you a big 5-minute overview, and now we can go back to the presentation. Thank you. Okay, so let's talk about Azure Virtual Desktop. I mean, obviously we touched a bit on its sort of release dates, and sort of this is a bit of the history of AVD and where it started and how it's getting. I mean, as you can see from this is a timeline from September 2019 right up to June 2021. We'll cover the sort of the later bits shortly. So Shabazz, any thoughts on this? What are your favorite features from this that have been released?
The first thought that comes to mind is, for such a young product, seeing how many features have come out for it is absolutely enormous. It's ridiculous in a good way. Like I said, 2019, we've just started 2022, and just look at that list there. You know, loads of features. I mean, I suppose my favorite integration is with Endpoint Manager. I'm a modern workplace person. So I love that integration with Intune and Autopilot. Obviously, that's where Windows 365 has a big advantage as well. But the integration with that is, and I was quite happy when they released the Azure AD join as well.
Yeah,
that was a big one.
Yeah, I've actually got a few customers who I've been working with, and I spoke to those guys, and they're like, well, when we did the deployment, it goes, so we need to import your images, and they're like, we don't do image management. I'm like, what? He goes, you do any image management whatsoever? They're like, no, because we're using MEM and Intune for the whole lot. So they're doing all their application deployment, they're doing all their config settings, they're doing everything via Intune. And I think that is a big part of the future, especially as your AD unlocks that, right? So we're going to start seeing those environments where you don't have to deploy anything. The only thing you have to deploy is your desktop compute, and that's it. You don't need any servers. Everything else is managed. You've got your Azure files for your profiles, you've got your mem service, and all you basically do is just upload your packages into mem and distribute it by Intune or MSOS app attach. So we're getting to the next level in sort of VDI, and it really makes me excited to see what's possible in the future, especially when you see the technology which is coming through now. So it's
100%.
It's a good time to be in IT.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so this is up to June 2021. And this is what's been released in the past few months as well. So again, we've got really cool features that we just touched upon: Azure AD, multimedia redirection, which is really good. So that sort of enables you to offload all your multimedia content. Screenshot protection went GA, so that's good for security, and Windows 11 support, and obviously all RDP short path. But for me, one of the biggest big stating features which we're going to see over the next few months is this. So this is basically enable RDP short path over the internet, essentially what it is. So those you don't know, there's two main protocols that you use in VDI. There's TCP and UDP. Obviously TCP is a sort of a retransmit protocol, so it's not as optimized as UDP is. So UDP basically goes in bigger packets, so it's better for multimedia content and there's larger files. So but as a protocol for using VDI, it's a lot better. So Microsoft are actually releasing the capability to run sort of UDP over the general internet. If you wanted to do this previously, you'd have to run RDP short path, which is you'd have to have a VPN connection line of sight of your domain controllers. So this takes that equation out, and you can see the performance different here. That did some testing before, and we have like TCP round trip time is 27 milliseconds. UDP 14 milliseconds. Look at the bandwidth, that's like 20 megabits a second compared to 122. So you can imagine what that's going to look like from a user experience point of view. So keep right for that one. That's coming soon.
I think from a security perspective as well, it's more secure using UDP than TCP. So there's that element as well. A bit of peace of mind that you're streaming with a bit more security.
Okay, so on to our community work. So obviously myself and Shabazz were both huge community people. So I mean, I started the WD community on the 18th of April 2020 because there wasn't one about. I wanted to sort of get all that information together because information was coming in sort of droves, and I wanted to make sure that there was a central place to do that. So this where I launched. It's now called the Virtual Desktop community because we wanted to sort of give it a bit of a broader scope because Microsoft introduced Windows 365 and that kind of thrills a bit because it was a WD community and then it got renamed to AVD. Then we had to rename it to the AVD community, and then Microsoft Windows 365 came out. I'm like, come on, give us a break. So we just decided to go for the to the Virtual Desktop community, but. I've been doing that. I've been writing a blog post every week for the past over 2 years now. So that comes out once a week on a Thursday. So if you're interested in that, you can sign up and reach that on the Virtual Desktop community. And then we started the UK AVD user group on the 5th of August 2020. Seems like a lifetime ago now, right, Shabazz?
It does. I remember it very well, if I'm honest with you. It was it's quite a big occasion, actually. It was
Hold that thought, Shabazz. Are you ready for this? Are you ready?
Let's have a look.
Here we go. There he is.
I was a whippersnapper when I was fortunate enough to be present at the first one, and it's come full circle, which is quite amazing, really. And very, very fortunate to be helping you out. And helping you co-manage it now, but yeah, that was 2020. That's ridiculous.
Absolutely, but yeah, no, it's been great, and we've got more things to do as well. I mean, we're constantly growing. So this is our most recent one where we did a session on Azure Virtual Desktop and Azure Stack HCI. And I don't know about you, Shabazz, but I feel the last the last couple of presentations have just been really good. Lots of questions and answers and stuff. It's been amazing.
When I join a user group, I'm as a spectator, as watching the presentations. The one thing I look for is engagement. Am I engaged by it? And the last few we've had since in the one in person that we did, which we're going to talk about in a second, but so engaging and everybody asking so many questions. And when that's happening, people are listening and enjoying what they're seeing and they're learning. And I think that's what I think we want to get out of it. We want people to join and learn, surely.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's why we do it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the engagement has been amazing recently.
Absolutely. So, we also recently gone to our physical events. So this was our first physical event that we had a few months ago. Great success. It was in Leeds, actually. Shabazz managed to get us the room from his company, Net Company HQ. But yeah, amazing time. We were really happy with the turnout. Great speakers. Obviously, we had pizza, beers, and just, again, amazing audience interaction. So really good.
It wasn't, and we, again, because of the space, we're lucky enough to have it hybrid. So because I think you showed earlier, we've got nearly 900 members. Yeah. A lot of those are overseas, even though we're a UK-based user group. We've got overseas people that join us. So we had about 30, 40 people remote watching on Teams, and we had about 17 people in the room. So it was just overall a really good event. Again, so engaging.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. Well, that brings us to the end of our presentation. I hope everyone's enjoyed it. I hope you learned something about Azure Virtual Desktop and our community group, which we're very proud to have. So if you want to get involved, just search for the UK Azure Virtual Desktop user group, and we're happy to have you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi again, everyone. I am not on mute this time. Welcome back to UK Tech Community Day. Huge thank you to Neil and Shabazz for doing that amazing session on Azure Virtual Desktop. I certainly learned a lot about the community. Great to see as someone that is an end user of that technology on a really regular basis, to see that actually coming to life. And we had a lot of comments as well, and some questions as well. And Neil has been very active in the on YouTube, answering some of the questions as well. And we also had some questions about, also had some questions on Twitch and on Microsoft Events platform as well. So I know that Shabazz and Neil are going to be following up with a lot of those questions, and there's a lot of messages thanking them as well, and talking about how they, that they've been previous attendees of that group. So yeah, huge appreciation for that. So in a few minutes, we are going to meet our Welsh Azure user group. But first, I'm going to bring Chris Reddington back in, and we're going to have a little chat about Azure Tech Groups across the UK. So welcome back, Chris. Did you enjoy that session?
I did, yeah. Like you say, Azure Virtual Desktop, I think, is just, we live and breathe it these days, don't we? With everything that's happened in the world, I think we'd be a bit lost without it. So great session, and really loved seeing the journey of Shabazz, actually, from starting to present to that user group and then actually becoming a co-organizer of it as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's great to see, and I don't know when the next physical meetup is for the Azure Virtual Desktop community, but I'm definitely going to be checking in to see when that is and try and get myself to that. So thanks again. So we're going to talk about a couple of things, Chris. Actually, we're going to talk, first of all, we're just going to briefly, first of all, we're going to do Cloud with Chris, aren't we? I'm going to change it up, and then we'll talk about Azure Tech Groups. So Chris, I'm going to give you the floor to introduce people to what Cloud with Chris is, and I'll share your screen. I'm going to take myself off for a second.
Perfect. Thanks, Adam. So I guess following from the intro that I did a bit earlier, I mentioned I'm a cloud solution architect at Microsoft. I'm a co-organizer of Azure Thames Valley as well. But as if that wasn't enough, one of the things I love to do in my spare time, much like most of the people who are in the chat here, is sharing my knowledge, sharing my learning out in the open, because let's face it, in technology, we are all always learning. And rather than me doing it for myself and putting it in a OneNote or somewhere, I figure, why don't I just make some videos about it? Why don't I just go and write some blogs about it? So it's out there for everyone to go and learn from. And that's really the idea behind Cloud with Chris. So it's my own platform that I'm building here to share knowledge and share content with the technical community. So cloudwithchris.com, if you're interested, you can go and check it out. You can obviously see it on screen right here as well. But I do have a YouTube channel as well, which again, just search for Cloud with Chris on YouTube. You'll be able to find it and keep up to date if you're interested. I should give a shout out as well to one of my colleagues and good friends who I believe is joining us very shortly, Mr. Matt Fatunka. We've recently started a new series on Cloud with Chris, which I think is quite unique, a little bit different, which is all about, well, it's called Tool Up Tuesday. And the idea is we're not coming in with a predefined agenda. We're not coming in with a pitch of, hey, we know how this service works or this thing works. It's a case of just coming up with an idea, building it live, and seeing what happens, because we all know what it's like in the real world. Things break, things go wrong. And what we want to do is we want to show you our thought process as we go through that architecting of an application, building something, showing the decisions we make, why we make them, and how we get hands-on with the technology as well. So a shout out there for Matt, who I'm sure will be joining us very shortly. But yeah, in a nutshell, that's Cloud with Chris, Adam.
And that's fantastic. Oh, didn't want that to do that. There we go. That's better. Yeah, much better. So, yeah, I wanted to have a just to have a quick talk about Azure Tech Groups. And unfortunately, I can't find the right website, which isn't very helpful, is it? Oh, there we go. Oh no, that's not even the right link. Well, anyway, I am going to talk to you about Azure Tech Groups, and then I am going to let everyone know how they can sign up for that, because this is actually an international program and something that we are offering to folks around the world. Let me just check that yeah, there we go. I've finally got the right page. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, and bring my screen on. That would be helpful as well. So Azure Tech Groups is a program that we offer for meetup groups that are specifically focused on cloud, including Azure, or they're dedicated to Azure, or they have Azure as a rotating topic. So, for example, Microsoft user groups that also cover 365 as well. What it is there's two levels of the program, basically. There's one which is getting a listing on our website and becoming part of our Azure Tech Groups community. And the second one is actually where Microsoft will support selected tech groups with their Meetup subscription. So actually pay the subscription for the group on meetup.com, and those groups become part of Azure Tech Groups on Meetup. We've got a few groups in the UK. I want to say that this is a global program, so this is actually relevant to everyone that's interested and that might have a community or might know a community that would benefit from it. But for example, if I zoom in on the UK, you can see that we've got a few groups around the country. We've got the Azure Cloud Native group, we've got Leeds Azure, we've got Welsh Azure user group. There we go. We're going to talk to them in just a minute. Chris, I think we're getting your group added very soon, Azure 10 as well.
Yes.
I'm just going to bring I'll just pop a link on the screen now, which is ak.ms/tech community day/Azure groups. But if you just go into your browser and search for Azure Tech Groups, you should find it. And on our documentation site, there is a button that actually covers some of the benefits, the code of conduct, what the requirements are, and there is a link for folks to apply to become part of the Azure Tech Groups program. So we'd love people to sign up. We'd love you to become part of the map, and also we want to help groups where we can with their subscriptions. So do go to that link. And also, if you have any questions, then contact me on Twitter if you have any problems or need support with pushing your application through. So that is the tech. That is Azure Tech Groups. So I guess with that, we should hand over to the main topic, which is the Welsh Azure User Group. Now, Chris, you're not actually one of the leaders of the Welsh Azure User Group, but you've got the hoodie on. I guess that you are Welsh, but you set up your own. You set up your own Azure User Group, didn't you?
Yeah, well, rather than set up, actually, I started looking because I was thinking of setting up my own, and I found Azure Thames Valley was there, but it was kind of dormant. So started working with some of the co-organizers there, and we started getting things going. But of course, this has all been in the backdrop of this big thing called COVID-19. You may have heard about it, and it's been a challenge. I think everyone who's a meetup organizer or community organizer can probably think and imagine right now that actually it's been just challenging to keep all of that momentum going over the past year or so. And I think, firstly, we should just say a big thank you for everyone for their efforts for keeping that going, because we've had to do this in a virtual way. We know it's not quite the same building those connections as you would in person, as you would, over a pizza or whatever you may be eating and having at these meetup groups. And I know, for example, we at Azure Thames Valley are so excited to get back together in person once again. We're already planning that. Obviously, we want to do it safely, and we want to reinvigorate that connection with each other, because that's really something we've lost, and I think it's something we really see is missing in the community. So we're looking forward to that coming back.
Definitely. And so obviously with you being based near our Microsoft HQ in the UK, hopefully we can support you with something on site in the near future. But yeah, one of the groups that has been doing really well over the pandemic, and a lot of energy behind this group, is the Welsh Azure User Group. So let's bring in Matt and John at this point. Hi guys.
Hi everyone. Hello. How you doing?
Okay, Chris. I was going to say, we should have coordinated, shouldn't we?
Yeah. Where's the uniform?
There we go.
So yeah, I'm gonna drop off now. Chris, I don't know if you want to stay on for a little while, talk to the guys. But this is about the Welsh group, not about us. So we're gonna hand over to you folks to tell us a bit more about the community.
Okay, thank you everyone. Yeah, cheers, Adam. I think I'm underdressed, aren't I, Matt? Did I just not get the memo? You've not got the right uniform on tonight. I didn't get the memo, did I? No, the thing is, we gave all the hoodies away. Where's Chris gone? Is Chris not joining us? Is he not going to be honorary?
I can join if you like. I mean, I've got the.
He's got to say hello. The more the merrier, right? So, how should we kick this off then? We got some slides, Adam. I don't know if you want to get them on the screen, and I suppose we'll kick off with some introductions, shall we? Everybody's silent. So yeah, hi everybody. Look, it's great to be part of this amazing day. That I've been watching on and off in amongst doing some work. It's quite funny actually, because Neil has just been on a business conversation with me as I was watching another screen with him with Shabazz. It's been quite a bizarre day, I think it's probably fair to say. So look, my name's John Lunn. I work for BT Enterprise here in the UK as a technical architect, predominantly around the Azure cloud space. I've been working at BT for around about 9 years now. I've been an architect for probably about 4 or 5 years of that time. Before that, I was into unified comms, believe it or not, so messaging, Skype, Link, as it was back in the day. So yes, I moved it back over to the dark side of kind of infrastructure in the cloud to kind of reinvigorate that kind of previous history that I had. I was lucky enough to get awarded the Azure MVP back last year, which I was massively humbled by, to kind of be elevated into this group of peers that I've held on pedestals for many years during my tech career. It's just been such a humbling and an honor to kind of be part of that, and part of that journey has absolutely been the Welsh Azure User Group. So I'll let Matt introduce himself before we crack on and talk about that a bit more. So hi everyone, I'm Matt Fatunka. I'm what's called a digital and app innovation cloud solution architect at Microsoft. Same as Chris. Which basically means I tend to look at all of the things that are not VMs or networks. So it's kind of all the exciting developer tools. So things like API management, AKS, functions, all those kind of wonderful services, and then all the developer tools around it. So things like Visual Studio, VS Code, .NET,
I'll bring the slides back up there, John. Have you got the slides on?
Adam's in control.
Oh, what's he doing? So yeah, so I've been I've been at Microsoft about 3 years now, but before that, I've lived and worked in South Wales for about 20 years now, and I've been in a variety of industries. So I've been in insurance, I've been in telecoms, I've been in manufacturing. So I've seen development. In fact, funnily enough, we've had this week, I think, was the 20th anniversary of .NET, and a big shout out to .NET because I've been working with that pretty much since the very first preview. And it's pretty much followed my career in Wales, is almost parallel to the .NET launch. So I think I moved down here to take, I think, my first .NET job, which was looking at the preview. So yeah, I've been in this space and in this wonderful state for a little while now. So.
No, absolutely. And I know, Chris, you're joining us here. I mean, it's great to have you on. I mean, when Adam said you were going to be introducing us yesterday, it was like great, because I've always seen Chris as an honorary part of the Welsh Azure user group. Because look, today I think it's more about the community aspects, and I'm glancing to the side and seeing my big face on the screen. It's really off-putting, Adam, but never mind. But so I think it's going to cover a lot of bases as to what we're going to talk about today, really, because I think when this day was set up, it was about talking about how do we kind of build things in community, how do these user groups come to be. And I think it's fair to say that it's not just one or two people having an idea and running with it. It is absolutely community effort, because, like many people that have been on today before we're on now, we're all communicating on quite a regular basis. Chris has bounced several ideas, I've bounced several ideas off Chris. Likewise, we're all part of this one big happy cloud family. It sounds a little bit cliche, but it truly is. So really excited to kind of dip into a few areas with this little bit of a talk that we've got now over the next sort of 20 minutes or so. And Adam, you'll probably have to keep us in check because I'll keep talking. So I mean, should we start off then, Matt, in terms of a little bit about the Welsh Azure user group, the WOW to start with. So maybe if I take this bit, Matt, and you can talk about our manifesto in a second.
Yeah, I can chip in on some bits of this as well, because there may be some bits that actually predate you as well, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, for that point, then maybe that's where we'll start. So this is our core group of people as it is today. But yeah, Matt, do you want to talk to us a little bit about pre-Welsh Azure user group?
Yeah, so we'll just go quickly through the team there. So this is the current state of the organising team of the Welsh Azure user group. And did you see we've got a mix of people from companies that are either based in or people that live in and around South Wales. I think the furthest we've got, I think, is Clearbank, which I think are Bristol based. But even so, we're all a local family there. And actually, I was doing a little bit of research on the history of Welsh Azure, because I kind of joined about maybe 5 years ago, back when it was under a different name. And I've discovered actually next year will be technically the 10th anniversary from when the seeds of the idea of the Welsh Azure user group came from. And originally it came from a set of kind of in-person lunch sessions that were being run by a wonderful Microsoft MVP called Steph Locke, who is still actively involved in various kind of data communities in and around the UK, to be honest. And she ran these kind of hour-long lunch sessions, and they were lunch and learn. So you turn up at a place somewhere in, I think it was Cardiff based. You turn up and you talk about whatever topic they happen to want to talk about that month. And that then led to a thing called the SQL Relay events, if people remember those from back in 2014. I was lucky enough to speak at one of those in 2014, I think. And that was a fairly massive event. And then I think, and I'm paraphrasing for Steph here, I think running the conference took the energy out of her a bit, and she started to look out beyond just SQL for topics. And there was another group at the time in and around Cardiff called diff.net that was much more developer focused. And actually between the two groups, there was a lot of overlap on the subjects that were happening, but there were almost completely disparate groups of people that were attending with outside of the organisers. So the intent was to kind of bring those two groups together and to blend them under one banner, one name. So around about 2017, the group got rebranded as a thing called Microsoft Stack. So we kind of got rid of all of the Welsh kind of links and just let's focus on Microsoft technology. And that was around about the time I think I started getting involved. And we had sort of minimal sponsorship there. We had there was a local recruitment agency that was providing us with some sponsorship and some location, and they were all in-person events. And it was a bit ad hoc, be fair to say, I think. The venue shifted around a lot. And then, and it wasn't the regular cadence that we kind of see now. And then in February of 2020, that was the last in-person meetup for what was then Microsoft Stack. And we were pretty lucky in that, you know, we could still do an in-person meetup at that time. And a lot of the original organizers had moved on to different things. So it was being run by some of the people you see on that slide there now. And then around about that time, this individual called Mr. Lunn contacted us and said, very much in the way that Chris was talking about, where he was actively looking for a group that he could get involved in for the local community. And to be honest, we started in the same way as it sounds like Shabazz did, in that we started with him as a speaker. He came along and did a wonderful talk in September 2020. Yeah. Around about CAF, if I remember rightly, John, wasn't it? The
That's right. I think it was cloud adoption. That's right.
Yep. And then from November, pretty much of that year, we'd already made the decision to go all virtual. We decided to John to take over some of the reins, not all of them, but certainly a lot of them. And from that point, we've gone from strength to strength. Let's be brutally honest, John. We've not missed a month in 18 months now.
Well, it's been a journey, and I think when we first kind of rebranded that group to Welsh Shore User Group, I like exactly like Chris said, exactly like Neil and Shabazz were saying, I was looking around my local area to kind of find that group. You know, I was looking for that Microsoft Stack group, and of course it was dormant. There was other bits and pieces, but there was nothing that kind of, you know, flew the flag for Wales. And I thought, well, look, that's something. Actually, it was quite comical at the time. So I think I'd come up with such an obtuse acronym for my user group name. I'd started reaching out to people on LinkedIn, and I thought it was just the more obtuse the acronym, the better. But you know, clearly not. So at that point, Anna actually reached out to me, saw my post go up on LinkedIn and said, actually, John, we're trying to do something here. Do you want to join us? It's like, yeah, absolutely. Let's go for it. So, and that was kind of, I guess, the rebirth of the group as to what it is today. And that's probably what we're going to talk about now, is where we've gone through over the last sort of 18 months to 2 years. Yep. We got a core group of 7 people at the moment, that kind of behind the scenes. You know, I'm very active on social media. You know, obviously being an MVP, I've been, you know, having some fun in the community and doing some great things with all the people in the chat and across the community at large. But when we started this, we were fortunate enough to be kind of contacted virtually, you know, not far off starting the virtual sessions by some great companies such as Admiral, NetApp, and Servant. And they kind of became the core sponsors that kind of support you financially and, of course, help you spread the word of the user group and get the message out there. But I think it's probably fair to say that they've been a huge support to us, with giving us ideas, getting us speakers, like I say, offering quiz prizes and all sorts of things like that. So they're the lifeblood of local user groups as well. So, you know, big shout out to all those companies that kind of help support the user groups. And they're the 3 companies that help us. And it was fantastic to have Admiral jump on board, with it being headquartered in Cardiff, you know, a Welsh company with the HQ down in Cardiff. So it was great to have those guys on board. So anyway, from that point, you know, we kind of came up with this manifesto at the time, which, you know, it covered those points. That's up on our Meetup space. It was all about, you know, trying to educate the Welsh community with all things Azure. You'll see Welsh and Wales written in those lines because, I mean, in hindsight, we kind of didn't know what COVID was going to kind of throw us into. So it was kind of, we want to build this local community group, still thinking about this, you know, reach and touch and say hello to people and, you know, go to the pub and, you know, have a quick drink and meet and network with people. So that was the intention, was to kind of act as a platform, as others have said during the day, to offer that opportunity for people to speak from local Welsh business, from that community. And that's kind of how we started, but we kind of quickly grew. So I guess what I'll quickly show you now is a few of the places that you can find us. So we're absolutely on Meetup. There's our links to Meetup. Go and join us. As Matt has mentioned there, because the group is has been compounded over the years, we're fortunate to have like a base of over 1,500 people at the moment that are members of that Meetup. You'll find all our events scheduled in there. I think we're normally scheduled 2 or 3 months in advance. That's what we try and plan to do anyway. And we've done one hybrid event, which we're going to talk to you a little bit about as part of this talk today. But up until this point, they've been virtual predominantly.
Just to jump in actually there, John, as well.
Yeah, go on, Chris.
I think you're all too modest, because I know when I started with Azure Thames Valley, I think it was around the 1,000 mark. So, you know, there's definitely the interest and the growth there as well. And something really important that I just want to mention as well is not only is it, I think, yourselves inside of the Meetup group kind of working with each other, learning from each other, but we're absolutely, you know, at Azure Thames Valley kind of looking at what a Welsh Azure user group doing, you know, what can we learn from them and how can we take the best of that and use that over here as well. So,
well, likewise, Chris. Yeah, I think it's, well, thank you, Chris. I mean, it's been a team effort, but I think it's true to say that, look, we've been helped by many other people across the community. You know, when we started, we had massive help from Sarah Lean up in the Glasgow user group. We've spoken to the Northern Azure team, the Midlands. You know, we've spoken to so many great people across the community that have, look, it's all about helping each other. Yeah, that's what community is. So, look, I mean, at the end of the day, the Welsh Azure User Group is what it is now, is just all about, you know, just having as much fun as possible, getting the learnings out there, having some brilliant speakers on each month to kind of give us that opportunity to connect with others virtually at the moment, and have a quiz, have a bit of fun at the end of the day as well with some great prizes. So, I mean, I don't know if you want to flick back to the slides, Adam. I'll quickly whiz through because I'm mindful of time. That's unusual of me, isn't it?
You've got so much time. Don't worry about it. You're doing great.
So, I mean, other places, as you pointed out, Chris and Adam, just before this, now the Azure Tech Group. So, yeah, we were brought on to that program, which is great because fundamentally it's made us part of Meetup Pro space, which, look, if you are looking to set up your own user group, and it's obviously Microsoft, as Adam said earlier on, it's a great place to be because all of a sudden, as Adam pointed out earlier, you're kind of part of a network of another 130 plus groups on a global scale. You've got access to, you know, see all those other events, and your events get echoed out and kind of broadcast to that audience as well. So all of a sudden, we've gone from that kind of 1,500 members to effectively being visible to another 130 plus groups globally. And that's probably a theme of where we're going with the hybrid thing that we're about to jump into. But quickly flick through some more. LinkedIn, there's our, you know, LinkedIn for whatever reason don't tend to give us some nice vanity URLs there. So there's a catchy 138666357 URL there that I've always got at the tip of my tongue if you want to find us on LinkedIn. But go and bookmark us and join. You know, join. It's just about getting the message out there. Of course, we're on Twitter. Who isn't? If you're not on Twitter as a tech community, get on Twitter. So you can find us at Welsh Azure on Twitter. Go and follow us. You know, we've been grateful. We got over, I don't know, you know, that's my lack of updating slides there. We've got more than 230. We're on 770 followers on Twitter. And of course, YouTube. So any pre-recorded events that we've done, of which there are, I think, 18, 19 events now, I think, since we did it. So they're all on YouTube playlists. It's on my YouTube channel there if you want to go and have a look. And there's some fantastic content. They're all bookmarked, so you can kind of jump to the time for the session that you want to have a look at. I mean, look, before we jump into the hybrid talk, Matt and Chris, I just put a few of the slides up of some of the speakers that we've had over. That's just the last year. I mean, we've been fortunate to have some heavy hitters in the industry come and join us for some special events where we had Scott Hanselman and John Saville back in February. Just before Christmas, then we had Mike Pfeiffer and Olivier Bloch on to join us. You know, not taking away from every one of the other speakers out there, because look, they've all been absolutely brilliant speakers. But it's just great to get the support of some of those people in the community or in the tech space that really can help drive the message and bring more people to the group. And I guess that's been a message, not just for the Welsh Azure user group, but for all user groups. It's about, look, if you're watching this, reach out, find your community and help amplify that message and help get it out there. And you might think, why? But believe you me, once you get involved with that, it's just so much fun. You get so much satisfaction of being part of this local tech community. And look, it's you know, as I say with Chris earlier on, it's not, you know, this localized thing of I'm part of my club, you're part of yours. It's very much we're all there to help each other, get the message out, have fun, learn as much as we can, basically. So
whilst you're on that slide, just a minute, John, it's worth pointing out actually that as well as the heavy hitters, we've had a couple of sessions where we've done lightning talk meetups where
yes.
we wanted to encourage people that wouldn't normally be on stage or wouldn't normally be presenting to just do 10-15 minutes. And actually, those have been some of the most entertaining ones, is because we've got such a broad range of people that are coming and visiting, that the topics we're getting they're getting through them very quickly. They're delivering the information that they want, and they're just in a safe space where they can do this without necessarily having to feel, you know, bad about presenting.
And this is
100%.
This is a really important point, though, that we should pull out a little bit more on, because if you think back to Shabaz's talk earlier, it was the talk around going from speaker to community organizer. We're starting to pull some of those themes here as well. And I think if that's something that is an itch you want to scratch, there's absolutely opportunities out there in the meetup groups and in the wider technical communities to do that. If it's blogging, if it's vlogging, if it's organizing a meetup group, and it's so much fun. You know, I think, John, you and I have been on streams in the past where we've talked about the importance of kind of learning out in the open. This is all part of that, isn't it? This building one community where we can all lean on each other, learn from each other, and just be better because of each other as well.
Yeah, precisely. No, thanks, Chris. And it's exactly that, isn't it? It's like it's a platform for all. It's that safe space. You know, even the talks that we saw earlier with Jess and Pete, you know, talking about kind of that ability to just be respectful of everybody, no judgment. It's a fun, safe space to come and give a talk. If you're nervous, if you've never given one, you want to do it for the first time, reach out to me, Matt, or anybody else that runs a user group, and believe you me, you'll be welcomed with open arms. And hopefully, you know, as best as we can, it'll be a positive experience more than anything else. I mean, that's certainly the idea anyway. Okay, shall we move on to talk about the topic that we were going to kind of mention on? So up to now, we've obviously talked about user groups, setting up a user group, and you know, as Chris mentioned there earlier on, what is the impact of COVID been? It's probably very obvious, you know, simple as that. There's no face-to-face meetings. So as we kind of pointed out with the Welsh Azure user group a second ago, when February kind of hit, as Microsoft Stack as it was, it kind of went dormant. Nobody kind of really knew, but what do we do now? You know, nobody had these elaborate office setups back then, if you remember. Nobody knew the difference between a HD camera and a whatever, you know, a DSLR or a mirrorless camera. You know, all of these things. Unfortunately, I've probably fallen foul to it more than most, if you follow me on Twitter. But these are things that we've kind of had to come up with. You know, who'd have thought we'd all be rushing to IKEA to buy plastic potted plants to put on a bookshelf behind us? You know, I certainly didn't, and certainly my wife looked at me at the time as I'm comparing plants in IKEA. It was an experience I never realised I was going to have to go through. So we had no face to face. So at this point, it was a case of, right, we know that we've got these technologies. We know that we work, you know, if you're in the Microsoft space, we work with teams. We know that there are other products out there that we can kind of speak to people across the internet. You know, who'd have thought? So how do we kind of adapt those technologies and start looking at what can we actually do? So for the Welsh Azure user group, it was a case that we obviously went all virtual, as was mentioned earlier on, as have a lot of other user groups across the UK. It was great. We had some fun in teams. This was from the Scott Hanselman talk, actually. So we had the together mode. We were playing with, you know, taking pictures, all the funny backgrounds, all the blurred backgrounds. You know, really, this was the start of us all getting kind of used to this way of working. We started putting out little tweet and win competitions, you know, to win an exam voucher or win a gift card or something along those lines. But fundamentally, this was our life. We were set up with having to kind of go through using some form of technology to do the best that we could to kind of make it fun and engage in an interaction, you know, getting that interaction from the community. I mean, anything to add there, Matt, at that point in terms of where we went to from nothing else? We just went straight virtual, yeah.
No, and I think we've tracked this as an iterative process. Like we've evolved pretty much after every meetup session the way that we do things, whether that's, how we do the quiz, or how we intro people, or having videos that introduce the team. We've been constantly iterating on that on the user group as an idea. Stuff like lightning talks was a prime example of that.
Yeah.
How do we'll try, let's do all lightning talks, let's do one big speaker and 3 lightning talks. Let's work out what's a format that works well at that point, and then reflect on it afterwards. It's a very kind of agile DevOps kind of process for doing meetups, but it's worked really well for us.
No, and it has, and it's kind of opened up that idea to, look how everybody's used to seeing these half-an-hour videos or presentations now, and we can kind of reflect back now where we are today. But at the time, it was like, what should we do? Is it a 45-minute talk? Is it a lightning talk? So we tried to, roll that into this virtual event. You can see with together mode in Teams, and just generally trying to have a bit of fun. The quiz, we'll get to the quiz and what we did with that. But fundamentally, we were kind of left in this position where, I took a picture. This was just before we were going to go and deliver our first hybrid event, which was back in September. We kind of got in to a space where we all were itching, as everybody was, to get out and meet people face to face. And I thought, right, how do we do this now? All of a sudden, we've spent the last year or so building up this audience that is predominantly virtual and not necessarily in Wales. It's a global audience, and it was truly global, from Europe, US, Africa. We were getting people from everywhere, which was fantastic. And we still get the same people. So we've still got that audience at the user group now. So how do we kind of bring that to a hybrid event? And again, it was a case of, right, we need a microphone. We need 2 microphones. Do we need a camera? We need some leads. We need more leads. We need a laptop. So it was right. What do we need? So I took this picture because I thought, I've just got a whole heap of stuff here, and I had far more than that. Put it all in a cardboard box, and we all trundled off down to Cardiff. The Microsoft office is down in Cardiff, and look, we had a blast. But bear in mind now, so this was how do we keep our virtual audience engaged as well as hold an in-person event, having never done this before and having only really learned these skills that it takes to run virtual events within the last year or so. So look, there we were. We were all having a blast. You can start to see in the pictures there, we've got cameras on little tripods. We've got laptops sticking out the corner of my ear there. And we were fortunate to have Mr. Reddington join us to give a talk at the first in-person Welsh Azure user group. And we also had Kirk Bryan from NetApp down to talk to us. So, of course, we turn up a little bit beforehand, and we've got all these laptops. We've got laptops to present with. We've got laptops to run Teams meetings off. But we thought, well, sorry, I'll hold my hands up. I thought it would be a good idea to try and stream this out across multiple social media platforms. So rather than just having the in-person and the Teams client experience, which people can interact in chat, I thought it'd be a great idea to see if we could stream it out across LinkedIn, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube all at the same time, because why wouldn't you? So that was a great thought. And some of the lessons learned from that now, and this is the point, I think, that the serious point about what we're trying to say here is that it sounds like a great idea. And more often than not, if you've got a self-contained area, it's been set up for those purposes, like the Microsoft Reactor, perfect. But I think as an ad hoc meeting where you're trying to get all kit together to run down things like the TV unit being in the middle of the room with a short extension lead, all of a sudden, have you got an extension lead on you? Has the room? So you're kind of running around trying to find all of these bits of kit. It's that box that every techie's got under their desk from 20 years ago with all those leads in. You kind of almost want to put that in the boot of your car, yeah? I mean, do you remember that one, Matt and Chris, when we turned up down there?
Yes, it was. To put it into context, the office down in Cardiff is undergoing some renovation. So it wasn't quite ready for us, I think would be fair to say.
But we were ready for them.
We were absolutely ready for them.
But even from a speaker perspective as well, it was so strange having the room that you're kind of speaking to, which was initially really strange. There's people actually looking back at me now while I talk. Hold on, I'm used to just looking at this camera right in front of me. But I've also then got a camera over here, which I kind of need to look at occasionally. And then I need to keep in touch with the chat over there. And I need to also keep in touch with the room. It was a great experience, but it was, strange to be in after we've been in this virtual world for so long.
It was a logistics thing as well. So just it goes back to John's point about making sure we wanted to make sure that the people that were watching online were as an integral part of that meetup, as that hybrid meetup, than the people that were there in person. And that's simple things like making sure you've got cameras that can see both the slides and the presenter, and potentially the audience as well if you want to. It's about making sure that any questions that are asked in the room are repeated so that the people online can hear if the mics aren't picking it up.
And that was exactly one of the things I was going to mention, was running across the room, because we had limitations on mics with my kind of speaker mic, and they're just going, okay, here you go. Repeat it for everyone online to hear as well.
And that's exactly it, Chris. I mean, Adam, I don't know if you want to go back to the slides, but I'll show that. I've grabbed that picture, to be honest, Chris, and you bang on, because I think, look, this is a picture of Kirk there giving his talk. You can see, yes, we've got a presentation laptop there at the side on the little table. It looks a bit messy, and it was a bit messy because, look, we were rushing around trying to pull things together. But we've got a laptop there, which is my laptop with those stickers on, which was actually running the Teams event and sharing that desktop with the presentation. But you can see Kirk is actually holding in his hand there the lavalier microphone. And that's obviously not to talk to the room, but it's to make sure that his voice is being heard across the Teams meetup, which is attached to my laptop. And as Chris said then, we had questions from the audience. So I captured that moment Chris just mentioned there. He ran across the room because the audience member was speaking. Of course, unless you tell the audience member to get, you've got a stand-up mic somewhere, or you've got mics overhead. Chris actually ran up and used his microphone there to pick up what the question was. So the audience that was listening in from the Teams client experience or the stream could actually hear, rather than the speaker having to repeat. So it's all of these things now, all of a sudden, you kind of have to be mindful of. Equally, when you're in a room, in a busy room like this, okay, granted, we were having a break at this precise point, but just being aware that as a moderator or as somebody within that Teams experience, you can see I got my phone in my hand, and I was actually on the Teams meetup with my phone and muted myself, because of course, if you've got multiple devices in a close space, all with open mics, you get feedback, you get that echo and screeching kind of sound. So it was very important that at any point in time, we only had the speakers' mics switched on to the Teams experience. And when they had finished their session, I would then put the mic on my phone. Or you could spend a bit of time, walk away from each other, just so that you're not picking up each other's mics. Another important concept, and a big shout out to, I think, another community favorite, Dean Ellaby there, of the cloud management community. Like I say, we were all in this to help each other. So Dean actually came down with his laptop to help with that streaming element. Now, I'm kind of pointing this out. Yes, we did go slightly over the top, and I'll hold my hand up to that. But we kind of used this event as a bit of a learning experience for ourselves to see how far could we push it? What would the quality be like with one camera? What if we, so to try and use that event to learn things. So big shout out to Dean. I didn't catch his face. He's there hidden behind some monitors there. But fundamentally, I'll get on to the point here now. The equipment that you need is relatively straightforward. More often than not, you've got that built into a laptop, or you've got it relatively reasonably available. Granted, anything but maybe a wireless mic is one of those things that you might not have to hand. But, a lot of people, sometimes they've got a microphone, or even if you've got to go and purchase a microphone, if you're going to do an event yourself, you can get relatively inexpensive microphones to do that. But of course, you can go and spend silly amounts of money on some of this kit as well. But fundamentally, you need the basics. A camera, HD camera, doesn't really matter the quality unless you're going to go into full-on productions. A relatively cheap USB HD camera should be enough to point at the speaker to get that image out to your virtual audience. You can use screen share capabilities through Teams and other products like that to share the slides or anything like that out to your virtual audience as well. So I thought it best that I put a little diagram together, because we all love a diagram, and we can talk about this if you like with Matt and Chris as well. I don't know how much time we've got left, Adam, but to kind of sum it up with what it took or what it takes to kind of have those 3 different audience types. If I can get my little laser pen, you can see that we've got our in-person audience down here that is actually looking at a presentation TV and actually seeing the speaker in person. That presentation is being sent over to a Teams client, which in our case, we were running on a separate laptop, which is then our Teams virtual audience that we were having to take care of and make sure they were as part of the session as much as anybody. But then from that same laptop, we were going out to a streaming service, Restream.io, which was then in turn sending out to LinkedIn, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube. So we've got this third audience. Now, the difference here is that these guys in the Teams audience can actually take part in the show with chat, but then we need this person sat here that may then also need their own camera and microphone to act as that moderator, to kind of act as a person in the chat, taking care of that virtual audience, and making sure all is good. So that's the kind of setup. I don't know if you've got any comments or want to put in. I've got one more slide left just to kind of wrap up what we talked about then, guys.
No, I mean, it's important to point out actually that the person on the in-person audience laptop was logged into the Teams channel as well. So that's how we managed it. Is effectively we ended up with 2 separate logons to the Teams chat from different laptops.
Yeah. No, absolutely, and it's like I said earlier on, this whole restreaming out to these different social platforms, it's that was an optional extra, and we did that purely just to see what that would take. Just so, I mean, look, we can move on to kind of a bit of a wrap up. There's a few bullet points here, but bit of a takeaway. So, I mean, Matt, I don't know, I've done enough talking. Matt, I don't know if you want to read through some of these and kind of
can do. Yeah, no. And I think these are all super useful points. I think it's already been touched on by Chris, but actually, if you want to get involved in a user group, either as a speaker or as an organizer, then reach out. The teams that are involved in this are always looking for new people to come on board, people with new ideas. And if they're not, then find someone who is, because frankly, the only way these kind of groups grow is if there is an influx and a constant kind of rotation of things that are going on. The ability to change is the most important part of these. One of the strangest ones I think we've discovered is that we started out with as being the Welsh Azure user group, and the biggest challenge we had for hybrid events now is that most of our audience is not Welsh based, is not Wales based, which creates almost another opportunity for us to build that community again when we start going back to more hybrid and more in person, which was the kind of the original goal we set out to do. I'm super proud of everything we've done with Welsh Azure, but we are limited in the number of people that are coming from the local area, and we'd like to change that. Absolutely.
Well, that's a call to action from the audience today, and not just for the Welsh Azure user group, but help support your local user group, because we'll all be in the same thing. We're looking to, if you know a Welsh person, go and tell them about the group, and help them. But equally, pick your community of choice. Go on, Matt. Sorry to interrupt you then, matey.
No, and I think you've covered all the rest now. So the running a hybrid event, the quality of the event that you run depends on the amount of preparation that you put into getting it. But actually, don't be intimidated. A good user group session can be run off a laptop camera. What most people are there for is the community and the content. Like, if people are judging the quality of your stream, then some priority is shifted there, I would think.
Absolutely. So I think that brings us to the end of our talk. Like I said, I don't want to go on too much. I can see there's a few questions, so I'll jump in the chat now and answer a few as we go. But yeah, Adam, it's been fun. It's been an emotional 2 years.
Thank you so much for everything you've done, and that was really informative. I think for many people, we might want to reuse that architecture diagram in future, and might be even a little bit of demand to do a slightly longer bit on the architecture of doing a hybrid event. So maybe we can separately organise that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, more than happy. Yeah, no problem.
Brilliant. Lots of positive feedback and yeah, comments about your setup, John. I want to work. You know that I can't remember what the clock is called that you have below your desk. Is that the
I can,
customizable-
Adam. I'm always tweeting them. I'm yet to get them to sponsor me with some. It's the metric time you're talking about there.
Yeah, if they could send
Hashtag
one
not
to me.
sponsored.
Yes, if they could send one to me, that would be amazing. But I'm thinking I use an app called Timekeeper, which is, as you know, on the on-screen folks, was put together by one of our Microsoft Cloud advocates, Laurent Bugnon. And it's really useful. It's currently telling me I'm 2 minutes and 30 over time. But I want to make the point that I want to get the data out of Timekeeper and onto one of those things, so that as a producer I can see exactly how long I've got. But yeah, we love the setup. Love what you were doing in Wales. Looking forward to a you've got plenty of sessions coming up. We'll just pop the link back on screen as well. If I can just open the right folder. There we go. So ak.ms/tech community day /Welsh Azure user group WAUG-meetup, or just search for Welsh Azure user group. You're going to find it. You're going to find it. They have the SEO all sorted out. Thank you. Really appreciate that. And we'll see you online and hopefully in person again very, very soon.
Yeah, no, thanks for having us on, Adam. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then Chris, Matt, and Steph are going to be back to talk to you about lunch bites. See you in just a moment.
Azure, Kubernetes, Power BI, Xamarin. How does a developer, IT admin, analyst, or solution architect keep up with all the latest technologies? Microsoft Learn can keep you one step ahead. First off, Microsoft Learn offers free, interactive, hands-on training and is always available at no cost to you. With more than 1,000+ courses and growing, find a wide variety of topics, including Azure, artificial intelligence, business applications, modern workplace, and Windows development. These modules offer a concise, interactive, and friendly way to pick up new skills as you venture into new career paths or start preparing for Microsoft certifications. You can complete most of them in 15 to 60 minutes. All have been translated into a variety of common languages. Want to fill in the big picture? Learning paths guide you through a series of logically connected modules. You can work along the path, gaining experience points and badges as you go. Make your own journey by creating and sharing a custom collection of modules for you and your team. And use bookmarks to save your favorites to come back to later. A personalized homepage will always keep you up to date. Learning is hands-on. The Sandbox environment uses real Azure. You are working with real resources in exactly the same manner as you would with your own subscription. When possible, you can choose your preferred platform to learn on. Want more personal instructor-led training? Microsoft Learn can connect you with a variety of qualified learning partners to take your technical skills to the next level. Want to browse through Microsoft Learn to see what it offers? Head to Microsoft.com/learn and check out your opportunities. We've created a platform to help you learn at the pace of change.
Steph, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
The words echoed by many of us throughout the last 2 years.
Oh, goodness, it was bound to happen at least once this show, right? Twice now.
We'll just say it was scripted. No one will ever know. There we go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back, Matt and Chris. Not that you didn't go very far, but I hope you will get a drink of water a little bit. So we're here to talk to you about our brand new series that is coming out featuring Matt, Chris, and I'll be co-hosting myself as well. And just in case you didn't see me on the earlier calls, I am Steph Rogers, and I am the Developer Engagement PMM for the UK, working alongside Chris and Matt. So a little quick detail about what Lunch Bites is it's led by our cloud solution architect here, Chris, and it'll be in the UK. And this will not just be a level 100 type of learnings. We're going to be going really deep with a mix of presentations from hands-on demos to help you learn, just to increase your skills in your learning journey. So this is our pilot series. It's a bit like a pilot TV show, and we're going to be learning what works, what doesn't work, and what is feeding into the later series of this content. So Chris, if you want to give a little bit more detail into that in this brand new show that we have coming next week.
Absolutely. So I guess really the show overall, we're taking that concept of lunch and learn that I think many of us know about, but really taking it to the next level. We want it to be accessible for everyone. We want it to be out in the open and available on Learn TV. And that's really where Lunch Bites has come from. So we've got a brilliant session coming up next week. But the first few sessions we're going to be focusing on are going to be very much application focused, given that's kind of the expertise with the team we're piloting it with right now. But over time, we're going to be looking at expanding it in the infrastructure spaces, the data spaces as well, and looking at how we have a good balance across all topics and all personas, whether you're an IT pro or developer or whatever your background is. So the first session is going to be a really interesting one. Obviously, you can see that we've got Matt still with us here because Matt is going to be our first guest. So Matt is going to be talking all about DevOps and API management and how you can get started with it, because it's not a level 100 topic, as Steph mentioned. There could be some complexities in there. There could be some challenges, and we want to help you get going with that.
Absolutely. And a lot of these topics that we'll have coming up are fielded by questions that you've had, whether you've brought that up to us or you have other ideas that you want to have included in Lunch Bites going forward. You can email us at lunchbites@microsoft.com. But Matt, could you give a little bit of like a sneak preview into your session next week?
Yeah, and it's an interesting subject, this one, because for those that don't know, Azure API Management is our kind of premium offering for, it's an API governance platform, effectively. And one of the big challenges is with it is that you've typically got some sort of underlying API. You've got something like an Azure function or a web app or even just some third-party API that you want to front with API management. And they're developed at different cadences. So the APIs themselves and the policies that are in API management need to be deployed in the same kind of pipeline way that your functions would be or your APIs would be on the back end. So what we're going to go through is a set of examples of how that works in practice. I'm going to do some things with some GitHub Actions to show that in action and to show what the options are when it comes to actually deploying APIs in API management.
Awesome. So we are so looking forward to this. This will be our first one next Wednesday. We highly recommend everyone jump onto that aka.ms link, which is in the slide, which is popping up soon. Sign up to that. Definitely have it subscribed so that way it pops up in your calendar invites to remind you that next Wednesday for lunch, you can sit back, relax, put up your feet, grab whatever meal you have, and get some learning in, which will be fun. Chris, would you mind chatting a little bit about like the role of a CSA and then how this kind of will be implemented or like influence the Lunch Bites content, kind of helping people understand the deeper knowledge they'll be getting, because you'll be bringing in some really cool speakers. We will be bringing in some cool speakers. So chat about some details.
Absolutely. So we love our acronyms, of course, but as CSA, Cloud Solution Architect, and really what my role, Matt's role, many of us at Microsoft is really around making sure that customers can be successful. So our role is entirely customer facing. 5 days a week, we work with customers unless we're running streams like this, which is a little bit of different fun. And what we do is we help them take their projects to production. So we're not necessarily the people hands on keyboard. There's a great partner community to really drive that and get hands on. But we're there for that extra layer of guidance and that extra layer of support to get them across the line and get them towards production. So we see tons of things which happen in the real world. And I think that's really what we wanted to bring, is all of those things that happen and that we see, with our eyes, stay in our brains, and all those things that we learn along the way, those challenges, those potential scenarios that could get you along the way. We want to be able to share that with everyone and just share the learnings out in the open, a bit like we were talking about earlier. That's the intent behind the series.
So Matt, Chris, question for both of you. You both are in groups. You're both CSAs. You both have deep technical knowledge. Okay, work-life balance. How do you do it all? Like, I would love like tips to the team, tips to everyone else here. We haven't talked about work-life balance yet when it comes to balancing communities, being involved, networking, and then also like the focus on your skills and increasing, accelerating your career journey. Could both of you give like maybe a perspective or something that's really helped you in that type of balance?
So I think part of it is companies you work for need to be supportive of the learning part.
Yep.
Right, so I mean, Lunchbite is a prime example of this. Days like today actually are prime examples of this. Is about giving people the chance and the opportunity to basically develop their skills. And then when it comes to the balance part, and Chris will probably agree with me on this one, but we wouldn't do this unless we didn't enjoy it, unless we enjoyed it. So, you know, part of this, I'm one of those people that got into technology because it was my hobby. You know, when you start with, and this is going to date me now, the ZX Spectrums and the Amigas and the Atari STs of the world, moving up through it, and you're writing code for those things, that's what you were doing as a hobby. So actually, we're lucky enough now that actually the things that we do as a hobby, we get to talk about on a day-to-day basis and to change customers.
Yep.
And help
I think
customers.
Absolutely. And I think the other thing I'd add on to that, Matt, as well, coming back to the almost the work-life balance side, but also just thinking a bit broadly, I coach and mentor a few people, and one of the things I always give as a bit of advice is think about your why. You know, why are you doing that thing? Why is it that you want to learn about this technology? Or why do you want to do that activity? Why do you want to blog? Why do you want to stream? What is it that you want to do? Because if you're doing those things which take away, you know, they don't give you that passion, they don't give you energy, they suck energy, you're probably not going to be motivated to go and do them. And that for me is how I kind of identify my work-life balance. Like things like this give me so much energy. I love working with the community and love working and doing things like this. So it's about being able to balance that with what you what you need to get done in the role, etc. as well, and help you achieve your technical learnings as well.
Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Matt. You've been on the call quite a bit today. And so we appreciate all the work that you're doing to be a part of the community and to provide your insights. That is wonderful. And I will say thank you and goodbye for now. And we will bring back Adam, or actually, sorry, we have a video. We have another video and we'll go on to introduce another guest speaker. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Thanks very much to Steph and Chris and Matt for that wonderful session on Lunch Bites. And also just for anyone that is watching, I just wanted to give you a quick heads up. Apologies for anyone that was expecting Ryan the Yates in his PowerShell session. He's not been available to do that today, but what we will do is try and schedule that for a future session. And with that, just want to give you all a preview of the rest of the afternoon ahead. And so we are currently at the Windows Apps London session. I'm going to introduce another Matt Lacey, in just a moment. And following that, we'll have our Power Platform Virtual Happy Hour on empowering users on the Power Platform, which then leads us into the Imagine Cup National Final at 4 p.m. GMT, with the show closing at 5:30 p.m. today. And just a reminder to everyone, as I flick through the slides, our code of conduct is very, very important to us. So please do keep being polite and fair and aware of others, and visit our website, aka.ms/eventcoc, if you have any questions or would like to speak to someone. And don't forget, captions are available on Learn TV, aka.ms/Learn TV, or YouTube, and you can get the link to today's show, aka.ms/community day. So with that, I am going to hand over to Matt, and I think he has a screen share ready to go. So let's bring that up. Hi, Matt.
Hi, Adam. So I'm going to jump straight in. I'm going to jump straight in because I've got 3 questions for you. What did you make or do? Why did you make or do it? And what did you learn in the process? Now, these are my 3 magic questions, and they provide a framework for giving your first talk. Okay, I'm really big on in-person events, and this is how I've managed to have loads of events where loads of people have got up and said, this is what I did, and give a little talk about it. Okay, so my name's Matt. I am a white guy, short hair, glasses, beard, and I'm wearing a blue shirt. And I've been helping running by myself user groups and meetups since 2008. So there's loads and loads of groups for a very long time. I'm older than I sometimes look. But what I do is I love those in-person meetups, getting together in a group, in a place together. That's really useful, that's really bonding, that's really encouraging, and you learn loads of really cool stuff. You know, we've heard about loads of groups today where, you know, they're doing amazing things, some things I've never even heard of. It's great to learn new stuff, but it's also great to get together with people like you and to talk about the things you're interested in. And when these groups all get back together and they're doing their in-person meetups, I'd love for you to go, find one you're interested in, and when you're there, offer to talk about the things you do. So as an organizer, I will regularly ask the people I'm talking to, you know, if they're enthusiastic about something they've done, I'll say, that sounds great. Would you give a talk on it? It's going to be really easy. Only take 5 minutes. A few of them, you know, really don't want to, but most of them see how easy it is and give it a go themselves. Now, there are lots of different types of talks. I'm really only focusing on this like short demo one, but you can use this structure for other things. So yeah. So you know, I just want to say that, you know, these questions, you know, I discovered them. You know, it was luck to find them, and maybe it was chance. I since discovered why they work, and I would love to talk to you about story theory and about structure and, you know, leading the you know, the reader or the viewer or the audience on a journey, but I haven't got time for that. So instead, what I'm going to do is I am going to show you a demo. I'm going to, you know, demonstrate this thing, and, you know, you'll get an idea for what I'm talking about, and I'm going to stop as we go and explain why I'm doing what I'm doing, and hopefully what you as an audience are thinking or feeling. So I'm going to switch over. Oh dear, I'm going to mess with my machine, and hopefully switch over to Visual Studio. Yes, this is Visual Studio. I'm sure most of you, or a lot of you, recognize it. So at the top, we've got our code window, and at the bottom, we've got a special magic version of console window called VS Console. And what I can do now is I can step through my code. If I get the little step button, as I step through my code, you know, you can see that there's you know, some of my interesting story has crossed over with my interesting code. So, you know, so we stepped through, you know, we established the protagonist and there was some output, and we established the antagonist and there was a bit more output. I could step through the code and I could see my story developing, or I could just run through the whole thing. And it's just having that console output in Visual Studio, that's the thing I made. So that was really simple, you know, 30 seconds or so, straight in. I said my name, I gave a demo. No justifying why I'm being here. I didn't need to have, you know, have a PowerPoint. You can make one if you really want to, but you don't need to. I didn't have this is where I work, this is why I'm important, these are all the awards I've got, you should listen to me. I'm talking to my audience at the user group, at the meetup, who want to know from me. They want to know I've done real things, and I prove that I've done real things, and I'm justified to talk to them by showing the real thing I've done. Okay? You know, I dive straight in. No description of it, no diagrams, no hard sell. I just made this thing. And hopefully, you know, people are interested in that. You know, hopefully people are paying attention. You know, for some of them that might not be interesting, it might not be relevant. I didn't go through everything. I didn't explain all the features. There's time for that if we get to it. You might have questions about it. You might have questions about things related to this. We'll get to them. I started with, what did I make? What did I do? I made this. Now, hopefully you in the audience are also coming up with lots of questions. Oh, how does that work? What can it do? What are the limits? What about this? What about that? How does it compare to this other thing? All sorts of questions going through your head, hopefully. But the main question is, well, why did you do it? That's our second question. Why did I do it? Because I was fed up of faffing around with not knowing where the console window was when I was stepping through code, trying to share my screen and not knowing, you know, which window do I show, where do I show it? It was a right pain. I'm sure you've had similar things. And I also discovered that, hey, it would be really useful if when I'm stepping through my code, I could see the output next to the code I'm running. And you can see right here on the screen, you know, they're inches apart. I don't have to scan around on another monitor or anything like that. You know, this was trying to make my life easier. I have an interest in Visual Studio extensions. I've made a few. I couldn't find anyone who'd done something like this, so I thought, I'll investigate a little bit in the thing I'm interested, learn some stuff, and build something that's useful for me. So that's what I did. Okay, so I've justified it in another minute or so. You now know this thing isn't arbitrary. This thing exists for a reason. It exists to solve a problem. Now, in your technical audience, you probably have lots of people who solve problems all day. So when you say, I have this problem, their mind is going, oh, how do I solve it? What would I do? How did they do it? Wow, looking at what they've done. The mind's going. There's lots of questions coming up, and that's good. We want our audience to have lots of questions because we want them to ask lots of questions. We're probably going to answer some of them as we go, but all the ones they don't have, they can ask at the end. And we get that engagement, we get that back and forth, we get that development of community, and we learn the things we want to learn from real people who've done real things. This isn't just about, our company makes this thing, here's a really basic demo. Well, developers especially, we're really wary of that. We go, well, yeah, okay, but what about the real world? This is all about the real world. Your real world might not be Visual Studio extensions, that's fine, but the structure will work. Okay. Lots of questions, I see lots of demos, and I sometimes go, why on earth would anyone ever want or need that? You might have seen this and thought, why would anyone want or need that? You can come back to the little pigs bit, and we'll talk about that separately if you want. But why on earth would anyone need it? Now, hopefully I've explained it. I've given a reason for its existence. I've seen people get up and give talks, and I have thought in my mind, why on earth would anyone need that? And they explained, well, actually, it was about a medical condition for someone in their family. Fortunately, that's not a situation I've ever had to deal with. But, all of a sudden, I'm invested. This person has a problem. This is how they've solved it. Maybe I can make suggestions to help them improve it or make it even better or help other people or learn from those things that they've done and develop something myself. Okay, that's what the audience wants. The audience wants to learn something themselves. That's why they're there. They might not articulate it. They want to learn something. And, if they can learn from you presenting, even better. Learning stuff's great. Learning from other people going through all the time and effort to get their best practices, to get their gotchas, that's amazing. It saves you loads and loads of time and effort. That's really good. Okay, so I built this thing. What did I learn? What did I learn? What did I learn? Well, having shown this to a few people, the first thing I learned was that lots of people don't know that the console can do different colors. Okay, and if I'll risk switching over again. So here's the real console window. See, I had to faff around to get to it. You see there are colors there, they do show up. That's a real thing. You can see if I scroll down the code, I just set the color in the code, called console.background color, foreground color. Brilliant, it's all nice and simple. You can take that away. You can do things in the console beyond just write lines of text. Lots of people didn't know that. Hey, person in the audience who didn't know that, you've learned something from my silly little 5-minute talk. Brilliant. Okay. Now the real technical stuff. I'm going to get a little bit technical for a bit. Don't worry, I won't be long. We'll get onto other stuff afterwards. Okay. So how did I make this work? So, I've got the console window over there, somewhere else in the windows. And, there might be an easy way to get the console output as it goes. I couldn't find it. I didn't know what that was. That's too low level for me. I'm all just drag and drop, click buttons sort of developer. I can't do pipes and whatever ports and whatever else goes on at a low level. I don't know about those things. So I tried to use the things I did know and then take those to make something I could use. So what I did know is the debug output does go to the Visual Studio. So I thought, well, if I can read the debug output, if I can get the console output to show up in the debug, I can read the debug output and then show it nicely, which is kind of what I'm doing. But then I had to go, well, how do I get the console output into the debug? So what I did is I wrote a wrapper. I wrote a wrapper that looks really trivial like this. I just copied the console API and created methods that do the same thing. And within them, I write to the real console and I write to the debug output. I bundle all that up, put it in a NuGet package. If I jump back to my code, I add a reference to this NuGet package, and then I tell the code, whenever you use the console, just use my one, and everything else goes through. So I've done really minimal impact on the code base. I've added a tiny NuGet package reference and one line of code. But I now get I can now get into Visual Studio the things I need to display it on the screen. So then I had to, how do I read things out of the debug output? It turned out to be really easy. I was worried I was going to have to read all the debug output and then try and work out which bits were relevant, but it's possible to get a diff, and working with diffs is a bit hard sometimes, but a purely additive diff, which is these are all the new bits. Well, that's really easy to work with. So I've got my output, and you see it just says lots of VS Console dash whatever .write line, and then the thing to output, or the color to use. Lots of really simple things. You know, I've built things with Visual Studio before. I've never made a tool window. Some of the, it's the black box bit at the bottom. That's a whole window. I could move it around like any other window in Visual Studio if I wanted. There's benefits to that, which means I can put the output anywhere I want. And so, yeah, so that's, some things in Visual Studio are really hard to do though. But adding a tool window actually turns out that's really easy. Manipulating all the text, that was a bit harder. I tried a few things. I tried doing different text blocks and stacking them and wrapping them and all sorts of things, but it just got too complicated for me. So I'm actually using a rich text block, or a rich text box, a read-only one, and just sort of manipulating the text in that. That worked out nice and simple, saved me a few problems. It was quite easy, hacked it together over a weekend. It doesn't do everything, but it does enough for me, and that's what I want. Okay, so that's my demo done. I talked fast because I was enthusiastic, and that's good because you want the people talking to be enthusiastic. Your enthusiasm will rub off on the audience. I chose what I'm talking about. I wasn't given a topic I had to go and research. This is all just stuff I did without having to think about it too much, which made it really easy. I talked about some of the things that are easy, some of the things that are hard. I might have answered some of your questions as I went. I talked about challenges and how I overcame them. Real world stuff. I wasn't worried about remembering all the things. I made this code like a year ago. There's probably interesting things I've forgotten, but they're not obviously that interesting. I'd have remembered and I would have talked about them. Okay, I'm hoping that the things that are interesting to me and my enthusiasm for them will transmit to you, and maybe you'll be interested in those as well. Giving you all the information about how everything works would have been overkill. You would have got bored. It would have taken ages, and it wouldn't have helped you. And remember, the point of the presentation is it's about the audience. It's not about me. You know little about me beyond my name. I write Visual Studio extensions. I've done some user groups, and I'm really enthusiastic about stories and code. Brilliant. That doesn't matter. I made this thing, and you can learn some things from my experience. That's what matters. Okay. So I've done the demo. I've explained why I did the different bits in the order I did them. And now we come to the best bit, the Q&A. If I had 4 questions in my framework, the 4th question would be, hey, do you have any questions, audience? But it's unnecessary. I've I've seen developers use this framework so many times. Presenters get up and say, this is what I did, this is why I did it. You don't have to ask, are there any questions? Because the audience have already got their hands up or they're shouting them out. People get interested because your user group is people like you. Your peers, they want to know about the things you're interested in too. So if I get up and show this thing and it's relevant to my user group, they're going to be interested already. Even if on those rare occasions no one has a question, the host or the organizer can really easily come in and say, what are you going to do next? Where can people get it? Can you show us more? What other things does it do? If there really is that problem of people not really caring, there are always questions that can be asked. You don't have to answer every question in advance. You don't want to answer every question in advance. You want to give the audience an opportunity to learn, to ask questions. And you learn from the audience's questions too. Okay, when an audience member goes, but what did you think about using this instead? I didn't know about that, tell me more. Or why did you use that process instead of that process? Or did you know about this competitor? There's this other person doing the same thing. I'm learning stuff from the audience and the audience are learning too. It's a two-way thing. I talk about in-person user groups a lot, and I always talk about people learning from and with each other. It's not about sitting quietly in the audience. There are sometimes reasons for that, that's fine. But really, everyone gets lots more value when you talk to other people. Okay, that's what's really important to me. Okay, you might have questions about the demo. Hold them, we're going to come back to them. But I want to make the point first that I probably made this look, really, really easy. Hopefully, that was the plan. it wasn't very professionally done. It doesn't need to be professionally done. This is about connecting with your peers. You know, I've known people who've done these talks, they've gone on given longer talks, they've gone on to speak at conferences and international conferences, really big stages, but they started simple. Just worry about starting simple. Get up and give it a try. Your audience wants to hear from people like you. The people in the user groups you're going to, they have similar interests. They want to learn from you. You get to learn from them. You know, because while we're similar and we have similar interests, we have different experiences. They might be different life experiences. They're also probably different technical work experiences. And so it's sharing those different experiences, which is the real value of getting together in person at a meetup. You can probably guess I didn't do a lot of preparation for this, and that's deliberate. Okay, it doesn't need to be complicated. I didn't have to build a PowerPoint deck. I didn't have to spend hours planning and researching. The first time I ever gave a talk at a user group, I spent 2 months, pretty much every night, planning, preparing, rehearsing, and yeah, it went well. For a talk like this, well, now I probably wouldn't do any prep, but I tell people, you know, if you're spending 30 minutes on this, that's probably way too much. Okay, it really does need to be really simple. It's just talking about the thing you're interested in. That's all we want to know. That's what we want to care about. You will get questions. You know, by doing it this way, I'm setting up the audience to ask questions. I'm not manipulating them. I'm leading them. This is what I've done. This is why I did it. How we solved the problem, and here are things I learned on the way. Deliberately not answering every question they might possibly have because there isn't time, but giving them the opportunity to ask the things that are interesting to them. That's what this is about. You might look at this and go, well, that's all technical and sophisticated. It could be something really, really simple. It could be that you're an industry expert. You could be brand new at whatever technology you're working with. There are values from everyone's experiences and hearing from each other's experiences when they're different. As an expert, it's good to know what the beginners are learning, what their interests are, what things that matter to them. From a beginner perspective, if I hear an expert give a talk, I'm like, oh, I'm learning about the possibilities, seeing how people with more experience do things. There's use for everybody, whatever your level of experience and whatever your level of technical ability. We'll go with that, okay? And it's short. You know, I tell people 5 minutes. Everyone goes over 5 minutes. I've got a clock in the corner. I'm pretty sure I went over 5 minutes, and I haven't even asked any questions or answered any questions, okay? I mean, it doesn't just work for demos. You know, you could use this structure in a longer talk. You could use this structure in a lightning talk. We had some of the groups earlier talking about how they run lightning talks. This works really well with lightning talks. I've done evenings where we've done like 7 or 8 of these in a night. One of the problems with lightning talks often is someone takes an hour-long talk, tries to squeeze it down to 20 minutes. That doesn't often work well. Taking something short and making it longer, much easier, and you give the audience what they want. Remember, it's about the audience. Okay, said a lot. Let me find my questions. So I had lots of questions, and they were in an order for a reason. Okay, this structure gives you focus as a presenter, but these questions, while they're focused and I'm really explicit about what, why, and then learn, but they're also really vague questions. You can interpret them in whatever way makes sense to you or is relevant to you. You can do this how you wish, you know, and it doesn't have to be about, you know, developers. Sorry, that's my world, that's what I know. But I know there are lots of people who are IT pros and all sorts of things on there, but this works for all of them. So I've seen this obviously used for lots of mobile apps and games and desktop apps and all sorts of things. I've seen it used for power apps, for websites, for APIs, for web services, people building Azure functions, people building little IoT devices. I've seen people use it for whole apps or just like a single feature. Things involving money, obviously always interesting. So I've seen people talk about how they're integrated with a payment provider or an ad service or an ad provider. Those things are really interesting because people want to know, you know, those things are often much more difficult than people are told. So the real experiences are useful. I've seen someone get up and say, I got this really massive unexpected Azure bill. Here's how I got round it. And here's how I made sure I didn't get it again. And everyone was paying attention then because no one wants to get a $20,000 Azure bill they weren't expecting. I've seen people talk about networking issues and code performance, or even people talking about, I learned this single function in an API and I took my code, which was this number of lines, down to this number of lines because I could call this thing that did it for me. And that was really useful to the audience. You know, I've even seen people use this for book reviews. What book did you read? Why did you read it? What did you learn from it? What was good about it? What was interesting? What was bad? It really is flexible. Even, you know, people were talking about it earlier. Even someone talking about their experiences making their first open source pull request and contribution. You know, people who've done it for years, we don't know what it's like for the new people. We don't know what those experiences are like. How I have no idea what it's like going into GitHub for the first time. I'd kind of like to know that now I've thought about it. But my experience is obviously different to theirs. We've got lots of things we can learn, as long as, or it could be anything. All it needs to do is be relevant to the user group. And with that, I'll ask questions in a minute, but give this a try. If you're tempted to give your first talk, but a bit reticent, a bit reluctant, trust me, this has worked dozens, if not hundreds of times. If you'd paid, I'd offer to give you money back. But trust me, I've told dozens and dozens of people this, and they've gone on and had success. No one has had this go badly. But be warned, giving talks is addictive. You might want to do more afterwards. Okay. I raced through that. Thank you, Adam. But with that, hopefully, now.
Oh, you did great, Matt. You did great. Take a breath, grab some water. That was awesome. And I'll hold off on a second, but I'll just talk to what you just went over while you take a drink of water. Thank you so much. Like, I think I put together presentations all the time, and what in the world am I going to say, especially when you're put on the spot for improv and you're just like, and there's that, like, you can go down the who, what, when, where, why, or I like your 3 questions, even breaking that down even more, which is, well, what did you do? Why? And then what did you learn? Because it kind of brings along that story. It builds like a story arc when you're talking about the lessons in a presentation. And I think that's so helpful for others to digest the concept and understand what they're supposed to take away. So really appreciate that dive. That was really helpful. Thank you. I did have a question for you. You said earlier, you mentioned that it took you 3 months to create like a presentation for a meetup. And I know a lot of people get like nervous about when they head into a meetup and they don't know what to do. They've really scared. It's a scary thing to do a session. Like, I actually have a public speaking thing myself in a little bit, and I still get nervous about speaking in public. And I was curious, what was it that brought you from 3 months of preparation to kind of doing that improv just with the 3 questions? Like, what are some of the tips and tricks that you would give others who are kind of overcoming that fear piece?
So it took me so long the first time because I was really scared. I wanted to be really rehearsed, really practiced, be really confident about what I was going to say, because I'd never said anything like that in public. It was going to be a long talk. I was trying to guess what all the questions were going to be and make sure I answered them, or I knew the answers in advance. So I'd done lots of research, way more than I needed to. And I think it was that initial fear that it was going into the unknown. Mm-hmm. I was making it about me, and it's about me giving this information. Yeah. I was not making it about, hey, audience, what do you want to know? What do I know that might be of interest to you? And that's the goal, is to transmit information to the audience, let them know what they want to know, and using your passion and your enthusiasm is a great way to do that. It was purely inspiration that I first started using this when I was trying to get people at a user group to sort of just show off stuff they've done. I was like, how can I make this easy for people? Well, I need them to be able to remember what to do. I need it to be really simple and non-intimidating. And I don't think this totally gets rid of all the barriers.
Yeah.
It's easy to persuade people to do this when we tell them how easy it is, especially when you see other people do it as well. So
and actually, on that note, what other speakers are out there that you think embody like rules and best practices that you would like to mirror yourself?
So in the past, I have read all the books on presentations. I've watched all the instructional things on this is what you should do, this is what you should not do, and the best thing I would say is just be yourself. Hopefully you've taken away that I'm kind of really interested in this and enthusiastic about it, and if you take away nothing else, that's fine. I don't have to justify my life to you in any kind of way. I don't have to make you convinced anything about me. I'm just saying, here's something I did, here's some information, do with it as you wish.
Oh no, Matt, this was fantastic. Thank you so much. And definitely your passion and your knowledge and your depth of knowledge exuded every bit of this. So thank you. Thank you so much for presenting. And there's so many takeaways of best practices about how we can fearlessly speak in the future, and a great template for easy template. Thank you. I love a 3-step process on how to do that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Matt. I've got great memories of your Windows, Windows apps, Windows platform focused user groups in person in the past, and the great work that you put to get members of the community to come up and do a talk themselves. That really was fantastic to see, and thanks so much for talking us through so much of the theory behind that. I really appreciate it.
That's okay. You know, I've done so many events that pretty much every day I get a reminder from my calendar saying, or from my Photos app saying, do you remember this event? And half the time it's my kids, and the other half it's me at a conference somewhere, or running a user group, and it's a photo of the audience or a photo of someone presenting. It's just a really great to have been able to be part of this community for so long, and obviously to help people going forwards. And I'll do a quick plug that I glossed over loads of stuff. I'm going to write more about the theory behind this on my blog in the future. So if anyone is interested in that, hunt me out on the internet. I'm sure you can find me
at MR Lacey on Twitter. So yeah, and if you've got any links you want to share, then drop them in. If you drop them in the private chat, Matt, I'll make sure they go out to the public chats as well. So thank you very much.
Everywhere. If you can't find me on the internet's broken.
I love it. Cool. Well, thanks, Matt. We're going to switch gears slightly now and talk a little about gaming. So, Matt, we'll see you again very soon, hopefully an in-person meetup. Take care.
That'd be great. Bye-bye.
Amazing. Steph, this is definitely your bit. I'm just the person that's going to ask the silly questions about cloud gaming. Steph, you are the cloud gaming. Well, certainly from a developer perspective, you are leading all of our local sort of marketing community efforts for cloud gaming. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that's actually like and what that involves?
Yeah, absolutely. So hello, everyone, me again. And one of the elements of being part of developer engagement is that I get to focus really closely to something near and dear to my heart, which is game development. I don't know if you noticed from my background, but I am a huge video game nerd. And so this is something I'm very passionate about. I'm so excited to announce our brand new streaming series called Cloud Gaming Leveled Up. And so we'll be featuring our first episode next week called Cloud Native Games, Why You Should Care. And this can be something like, even if you're not a cloud gamer or a developer, cloud developer, you can be a cloud gamer and come, but if you're not a cloud developer, that's perfectly okay. We're going to be going still through some really practical takeaways about how people are getting their games into the cloud natively, and it'll be really fun. We're going to have some great stories from Rare will be coming in. If you don't know who Rare is, they're the ones that made Sea of Thieves, GoldenEye at one point, and the upcoming Everwild game, which I'm really excited about. And this session is going to be about those who are interested in cloud services, but not quite sure where to start. So this is very much like 101 getting into the cloud, but this is very gaming focus, which I'm excited about. So whether you want to build games faster, run them smarter, or simply grow your community of players, this brand new series is going to provide an in-depth perspective on modern game development. Presented by Azure and also powered mostly by Azure. We'll lean into all the game development aspects in the cloud form a variety of game development professionals in the industry. In the first episode, we're going to go over the considerations you'll need to make for game development in the cloud and how the acclaimed UK game studio Rare managed to get their entire game engineers working from home within 2 weeks of lockdown, and how the Idea Azure group, which is a brand new program. We have a bunch of really cool announcements about Idea Azure. If you're a game developer, or if you know a game developer that would enjoy this series, please check out the aka.ms/cloudgaming/001. This is our first episode, so 0001. And we're going to have discussions on the cloud native game development what it means and why is it important to you and going forward. So yeah, happy to chat a little bit about my past with game development. Always happy to talk about what this series is going to be about, the cool new things that we have coming for the UK specifically. And if you know some game studios that we would like to be featured, we are excited to do a bit of a road show with showing up at different game studios across the UK and talking to them about game development. So really excited to bring that to you. So stay tuned for more of that.
I'm excited as well. I'm so excited, and I know nothing about cloud gaming. And I sort of like I've got my Xbox, and sometimes I drive around a bit on Forza, but like cloud gaming development, that's something that's very new to me. So I'm looking forward to learning a bit more about that. And I know that you've put a huge amount of work in.
And Adam, I think you're going to like next week's call then, because we also have Vincent who's coming in, and he's coming from a really big mobile games company that focuses just on racing. So that'll be really, really fun. Excited to have them. My background is helping my dad. He always did like how to program by making games. And so he always did like a bunch of books for kids that was focused around that. So if you're someone who learned how to program by like trying video games or making things move, I mean, this will just be really fun. We're gonna have a lot of amazing experts from across the field specific to the UK. And this is all brand new. So share it with your friends. This would be great.
Amazing. Brilliant. Well, thank you, Steph. And just a quick preview as to the rest of the day here on Tech Community Day. Coming up next, we've got some very excited folks waiting in the wings. I can literally see them bouncing around at the moment. And they're bouncing, yeah, Chris is actually jumping up and down. So save your energy. You're not on screen yet. We're going to be talking about empowering users on the Power Platform. And then at 4 o'clock GMT, we're heading over to Imagine Cup National Final. So I'm not going to keep them waiting any longer. We're going to bring the Power Platform crew on screen now. Hey. And I feel like I need to make a quick exit. I'm like, whoa.
Come on. So, like, send some of that energy this way, please. I am out of coffee.
This is not quite last but not least. Definitely not least. Nothing about this is least. I'm going to bring up the show. I'm going to let you all introduce your fabulous selves, and Steph and I will be back towards the end to handle any questions that come in while you're talking. Take it away.
Awesome. Well, for those of you that don't know us, we represent the Power Platform Virtual Happy Hour. We were doing virtual events before it was cool. We actually eventually we started this off before COVID, and then all of a sudden everybody was in lockdown and everybody was doing virtual online events. But like, you know, I think that has been fantastic. My name is Alison Mulligan, or A Mulligan 365 on Twitter. I've been working with Dynamics and Power Platform, Dynamics since 2015, Power Platform since 2019, I think. And I'll hand over to you, Chris, who's much more interesting.
Right. What's up? Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. It's always a risk with these microphones, right? Anyway, hey, folks, my name is Chris Huntingford. I'm Evernodd's Global Power Apps Lead. Yeah, I get to run around and do tech evangelism, but most importantly, spend a lot of time with these two crazy people on the call. I just have to say, right, the only reason we did this virtually is because Carl got us kicked out of so many pubs. Just every time.
It did. It was the nudity that was.
It was. I know, every time, right? So, Cookie, as Microsoft say, over to you.
Thank you for that. I'm the quiet one, by the way, if you haven't worked this out. I'm the one that will be sitting in the background and not doing very little apart from organising and etc. on this. I'm Carl Cookson. I work for Capgemini in the UK as a solution architect across the Power Platform and D365. And yeah, for my sins, I corral these guys into doing the next thing and nag them when they don't do what I say.
You love it, though. You love it.
That's your life, is nagging and corralling. And what a wonderful job you do.
You do, actually. You are the expert behind the scenes too much of the time, actually. I kind of miss your face and your musk, Cole.
Just remember we're PG today, Chris.
Always PG, always PG. You're live on Channel 4. So just to to kick off. Are we doing our code of conduct?
No, let's skip out.
But just by the way,
Well, you know,
folks, we do have a code of conduct. It's kind of weird because I feel like it's an oxymoron because it's made by Alison. So
I don't know what you mean. The hilarious thing is that I have to say to everybody, this is our code of conduct. If you see someone not adhering to it, then let me know, or let Chris or Carl know, because it's probably me that did it. So yeah. Today, however, we would love to talk about empowering your users on the Power Platform, and we're going to start off with a bit of a chat about well, there's a few things we're going to talk about. We'd like to start talking about governance initially, because governance, I feel like people think is a bit of a dirty word, but it isn't, and it shouldn't be a dirty word. And I think well, in fact, Chris is probably the best person to handle the governance convo.
yeah, I mean, look, so at the end of the day, I feel like the term governance is flung around so much, and it is deemed, something that is negative. But if you look back at one of the episodes we did with Keith Watling and Andrew Welsh, right, it was pretty interesting because the way that they framed it is that it's really very much about guidance and creating a safe space for people to use the platform. So, if we do the typical thing and go for a flashback and think about what they actually said, flashback, right? Andrew said, getting involved in the Power Platform is not just about making an app. And Keith Watling, who is also very, very focused on not just the app, but making things awesome for people, making spaces awesome for people to build stuff. Governance is about setting up those rails where people do feel safe to build things, right? And that was one of my favorite episodes. I think it was, I can't remember the month it was in, but I really enjoyed it because of the fresh perspective on governance is not about rules, it's about guidance.
Carl, anything to add to that?
No, it is about, it is those guardrails that people really think governance is about is a restriction that is needed, but it shouldn't discourage people. You've got to ensure that you all those things are taken into account, but at the most they should be a guide, and we've got to use those to guide our developers and our communities and all the rest of it to ensure that the data secure, the apps are in the way that the people are wanting them to be, and we move forward and collaborate with each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it lends itself to the concept of collaboration and community. I don't know, Alison, you actually wanted to talk about that at some point, didn't you?
Yeah, I will actually come on to that later. I think the important, we also mentioned in that episode, like Keith and Andrew are massive proponents of like the adoption framework, using proper governance and center of excellence, and like the PowerCat team with Manuela Pichler and the other guys do a fantastic job of putting some brilliant documentation together there. But like the important thing is, if you have people in your organization that are creating apps and they don't have a set of governance and guidelines and they don't have those guardrails, then actually it's harder for them, right? Because most of these people are users, which brings me on to my next point, because I feel like having that user first perspective, most of the makers that we come across and in this community are people who are doing a job and they're creating a tool to make doing that job better or easier, right? So it's a real user first perspective rather than a tech team building something that they think the users want. And I think like that is a really important aspect that we need to keep. I know that like Sancho Harker, for one, he built that fantastic theming setup, and people in community share all of this stuff for free. They make it available to everybody. That just that thing that Sancho built is an absolute time saver for so many people. And the having the community, having those makers in the community bring that user first perspective, and Sancho likewise is a massive proponent for user experience. And if the app doesn't improve the job of the person that's using it, then it's redundant, right? Chris, I know you have some opinions on that.
Yeah, you're right. So you take people like Lee Baker. Okay, so Lee actually was one of the founding members of the Power Platform Virtual Happy Hour. So shout out to Lee. What's up, bro? We miss you. But take Lee. Lee is a very technical person. He creates things that are useful and is very technically deep. And then you take other folks who started out in Canvas apps like Clarissa Gillingham, who built, I know Alison and Cole, you love this set. It was actually, correct me if I'm wrong, it was one of our most popular episodes, right?
It was our most popular. Yeah, it's got like
Yeah.
I think like the most downloads, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of downloads, hundreds of views. Yeah.
Because Clarissa invented something amazing, the infinity forms, right? And they're phenomenally cool. And I think, like, I remember that episode very clearly because she came on and she was like, oh, I'm just going to show you guys something okay. Then she brought up these infinity forms and everyone was like, what? It's incredible. Cooks, I know that because you come from the world of dynamics and Dataverse and stuff. What did you think of what Clarissa showed that day?
I think it just blows me away, really, because she's come from not from a developer background, but she's blown developers out of the park. She really has thought about a different way of approaching things and a different mindset, and it really has put that user first. And I think that's true for a lot of the people that are coming from the Power Platform, from the Teams and the SharePoint side, that are used to building with a tool set that maybe not as complete as the dynamic side, and therefore they're thinking outside the box and being inventive all the time. And it's just making sure you know from an organization's point of view is enabling that and encouraging that, but also ensuring that everything is tied down when it comes to data.
Right, and I think some of the key points that you made there, Carl, that I want to second is that Clarissa came from a non-dev background, and like I'm not tarring everybody with the same brush, so don't at me, right? But like, you know, developers or people that come from that background have a tendency to approach things in a certain way, and it's often very, very logical, and they often come up with fantastic, elegant solutions. But having someone that's not from a technical background approach it, they approach it differently, right? They have a tendency to approach it from an entirely different perspective, and they maybe come up with something that a tech person wouldn't have come up with, and they bring that experience and that different perspective into the community at large. And then we see people sharing these ideas like the infinity forms and Sancho's theming, and loads of other stuff that we've seen people do at community events, like we've discussed. The community is really key to this, right? Because nobody would have known about Sancho's theming. Nobody would have known about the infinity forms thing if we didn't have this community where we all share ideas and we share successes. And I know I want to keep harping on about Keith, but Keith said it best at one of the early events I went to, which is sometimes you don't, like, you do something at work and you like, maybe it's Excel or maybe it's Power BI, and you go, look at this fantastic report I brought. And if I go and tell the current Mr. Mulligan about that, he just stares at me blankly, like, and then asks me if I want some Marmite, and like, it's over. So, you know, but like in this community, like, we can share those stories and everybody goes, oh my God, this is fantastic. What a win. I can use that, right? And we did sessions with Mark and Ian, like Ian Connolly and Mark Christie, talking about community and how important that was. And Andy Bibby, who I think is watching today, and Chuck Sterling. You know, what were the best parts of those sessions that you enjoyed the most?
Cooks, you can go for it.
It is just that community. I think it's standing on the shoulders of giants, and we're doing that all the time. And then it's making sure that as a community we're promoting that, and whether it's a totally different view on things that we don't see through the diversity and the accessibility angle, or the fact that you just didn't think of that idea. There's been so many sessions along the way that we've done that are making sure that we're promoting everybody and promoting such a diverse group of people, that we're ensuring that message gets out there. You know, Mike Hartley and Ash on their session, the whole premise of things that in my very limited view of the world, just doesn't see, and ensuring that community is expanding your view is one of the key aspects of everything that we do.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I think, you know, when I got to the UK many moons ago, # prep for sob story.
No friends. No friends.
I
no friends and no money.
No money. I came from a downtrodden family. No.
And all I need is this case. No.
It was brutal because I didn't know anyone, right? So I was lucky to meet you folks, which is pretty cool. And now you still aren't my friends, which still makes me sad.
Acquaintances.
Talk about him.
Yeah, Cole just hangs around.
Chris who?
Yeah, damn right. But it's awesome, right? Because you get to build that friendship network, and actually, you know, when I look at all the folks that we've been talking to during this whole throughout this whole adventure of the Power Platform Virtual Happy Hour, you know, when I think about the whole discussion with Mark Smith initially around this in a pub, which ended up in many drinks. Yeah, it's interesting because it's grown and it's just continued to grow, and there's always new people coming in with new and fresh perspectives, and then even Carl, you know. But I mean, yeah, you're right.
Carl.
Yeah.
The thing is, I've said to you, Chris, on many occasions, you are a good community builder, right? You're really good at gathering collections of people together that can bond together and share experience. And like, I would be nowhere without the people that I've met through community, right? You know, and it's massive to me. It's huge. And I want to change tack very slightly and go back to the subject of governance. And I know something that you said to me, Chris, was if you have a good handle on your data and you make sure that people aren't accessing things they shouldn't be accessing and they can't mess stuff up, then everything's good, right? Then the governance is doing its job and you can let people build stuff. And I know that we touched on that when we talked with Carsten and Claire Edson, who's one of my heroes. What are your thoughts on the data aspects of Power Platform?
I still think that people think Power Apps magically gives you access to data. It's like, oh my gosh, we're installing Power Apps. Oh no, everyone's got access to all the data. It's the end of the world. I'm like, yeah, but that makes no sense at all, because a Power App is just a layer on top of data. It's a UX, right? I mean, it's a user experience. And I think a lot of people panic from a governance perspective because they think it's the new Excel. It's really not, you know, Power Apps don't really do that. I mean, the whole idea behind a Power App, and I'm using the term very loosely here because a Power App, everyone thinks the Power Platform is about Canvas apps, and it's not. Canvas apps are one digital brick in the entire platform. It's one thing. But when you think about it, it is down to data. This whole thing has been about data every single time. When we had that discussion with Claire and Carsten, and even Matt Beard, right? So when we were talking about data security, you know, I mean, it's just so important to know that if you don't respect your data structures, sure, then you've got a problem. And I always know when I walk into organizations and I tell them about Power Apps and they're like, oh no, we're going to turn it off, shadow IT. I'm like, well, that tells me your data landscape isn't looked after. Immediately, straight off the bat, right? And that is a different discussion to just governance. That's a much wider discussion. And I do think that people need to start focusing more on the root of the problem and not the app. The app's a byproduct. That's all it is, right? And I know you both have done work in Dynamics 365. I know you both have worked with some super techies. And I kind of feel like getting that type of a message out there rather than just talking about an app every day is far more helpful to organizations than just apps. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. Carlos, anything to add?
Yeah, it's a platform, right? It's a platform for building on the data that you've got available. And if that data is not accessible to you, we're not going to open that up by putting an app on the front. You're not suddenly going to get access. And it's ensuring that organizations of all sizes realize that with the Power Platform, that we're not changing your current security landscape. We can help you change your security landscape, and we'll be grateful if you give us some business to do that, obviously. But the whole idea behind it is the fact that we're building and empowering those people to they're still going to do shadow IT, which way you look at it. We're just giving them a governed method of doing that, so that when Jill from accounts leaves the organization, the whole organization doesn't fall apart because she's the only one that knows the password to that access database. And that's the key here. It's moving that security into a central position rather than being with an individual.
Yeah, it's scary though. Like I was having I don't know how to frame this. I'm going to do my best. A very opinionated debate with some people on LinkedIn the other day. And I think people missed the point.
Like you.
No, I was going to say, I have an off day.
Yeah, man, it was poking a very warm badger yesterday. I promise you now. But it's important, right? Like the thing is, people think with the platform and from a governance perspective, we're here to take your jobs. It's the whole dev thing as well. Like we're not trying to ruin your life, developers. We're not trying to take your jobs, IT admins or access people. We're trying to make your lives easier and give you more opportunity to do cooler stuff, right? If I give you a Ferrari, you're going to drive it. You're not going to drive the clapped up Beetle that you're driving around now. Just saying.
Maybe. The data thing, I think, is like it drives me insane when companies don't take their data seriously, especially when most people used to give the argument before moving to cloud that they were worried about their data security. So and then they move into the cloud and suddenly they don't care about the data security. Strangely, I don't know why. I know that also you mentioned accessibility there, and I know that we've mentioned Mike Hartley and Ashley. And I think one of the things that loops, like most people, like exactly like you said at the top of this session, the apps or what people are building in Power Platform is just a means for people to be able to access the data, right? And looping that back to Mike Hartley and Ashley, the other thing that I find incredibly useful, and I only learned through community, particularly when we did, Mike has a podcast called The Things We Don't Talk About.
That's awesome.
Which is awesome. And Donna Sakar was on there and she was talking about neurodiversity being your superpower. And then through that, I learned that people don't all view the same stuff in the same way.
Which is good.
Which is great and is awesome. And like, I think, Chris, you also did a session, and I cannot remember, I'm sorry who you did the session with, it was at SharePoint Saturday, about making your apps accessible. And I think you did like one of the most outrageous color schemes of any app I've ever seen ever in my life. Was that also where somebody got My Little Pony on your...
That was Mark. That was Mark.
That was Mark Chris.
That was in Belgium. Yeah,
that was in Belgium. Yes.
Yeah, you know that demo that I think it was Bryony Wolf, Bryony and I from when I was at Microsoft. Yeah, we were doing it. We were trying to prove out accessibility. It's the first time I've ever tried to use an app with my eyes closed in front of an audience. Don't ever do it if you haven't tried it before. It's not.
It was fun, though.
It's bananas though, because think about the perspective of somebody else that's not people that have a matched interaction with society. I mean, a lot of people form the concept that a disability is a disability when it's not. It's just a mismatched interaction. And I feel like Mike brings that forward. Mike Hartley really, really lives that. Like he explains it to people, and when we're building our solutions, he always tells us it's not accessibility at the end, it's accessibility up front.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And Carl, I know you feel the same about accessibility, that like the perspective that you have or that I have or that Chris has is not the perspective that everybody has, right?
Yeah, you're always going to be blinkered, aren't you? Because of your upbringing, your social situation, all those things that make you are going to focus you on a way. It's an echo chamber all the time that you're repeating what you're doing. And as good citizens of the world, we've got to embrace everybody's differences and ensuring that our apps embrace people's differences. Ensuring even when we're using Twitter that we're putting alt text on and all that sort of thing. It's just making sure that you're aware of these things and essentially going out your way to think about others. And I think that's a mindset that we all should be having nowadays. And certainly when we're building apps for any organization, that we're at least thinking about those things and making sure we're taking it into consideration when we're designing and part of our everyday lives, that we're developing these things, that we're ensuring that we're considering others.
And that's where governance helps. Governance plus community helps to create a culture where people are aware that like it doesn't just have to look good for you and it doesn't just have to work for you, and you can there's so many people with opinions on how to make stuff work better for a wider audience of people. Bringing all of that experience together, culture plus governance, is I think is the sweet spot of creators, right? And Chris, you also referenced earlier, we had the discussion about I think we did it with Keith. Talking about Keith again. everyone's going to think I love him. He's my hero. Like we did a session talking about the difference between developers, professional developers, and makers, and the fact that like we can't, people like me, you know, the citizen developers, the user / makers can't do anything. Like we're not taking jobs away from developers. I can't do anything because developers have built the stuff that we need to use in order to do what we do, right? So we're like Carl says, standing on the shoulders of giants.
Do you remember that episode with Diana and Alexander?
Yes.
Yeah, that was exactly, and I think that's what you're referring to. It's kind of like when you think about the concept of Lego. Lego will give you the will give you the bricks to use, right? They'll say, hey, you can build a spaceship. But then when I want to find a 2x4x6 piece, I'm going to phone Diana and Alexander to go and build that for me because I can't code, right? And I mean, Cooks, you actually have done some pretty interesting stuff with the XRM Toolbox crowd, haven't you, from the custom dev side?
Yeah, that's just fun for me because that's my old school nature of what I'm used to. And shout out to Tanguy and Jonas on those things that they're building that community. And it's building the community, not repeating the wheel and ensuring that people have got the tools to make their lives easier. And it is that Lego blocks that people are producing little things that are helping others. And it's such a great joy for me to see my tools being used across the globe and being used in countries I didn't know existed, etc. And thinking about how wide our community is. And I think we've done that as part of the virtual happy hour as well, that where we've got Mark from New Zealand is probably our furthest away that we did, and asking him to get up at 4 a.m. and Amy Holden as well.
Yes.
Yeah, that was
whatever she says. And all those, you know, and then the other side of the world with the Canadians that we had, the two Nicks.
Yeah, the two Nicks.
It's just everyone is doing their bit, and a community sort of just emboldens that. And I think whether it's the XRM Toolbox, whether it's the add-on for Chrome, and all those things, that we just make sure that we're using the right things and making our jobs so much easier.
Yeah.
Like
honestly,
the Buckaroo.
I was the Buckaroo Data Manager.
Buckaroo Data Manager, yay!
One of the best tools. You know what? Honestly, actually, when you brought up that Nick episode, so it was Nick Hayback and Nick Dolman, yeah, that Portals episode, honestly, man, like that blew me away because I think Portals is one of the most hidden arts in the Power Platform. Then you get those two dudes on who are just like, yeah, I can just write you a portal in 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, you can do that. Like,
and we had the same with Diliana and Amy when they were talking about marketing. It's just like they just know it so well that someone that just dips into that and sort of understands it, sort of, it blows you away when someone going that deep. And the same with Portals. It's one of those amazing things that is available that you just don't know enough about.
Portals, like portals and marketing are areas where like there's a very few people that know like really a lot about those. Like you've got both of the Nicks on Portals. They would always be my first port of call. You've got Amy and you've got Megan Walker on marketing. What she doesn't know, I mean, and Diliana, like, you know, those guys, there's literally a handful of people that know what they know. In fact, you know what, funnily enough, not even Power Platform related. I started using Outlook PWA because of Megan Walker, because she does loads of stuff around like all the auxiliary stuff as well. And I love it, absolutely love it. The in fact, she did a session for like, didn't we do the good, bad, and the ugly?
That was with Yuka, yeah. So
Yuka, the legend that is Yuka, yeah.
That guy, honestly, I love that dude. He bought me a hilarious Badger T-shirt. Yeah, I can't wear it on phone calls because it's so offensive, but it's fun.
Too much.
It's amazing.
I'm a little bit disappointed that you don't wear it on phone calls.
I you know, our phone calls, yeah, you know.
Yeah, well, maybe for the next happy hour.
Generally, Alison, that episode, because Yuka, in my opinion, is like the king of licensing. That dude, in whatever way, has somehow managed to break down the licensing model in a way that makes sense. Like, I aspire to his guru-ness and licensing ways.
And that's like, I'm glad you mentioned licensing. One of the things that I've found most helpful I really struggled to read anything like a licensing guide. I really struggled to read like release notes and things like that. So I find it really useful when we do like wave release sessions, like the one we did with Gustav, and I think there was a few
And
people.
tried, it was just up and down.
Yeah, and also we did that with Steve Mordew, who's not shy of upsetting a person or two. You know, that's one of the things I love most about him.
That episode, that Mark Smith and Steve Mordew episode, I just need to say this. Forms Pro after that episode will never be the same ever again.
Let's not go there, Chris.
Never again. Like, yeah. It was fun. I think that was also quite heavily viewed, that episode.
Yes, because of Mark's very filtered rant.
That was seriously, if you're not watching the Power Platform Happy Hour, you're missing this kind of quality ranting content. Right?
Honestly, it was the best episode. It's like I've loved them all, but by far that episode has. I actually came off that episode crying, laughing so much.
Yeah, it was tremendous. But like for people like me, those episodes are super useful because I really don't understand a lot of stuff about licensing, and there seems to be changes an awful lot. I really don't understand some of the, like, I understand the release notes for like the wave releases, but some of it, like, I need someone to explain it to me in context for it to be meaningful, which I guess is a bit like the kind of, perception thing. Like, just because I can read it doesn't mean you can read it to me, you can't understand it for me, right? Is the thing.
Another thing that you don't understand, my favourite episode, ALM, that was last month, this month, ALM one. Mike Ox and Mark Cunningham just blew me away of the what's coming in the COE ALM discussion and how that's applying, as well as how Mark's just taken it to another level, and we were honoured with Mark Schweigert joining us as well as on that was unknown to everybody, to really go in deep of what the Microsoft team are doing and what their approach is. So it's those little things that really make what we're doing really incredible, and so thankful for it all.
Yeah, very thankful. And like, yeah, you're right to bring up the ALM thing. I think we'll get a lot of hits on that episode. I think it's a real hot button topic, and it brings us really nicely back round to the subject of governance, because for people like me, until fairly recently, I hadn't had an awful lot of experience with DevOps environments and stuff like that. Like, I know what it looks like, and I've done some bits and pieces in there, but like, I didn't understand, like, the application lifecycle management framework makes so much more sense for people to see what someone else has done, right, and what's happening with something. And I didn't really appreciate that until we did that session, and that made a big difference to me.
Yeah, and I think that happens a lot of the time when you take a look at all the people that we've been lucky enough to have on. I think it comes down to perspective, right? And I think everyone has their thing that they love doing. I mean, when you look at the list of folks, there's certain people I go to for certain things, and I just really feel like because of that perspective, it makes the community such an epic melting pot of awesome, right? And there are a lot of people out there that we haven't had on, we want to have on, people like EY, MCJ. I know April Dunham's going to be coming on at some point, right? There's going to be a lot of people that again,
April's
it's all about
coming on
perspective.
Right.
April's in March.
April's not in April, but in March.
No, in March. Yeah, we should have tied that up, really, shouldn't we?
We should have, I feel like that was a missed opportunity right there.
That's my bad.
Very much a missed opportunity.
Yeah, she's taking it to the other extreme. She and Paulie Morano, I think his name is, I probably pronounced that wrong, are discussing everything apart from Dataverse in their Power Platform. So there's so much things other than Dataverse, from AI and chatbots and all those great things that we're really trying to expand our minds, because the three of us are really quite focused on the history, the D365 side, and therefore expanding our minds into all those other realms will be great.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry.
Go for it, Edison.
I'm looking forward to that, and I would also like to have some more people on from like outside of that D365 Power Platform realm that we are used to, like people more from the Microsoft 365, from the Azure space, access maybe, Chris?
I have a person. I have two people.
So yeah.
I think also I want to challenge, right? Because I think you're right. A lot of the time we do get stuck in our little space. You know, people like Paul Cumsey, right? So he's in Australia. And you know, I've had several rants with him about stuff, and it's been interesting because he has gotten me to think out of the box. I mean, I had a bit of ill repute for SharePoint before a few months ago. Anyway,
really,
not that that's apparent, but yeah, no, it's good. It is good to get you know, the old mindset stretched a little bit, and I think that with the people that we've got coming on and the education we're getting from them, it's awesome. And selfishly, you know, those are things that I want to know and I want to watch, right? So my thoughts are we should also be challenging ourselves to do other types of sessions. Like I'm going to now go out and try and find an access session to do purely because of the fact that I need to be educated, right? And I might find it a little bit more awesome than I think it is right now in my brain, which it isn't awesome. So yeah.
Or maybe SharePoint lists.
Yeah, I'll do a list session. I don't mind lists.
I don't mind lists. I quite like. It's actually really accessible for somebody like me, to be honest. So you know, like, and I think it gets slept on a lot. So you know, just throwing that out there.
Yeah. So maybe we should make
Leon Pride just popped up then, and that would be a great session.
Leon, yeah, let's get Leon. Leon likes getting up at 4 a.m. He's normally still up the night before.
Yeah.
We should get him on a Friday. We should record it on a Friday when he.
Oh, I'm so in then. It's a proper Power Platform virtual happy hour.
Yeah.
What are you saying? Get lick it up and do a session. I'm in.
Yeah. Well, I don't drink, but I'll watch you car crash. Yeah.
Yeah. You've done that several times, haven't you?
Yeah.
Cool.
Anyway, this is the bit that I do every time. We need to wrap up now.
Thanks.
And I need to stop the fun because this is what I do, and press stop recording, etc., which is my whole role in this operation normally. But
that's not true. You're the glue that holds it all together, Carlos.
You really are.
Yes, very much. Yeah. So looking forward to April. Hopefully we'll get some more people who are outside of our current sphere of influence. Maybe Access, maybe SharePoint's list, maybe some Microsoft 365. You know, there's plenty of people that are doing a lot of stuff that is on the edges of the Power Platform stuff that we've delved into before that I would probably like to see. And I think also if we get some more people from like the modern workplace side of things, maybe, you know, Al Erdley's probably somebody we should get on.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think he was on one of the earlier ones, wasn't he? We do forget he was on the list.
I think he was, yeah. Yeah.
And the same with, you know, just to correct you from earlier, Chris, EY and MCJ have both been on.
Have they?
Earlier rendition.
Yeah, MCJ gave us a good flow tutorial, didn't he?
I feel like I remember that.
Well, you were probably lick it up, and yeah.
I was going to say I was probably having a proper happy hour that day.
An actual happy hour. So when's the next one, Carlos? What's the date and time?
8th of March, 7 p.m. Are we still in GMT by then? Yeah, we'll be still GMT by then. So 8th of March, 7 p.m. GMT at PP Virtual Happy HH. I did that completely wrong. I should put it.
Have you got slides? Do you have a slide?
Yeah.
Yes.
I should do that rather than try and do that.
And who have we got in March? April in March, and
in November.
We're Paulie and April in March.
Oh, Paul, yes. Oh, I'm looking forward to having Paulie on. Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
So if you want to tell us what you think of us in a polite and respectful manner with no swearing, we'd be pretty keen to hear it. If you'd like to join our mailing list and get notified when the Power Platform Virtual Happy Hour is happening, then we have a QR code for that. It uses Forms Pro. Just like to.
Mark Smith, it uses Forms Pro.
Yeah, you know, I don't want to start a row. I do, but I don't.
But we're just getting name dropping now.
Well, hopefully you all had the bingo cards, and somebody somewhere,
I was
someone
dabbing
somewhere
away.
has won a Bluetooth speaker.
Oh wow. Well, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to. I don't know how to.
Then our work here is done.
Adam is now speechless.
It's not, it doesn't happen very often. But I just want to say a huge thank you for not losing all of our audience before the Imagine Cup starts in 4 minutes' time. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Huge thank you, and yeah, definitely make sure that you are following this Twitter handle so you find out when the next event is going to be. Wow. Thank you
for having us.
No, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
See you later.
See you.
Well,
Bye.
well, we are at the final thing of the day. Well, it's the final thing, but it is an hour and a half long. It is our UK Imagine Cup final, which is coming up in just a few minutes. So please stay tuned to us. In the meantime, just a few links just to remind you of. Make sure you're following us on Twitter. There's the Twitter links on screen right now. Make sure you're visiting us at Microsoft Docs, Microsoft Learn, get a certification, do all of these things. And our developer hub, aka.ms/UK developer. We're going to post all of these on social after the show as well. Some of the wonderful things that we can do. Steph talked about Cloud Skills Challenge earlier. We've got the Cloud Gaming Leveled Up, which starts next Wednesday.
Oh yes, both Leveled Up and Lunch Bites start next Wednesday. I am going to be so busy.
You really are. You really are.
Awesome.
I'm here to help. I'm here to help. And do all I can. So lots to look forward to there. Yeah, there we go. Look, all the slides. We are just going to have a quick 2-minute break, and then we're going to hand over to the Imagine Cup team at 4 p.m. GMT. That's just in 2 minutes' time. So we'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
See you soon, Adam.
Hi, and welcome back to, we have now changed gear from the Microsoft UK Tech Community Day, and we have now begun the Imagine Cup UK final. So there we go. There's the logo on the top. I'd like to welcome Vanessa and Arsha to the show today. They're going to be your hosts for this very special Imagine Cup final. huge welcome. Thank you so much for hosting the UK final. We're really excited to see the contestants ahead. Could you talk us through a bit about how today's going to work and what we're actually going to see today, how everything is going to flow?
Yep, so today we have a really fun agenda for you guys. So we'll start off with the finalists. So huge congratulations to all the finalists. But we'll start off with a live demo and presentation from all 3 finalists, and the judges will be marking at that time. And then we have a really interesting demo from a HoloLens specialist. And after that, the finalists will be announced. And we have a fun quiz right at the end, just a little fun quiz just to end things off.
Amazing. And so we've got 3 teams taking part today. Can you remind us the names of the teams?
Yes, so the first team, we have Sia Precision. The second team is Inica with the heart rate monitor. And then we have 4Lab as the final team presenting today.
Amazing. So all of the teams that are taking part today have put a submission forward as one of the UK entries for Imagine Cup. The contestants are actually, some of them are spread around the world at the moment. They're either on a term at another university, or they're part of a multinational team. So expect to see lots of diverse voices from across the world. Really proud that you are representing the UK in Imagine Cup. Really want to see a UK global winner as well. And I think, and the other thing that I was going to mention is that we have a panel of judges, that some of whom are in the background watching backstage. We've got people such as Steph, who's been hosting with me today. We've got Claire, who supports our Microsoft education team. Amy Boyd is here from Cloud Advocate team, as is Chris Noring, who I did see a minute ago, but he's disappeared off screen. We've got Darshna, who is from our MVP community as well. And so a huge thank you to all of the judges who have supported this, who've actually done a lot of judging already. We've already calculated scores based on the pitch that's been put forward to us. And so today is all about finding out, seeing a presentation from each team, and also asking questions about how the technical demo works as well. So lots and lots to look forward to. And then afterwards, we've actually got a quick demo from our Microsoft team as well. And we'll then come back at the end with our final scores and announce the UK national winner of Imagine Cup. So yeah, definitely lots to look forward to. So who is first that we're bringing up on screen?
So we have Sia Precision first.
Okay, so who am I adding in?
It's James, I think.
Yep, James, Saba, Shannon, and
James,
I
Saba.
don't.
Yeah, and I'm just looking for everyone. I don't have I backstage. Oh, no, I do. I'm sorry. There we go. Amazing. I'm going to make myself very small, and I'm going to disappear now as you introduce the teams.
So welcome, everyone. Welcome, Sia. Would you like to introduce yourselves?
Absolutely. Should we just go through a one by one before we start, or should we go ahead and do that as part of our presentation?
Whichever you prefer, whichever's easiest for you guys.
So I can get started. My name is James Annabal. I'm a PhD student in artificial intelligence at the University of Oxford and the NIH Oxford Scholars Program. So I spend some time in the US, some time in the UK. I'm really excited to be here presenting at the UK National Finals. It's really been an exciting journey to get here.
I can go next. Hi, I'm Saba. I am also in the PhD program in AI at Oxford with James in a split program between the National Institutes of Health in the US and the University of Oxford. And we are just so thrilled to be here today. Thanks for having us.
I can go. I'm Shannon Ross.
a graduate student in Wisconsin for sustainable peace building. And I apologize for our team for not having the merchandise to wear from Microsoft. We didn't receive it in time.
Hi, I am Ifong. I am also a PhD student in the same program as James and Saba between the NIH and Oxford, and I'm really looking forward to the UK final as well.
Amazing, thank you. Nice to meet you all. So we have Sia Precision. Would you guys like to get started with your presentation?
Absolutely.
Best of luck.
I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and I'll drive the slides for everybody. So, is everyone able to see my screen?
Yeah, we can all see it.
Excellent. So then let's go ahead and get started with Shannon. Take it away.
Thank you. So we are graduate students focused on AI for education in prison settings. I'm a second-year graduate student who spent 17 years in prison from the ages of 17 to 36. During this time, I spent 11 years getting my college degree and engaging in every form of education available inside. What was glaringly lacking to me and many of my fellow incarcerated students, as well as those that would be students if circumstances were designed more equitably and effectively, is that there were a variety of utterly unnecessary barriers and powerfully discouraging messaging from disincentivizing incarcerated people from availing themselves of the lifeboat that education provided. Basically, education was there, but for the majority, it was so far away.
There are several key barriers that perpetuate these disparities in access to education. The first is that there's virtually no in-person support for incarcerated learners. And the second is that existing educational content in this space is a deluge of unstructured videos and resources that fall short of preparing students with the skills needed to succeed upon release. To make matters worse, nearly half of incarcerated individuals do not have a high school diploma, yet we're expecting them to succeed in a setting with far below average backing and support. Even students who are driven and eager to turn their lives around, like Shannon, still struggle to reach their educational goals in an incarcerated setting. At Sia Precision Education, we're addressing this problem through a scalable digital platform that uses artificial intelligence to bring a personalized educational experience to every incarcerated student.
To do this, we are focusing on certificate-bearing courses, or micro-credentialing. Coursera offers micro-credentialing that provides career benefits for 87% of students, but it's not the solution for incarcerated students. It's not customized, and it's not accessible due to security constraints. So using Azure, we offer a solution that works with those constraints and provides a diverse ecosystem of content from our content partners, which includes some of the world's leading universities, as well as nonprofit organizations focused on supporting the incarcerated community.
So here's a little bit on those content partners as well. So we actually do take that one step further by building student support into our platform through deep learning centered around our topic agnostic personalizer, which is trained on longitudinal data collected from student interactions with the platform, as well as contextual information on each student, such as past educational background and learning challenges faced by those students. We also offer secure question answering through chatbots built on pre-trained NLP models that allow students to receive 24/7 support even in a secure setting. To bring our product to market, we've identified two primary buyers of Sia software, which are correctional facilities and hardware companies. So correctional facilities include prisons and eventually jails once we've developed accelerated programs, and hardware companies often distribute tablets in correctional facilities. So we'll be starting with the US market since the US has the world's largest incarcerated population, and we'll be transitioning into the international market as we grow. It's just been brought to my attention that the slides are not progressing on some screens. Does that seem to be the case?
Yeah, that's right. We've actually got just the first slide showing, so it might just be the wrong screen.
No, I'm seeing it on my end. I'm going to try and reshare very quickly.
Yeah. So what we have is we just have the actual PowerPoint software open rather than the slide. So if you can just move it forward in the PowerPoint software, that would be fine.
Okay. Yeah. So right now, as I was saying, our two primary buyers are correctional facilities and hardware companies, and we'll be starting with the U.S. market since the U.S. has the world's largest incarcerated population, and transitioning into international markets as the business developed. And I'd like to finish up just by recognizing and acknowledging the mentors and advisors who have gotten us this far. So they've helped us not only develop Sia as a business, but also work with us directly to create a practical product that's been beneficial to the end user. So they've been a very important part of our mission. And with that, I'd like to transition over to the software demo. Apologies for that. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen again, and we will get started. So now we're at the welcome page. So hopefully everybody will be able to see changes. So I'd like to walk you through this journey that a student will have as they interact with the software. So the first thing that the student will do is fill out a questionnaire that provides that prior context into their educational background to ensure that the learning plans that are created with our personalizer are accessible to students from very diverse backgrounds. So we start off with very basic information such as highest academic level completed, past college experience, and English level, which is something we can address directly through our partners that provide English as a second language program. We also ask how many years are remaining before release from prison, and this is really crucial to overcoming the training gap, which is a well-documented problem involving the loss of skills as the prison sentence progresses. So skills learned very early on in the sentence are lost as the years pass by. Here, we just want to get a sense of what the student is willing to spend on education so we don't overwhelm them with the content that we're putting in front of them, as well as the student's general interests, so we can make sure that ultimately they're getting what they want out of the experience. Here, we want to understand if the student does have any diagnosed or quantifiable learning challenges, so we can adapt factors such as the pace of the learning plan based on that to ensure that it's an accessible experience for everyone. And then finally, we have an open-ended question where the student can kind of just explain to us how they feel about education and what their past experiences were. And through basic analytical techniques such as sentiment analysis or keyword extraction, we can collect information that will be very valuable as we create the learning plan. And the answers to all of these questions are provided as context every time our personalizer makes a prediction. These data points are used to ensure that that prediction takes into account not just what the student is doing on the platform, but also who that student is and how they learn. So at this point, we can create an account and be taken to the main dashboard, which was developed in collaboration with the system impacted community. So we can see here that this particular student does not have any secondary education. So we start them off with basic requirements, and then they're going to be completing certificate or micro-credentialing programs on business and on computer science. And this is based on their initial answers to the survey. If the student wants to have more control and edit those specializations and enter into new programs or swap out the courses, then they're able to do so with this edit learning plan functionality here. So now we'll go straight into the continue learning part, which is really the central design feature of the platform, which takes us into the learning plan, which is controlled by our personalizer. So every time the student clicks on the next button, the model predicts the next best step for that student to keep them engaged and to keep them enjoying the platform and ensure that they get the skills they need to succeed on the outside world. So at this point, we'll click through one of the lectures created by our content partners, and the action being selected here is just continue. But at this point here, disengagement or confusion has been detected. So the best action selected was looking at the same content through a different perspective to reinforce that. So here we can walk through the presentation of that content in a little bit more of a visual and real world setting, and then we can return to the baseline course needed to complete the specialization. And once again, we detected that a supplemental piece of content would be beneficial to the student. So we're able to select one through our index database of web content that aligns with the student's learning style. So we can see here that the student is able to kind of read through something that presents the concept in a bit more of a friendly way to reinforce that concept and ensuring that they're getting the most out of this experience. And then they'd be able to transition on to the next part of content in the course. To reduce boredom and keep the students from being engaged, another thing that we can suggest is a change of topic at point where the engagement or the enthusiasm seems to wane according to the model. So we can now switch over to the business specialization, which is the student's other program, and click through the business plan slides. And then at this point, what we can have another action would be a random review to reinforce concepts and also keep the student engaged by changing topic. And this is really crucial to overcoming the training gap. Other actions can be taken can include adding in questions to reinforce challenging concepts, extending assessments to ensure mastery, or suggesting that the student take a break to refresh them before they continue. The Ask a Question button is what would take the student into the question answering service that's built on top of our chatbots. So at this point, I'll go ahead and log out, and I will switch over to the faculty side. Because we do really think that our product should be working alongside faculty, not trying to replace them. So here the faculty can see the courses that they're focusing on. And we are able to color code the students based on the uncertainty of our model. So basically, if our model isn't quite sure the next best step for the student, in those rare cases, we're able to highlight those students based on the severity of the uncertainty. So the faculty can intervene right away with their expertise and be able to help those students in the most effective way possible and work alongside the personalizer to ensure that every student gets a top quality experience, even in settings with a very high student to faculty ratio. So that concludes the brief software demo. And at this point, I'd be happy to take any questions. I do apologize for the technical error with the PowerPoint slides. I'm not sure what happened there.
Well done on an absolutely fantastic demo and presentation. Absolutely smashed it. Well done, guys. I'm passing over now to the judges for a Q&A.
Oh, I'll jump in with my first question. Hi, everyone. Congratulations. That was a really great session. Don't worry about technical difficulties. It's the world and life of online at the moment. I wanted to ask you a little bit about that predicting of the next step. I spend a lot of my time with data, and I know how hard it is to do stuff like that. How far into that side of the project have you got? Have you got kind of a working model or anything like that?
So we've built out a self-attention model that takes a window of past interactions alongside the contextual information collected in the survey, which we represent as special tokens, something that's pretty common in the natural language processing field. And we're able to put that into our model and use the attention mechanism to predict next best steps. So we do have a model that we're testing right now on data that we've collected with our beta testing partners, which are organizations focusing on reentry and supporting formerly incarcerated individuals, which is a little bit more easy to access. But right now we have those partners in New York, Connecticut, and Washington, D.C., and we're working with them to get data and make sure that our model is deployment ready.
Nice. And just a quick follow-up question, actually. So do all, I don't know, do all places where you're going to be getting that data from, do they all provide it in the same format, or are you having to do a little bit of data manipulation on your end?
So we collect the data internally on the platform. So the survey is done within our platform. The longitudinal data is collected via clickstream. So we actually control the data collection ourselves to overcome that exact problem. Because working with the technology infrastructure of correctional facilities already brings a lot of security challenges, and we don't want to add data collection challenges onto that as well.
Excellent. So great. First of all, great presentation. It's live. This is the experience of doing things live. So welcome to live broadcasting. So the question I have is specifically around your chatbot and interactions with users. You showed us the persona of a student and you showed us the persona of a faculty member. What is the chatbot aimed at? Is the chatbot aimed at encouragement, or is it aimed at reform or direction?
So it's actually aimed at supporting the students', academic work. So we've built these chatbots on top of models such as PL-BART, which, intake English and programming language. So we can, they can actually directly answer questions with the modifications we've made, like, relating to for loops or dictionaries or arrays or basic coding concepts, so that the student can actually ask questions directly, as opposed to just relying on the personalizer to suggest the next best step. So we're taking, pre-trained NLP models that have been geared towards a specific domain and creating a chatbot that can be used to actually support the student as they complete their work and answer questions.
Excellent.
Hey folks, congratulations. First of all, I agree with all the other judges. Great presentation. My question is around how you find that the learner actually learned something. Do you have plans for like knowledge checks or any kind of, data entry, for example? Like imagine that you're doing an exercise in a programming language, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. So we evaluate performance in 3 different ways. The first is a very standard one through assessments. We do believe that even though it's a very fluid learning plan, that there have to be, tangible proof that skills were gained in order to navigate the job market. So we do have assessments. We also are able to monitor the time spent on content as kind of an indicator of engagement. And finally, throughout the experience, we put in user feedback questions, because we're not just trying to optimize performance, we're also trying to optimize engagement and enjoyment of the content, because prison's already a very dehumanizing and demoralizing setting. So we really want to make sure the students are enjoying their work and getting the most out of it. So those are the 3 ways, I guess, that we kind of help the model learn about, how the student's learning.
Great, thank you.
Hey everyone, thanks for the presentation. It was great. I have a quick question around how you envision you might accommodate some of the biases you might get from, so for example, with the incarcerated population, they're likely to have gender and ethnicity biases. How do you envision you can train your models to overcome those so that everybody gets a fair kind of learning experience?
Absolutely. So these are factors that we're, going to account for in the training of our model using standard techniques in NLP that have already proven to remove gender and ethnicity biases from the model, essentially running separate training protocols to make sure our models aren't taking those factors into account. Because you're absolutely correct that particularly in the US, that the incarcerated population is majority male. So that's one issue in particular that we really want to account for, to make sure that when we deploy this in women's correctional facilities, the experience isn't biased against them. So our models will be assessed using a variety of, bias reduction tools that have already been proven to work in NLP context. We'll apply them here to make sure that the experience is fair for every student that uses the platform.
Great, thank you.
Amazing. Fantastic Q&A. Thank you very much for that.
That was really good. Well done. I'm literally amazed. So thank you, Team Sia Precision. And next up, we have Team Vida. And this will be presented by, I think, Inika. If you could come.
Yeah, just taking people out. Just give me one moment. And we have Inika. Welcome.
Hi. Do you want to do a quick round of introduction? First of all, congratulations for making it to the final, and we'll pass it over to you.
Hi, I'm Inika. I'm currently doing my GCSE at CCHSG, and I had the idea to program an app to help people manage their anxiety.
Amazing. Fantastic. Really nice to meet you. And
nice to meet you too.
Would you like to get started on your presentation?
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yep, it's just come up.
Hi, I'm Inika, and this is Team Vida. Heartbeat is an app that helps users manage anxiety. Around 4% of the global population are diagnosed with an anxiety disorder. New data shows the pandemic has doubled the number of cases. The shocking part of this data is that only 36.9% of those affected receive treatment. Heartbeat detects and then helps prevent or manage anxiety and panic attacks by monitoring the user's heart rate through their smartwatch. If their heart rate increases above 90 beats per minute, the user will receive a notification that, when clicked on, provides coping methods. The user can also manually access these coping methods through the app at any time. Anxiety impacts both the brain and the body. The app provides methods to deal with both, reducing the severity of the attack or preventing it. When I was interviewing professionals in the field, I learned that in the early stages of an attack, a physical distraction would help. The app enables users to set recorded messages from family or friends so they can hear familiar voices during an attack and distract and ground themselves. The other half of the problem is calming down physically, so there is a selection of guided breathing exercises. They can experiment with breathing exercises and choose those that work best for them. These combined approaches should help the user calm down and help them manage their anxiety. Heartbeat will use Azure to store and process the large quantities of data. The Azure database services will be used to store real-time heart rate so it can be analyzed. In the future, the app will use AI to detect patterns in the user's data and predict situations more accurately. The Azure confidential computing will help keep users' data safe. The app also allows users to log up to 3 worries and practical solutions to these worries a day and delete them when they're no longer worried or have solved the problem. This helps users feel less anxious about these concerns as they have come up with practical solutions. The breathing and meditation exercises provided help the user feel calm and in control. These can be used regularly so they can be used with ease when they're needed. The after-attack log helps the user review what they thought during the attack and whether these anxious thoughts came true. By giving users a chance to log these thoughts, they can reflect whether they came true or not calmly. Users can then sort through them so the next time they experience an attack, they can remind themselves that the anxious thoughts won't come true. One of the features that differentiate Heartbeat is that it detects and alerts the user in the early stages of an attack so they can manage it using these coping methods. Heartbeat is an affordable and easy-to-use app. It can either be used alongside professional support or by those who cannot receive treatment to alleviate the problems caused by anxiety in daily life to an extent. Thank you for listening. I'm going to move on to the demo now.
Amazing, thank you. Absolutely fantastic presentation.
That was really good. Well done.
Yeah,
thank you.
Fantastic. Would you like to do your demo now?
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yep,
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you. Now for the demo. First, we will look at what happens when the user clicks on the notification. Then we will look at the other features available to support the user at other times. Currently, Heartbeat is a web app, but in the future it's going to be a mobile app. During an attack, users may experience physical symptoms such as hyperventilation and increased heart rate. The guided breathing and meditation exercises that the user has pre-selected help them manage these symptoms by encouraging the correct breathing techniques and calms them down. Right now I have a placeholder, but I'm going to change this later. The app also offers the option to listen to pre-recorded messages. Despite wanting to support them, family and friends may not always be available due to their work or personal commitments, or the user may not want to go to them with these worries at the time. Having pre-recorded messages in a familiar voice can reassure the user at any time that they aren't alone and that they'll be okay. The pre-recorded messages can be from family, friends, counselors, and even themselves. If they need further help or can't decide what features they want to use, the chatbot will ask them questions and give suggestions based on their answers, such as directing them to their favorite methods, or it can provide other methods to help the user distract from their anxious thoughts, such as the listing game or the 5-4-3-2-1 coping technique. The chatbot also provides them options and ways to contact key people from their support network. The chatbot will have a default name, but it can be personalized. This can also be activated manually if the user doesn't have a smartwatch or if the smartwatch doesn't pick up on their increased heart rate. The app also has other features such as a heart rate page, which shows the user their current heart rate. The app also has a health data page, which shows the user any health data any health data the app has collected, such as the history of their heart rate and the last time they had an anxiety or panic attack. The app also has a worry list, which allows the user to log worries and practical solutions to these worries. This is known as structured problem solving. And it's a technique many people use in some CBT treatments. It helps the user feel in control of the situation and less worried as they have a solution. The app also has an after-attack log, as an anxiety attack is a very intense experience, and no matter how unlikely the thoughts the user receives during the attack, that feels like their reality. By allowing them to acknowledge that the anxious thoughts have not come true for them in the past, they can reassure themselves during an attack that they won't come true. The app also has other features, such as a contacts page shown on the right, which shows the user different contacts from their key support network who they can get in touch with so that they don't feel alone. The app also has a page to manage audio messages, which allows the user to record new voice messages or to delete old ones, as well as favoriting the ones that they would like to listen to during an attack. The app also provides a range of breathing exercises and guided meditation that the user can practice so that they feel comfortable using them during an attack. They can also choose those that they like the best so that they can be suggested to them. The app has a settings page which allows the user to change settings such as the notifications, volume, and color schemes. This is what a rough outline of the app would look like. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Inika, for an absolutely fantastic presentation. And once again, congratulations on making it to the finals. Absolutely smashed it out of the park. Well done.
Thank you.
So now we are going to pass over for a Q&A to our judges.
Hello, thank you so much. That was wonderful, so articulate, and I appreciate the visuals as you walk through your demonstration. Just a few questions from me. When you were going through the review process for creating the app, I was curious, what type of feedback was there when it came to like using caps lock text or explanation points when a notification popped up when you're having a panic attack? And if that is helpful, did reviewers find that to be helpful to have it be very urgent seeming? Or was there feedback to have more of a calming approach to when they started to sense this panic attack?
Yeah, so a lot of people said that it would have been less worrying if they received it as more of a suggestion, and like also not in capitals, because that did seem a bit urgent. So I'm going to change that, but I haven't yet changed it on the PowerPoint.
Oh no, sounds good. Sounds good. I was curious. Appreciate it. Amy, I think you have a question.
I do. I'm thinking a little bit more about your kind of business model and marketing side. So, love the worry list, by the way. Like, I worry intently, I feel, about pretty much everything. So I'm definitely going to use that. So thank you for sharing. But one of the interesting sides, how are you going to go and find people who want to use this? Is there a certain demographic you're looking at? Is it an age range, anything like that?
Well, I actually came up with the app because a close friend of mine has anxiety and she struggles with it at school. So I thought maybe if it was partnered with like schools, so different schools would like have access to the app, and also maybe with health services.
That's great. Yeah, no, absolutely. And a good way to reach out to as many people as possible who are kind of going through that that stage. That's really cool. Thank you. Thank you for that answer.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Really well done. My question is around you mentioned AI services. So I'm kind of curious on how AI would play a part in, I suppose, improving the app somehow.
So a lot of people have specific places or like areas that could trigger an anxiety or panic attack because they may feel uncomfortable there, depending on like the scenario. So if I was going to use AI, I'd use it to pick up on like what areas or what types of places they felt uncomfortable in, and that would provide feedback to the user to tell them that maybe they were more likely to have one if they were in a certain place or in a certain situation, so they could avoid it.
All right, thank you.
So Inika, first of all, excellent. You know, I think the key. Did you actually say you were 16? Is that what I heard? You're a GCSE student still.
Yeah.
So amazing. You know, first of all, you know, you've not even taught computer science yet, and you've built an app, a PWA app as well, which was very nice. I noticed that. So, you know, from my perspective, I think it's great to see that use of a PWA. And you talked about the different platforms that you're going to go to, whether it's going to be a mobile or a device. How have you thought about accessibility? Can you talk us a bit about how you built accessibility into that app?
Well, because it's intended to be a mobile app, I was hoping that it wouldn't have to use like Wi-Fi as such. So even if they're in areas that wouldn't have access to network connection, they'd still be able to use the features. I'm sorry, I don't really know if I'm answering the question correctly.
No, that's good. You know, I was more interested as well about, you know, your UI design and UX design of how accessible would it be for someone to utilize, you know, in terms of your screen layouts. It looked very good from a UI UX design. I'm interested in where you got those ideas from.
I did this a while ago, like before the half-term break, so it's a bit distant right now. Sorry.
No problems.
If we have no more questions, Inika, you should be so proud of yourself. You did an amazing presentation, amazing demo. We're all very proud of you. That was really good. Yep. So I think we should move on to our last finalist, which is for Lab, which will be presented by Tausif and Yuvan.
So can I share my slides now?
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead and share your slides.
Yeah, thanks.
Confirm that you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I'll be presenting. So.
Can everyone see my slides?
At the moment, we can't see any slides. It's just a shared screen with
Yeah,
the
that means you guys can see my screen, right?
I think so.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, we can.
All right, so today.
Maybe for starters, would you like to introduce yourselves and your team
Yeah.
members and give a sort of brief description of what you've got prepared for us, and then head off into your presentation?
All right, so I'm Yuvan. My teammates are Tausif and Mohammed. Mohammed's not here today because he's a bit busy, but Tausif's here. He's sharing the slides at a minute. We've prepared a collaboration platform for research project management, allowing more allowing global collaboration between students who are interested in projects. And this is based a lot on like our struggles as a team in managing our own project. We're aiming this at high school students.
Fantastic. Would you like to get started with your presentation?
All right. So today we'd like to present to you Lambda, a collaboration platform created by students for students. All of us have at some point had an idea, one that seems incredible, one we'd like to research. But most ideas need more than one person to research them well. Let's say I have a new idea. For example, a concept that is a new alternative for silicon for using microprocessors. It sounds great on paper, but as a student, rapidly becomes almost impossible to execute. Firstly, I'd have to face the challenge of forming a team. Teams for school projects, especially at our level, which is like secondary school, are typically from the same friend groups or even closer, like in the same school. And the challenges there range from the fact that our friends, we all have similar skill sets. We have all similar experiences. So we can't make a full rounded out project. And there's other problems that they might not be as passionate as me, for example, because it's just such a limited pool of people where I can pull my teammates from. There's just no system by which we can communicate with other people everywhere around the world who have similar passions but with different skills. We then face the problem of support from mentors, which are incredibly difficult to acquire. If we're just doing a project, we would have to email if hundreds of people sometimes. Well, my previous projects, I did literally have to email hundreds of people in order to receive one reply. And then finally, we have issues regarding labs and funding involving reams of red tape. But by that point, I'll likely have gone absolutely insane by the amount of effort it takes to make any progress with the project. But what if I told you there was a way to solve these issues, a way to tackle the massive problems in the face of progress?
So we can't actually see your slides moving. I'm sorry. So maybe would you want to restore your screen or?
Yeah.
Okay, it's on the clever solution. So I think.
Yeah.
Is that where you're meant to be? Okay, fantastic.
Yeah. And the solution is Lambda, the all-new research platform for students. Looking at a typical student researcher, what I've just done here is like a typical outline of how a project might go. In red on the side, you can see what might happen in a normal project. I'll just go through that briefly. So in essence, there's 4 major hurdles. One is the fact that you have to form your team, which I've already been over. It's very difficult to form a team properly as a student because you just don't know so many people who are experts in their field, everything. And quite often you won't make the best choice of team. In my experience, that's led to me doing all the work myself. And obviously that's not ideal for a project. Next problem that I'm looking at is when we get stuck, because obviously at some point we're going to get stuck, but this is something new that we're trying to attempt. It's why it's a project. So if we're unable to get a mentor or somebody to help us, progress stops. And unless it's solved, it's beginning of the end for the project. If you can't make progress, it's not going to go anywhere. Well, let's suppose that we got a mentor. This can happen. Occasionally you will find somebody who's willing to help you and offer you advice. Well, then you face the issues of labs and funding. Now, the typical approach to students going into labs is an outright no. We can't trust you, you're too young, which is fair enough, to be honest, in most cases. But it can be really, really difficult to make progress with projects. Let's say there was this one project I was doing, medical based. You will need a lab eventually for that. When we tried to get a lab, we just got told straight away that we wouldn't be able to do it. However, I know some people who would have been able to get a contact, who would have been able to get labs, and then you would move on to funding. And funding, again, very, very difficult. It's pretty much the same deal. And you could get through, but it would be at the cost of your sanity and at great pain. And personally, I've never managed to achieve funding for one of my projects, regardless of how far I've come with it. On the right, you can see what the ideal is. With using a system that we've developed, Lambda, this is what could happen. The idea is you would be able to receive instant feedback when you're creating your projects from admins. When you're forming a team, there's a massive pool of candidates to choose from, all eager to join projects. If you've picked badly, it doesn't matter. You can re-pick your team. You can rebuild. When you get stuck, we would have a team of mentors, or mentors would come and help you out, or we can ask somebody to help you out. If you're looking for labs, a large organization, if this grows, if this would be a large organization, we would support you in your search for labs. This would help overall. And then funding. By joining Lambda, you join what would be the biggest organization collaboration of international students, researchers that exists, because there's simply not something like this yet. And all of us in the community can help fundraise for viable projects that we think of, because we'd all be really enthusiastic about our projects. And that could make life just that much easier. So now I'll just move on to the next bit. All right, so what's at the heart of Lambda? Let's say right now I was going to go make a new account on our website. What would you be able to see? First, you would have your announcement section, where you'd receive regular updates from the admin team. This could allow you to view opportunities or discounts on certain products that we would be able to achieve as a big business or a larger business than just one student. You would have your profile where you could advertise yourself. You could outline your skills, your experiences, so that other people making projects can see, oh, this person would be a good candidate for my project. You would have the academy where you could develop your skills, because not everyone starts off as a top class researcher. You're going to need to build skills. Along the way, you're going to need to do courses, and the academy is the perfect place to find the courses that will allow you to do that. And finally, the main thing is the project management. So the first thing we'd be able to do is feedback, and this would be both from the admin team when you're creating your project and you want it to be marked as a completed project. It would also be from your mentors during the project, and with mentors comes the benefit of experience. You would have access to tasks, which allows you to set the current what you need to do, what has been completed. And that could be a motivation to continue as well. You'd have your chat, because obviously communication is important in projects. Is pretty much required. And you would be able to set application quizzes. You would be able to set hiring requirements for your candidates. One of the things we're planning to introduce as well is called Plex. And we'll just move on to that now. All right, so a user posts a recruitment post for candidates. This is like you're making your new project. Afterwards, Plex splits the sentence into words, then analyzes the words to find that relates to the user's tag. This has yet to be fully implemented in our project, but we've got the basic code running. Afterwards, you rank the post according to the occurrence and how specific the words are. So if we're having a project requirements that are needing like very specific, let's say a Django web developer, that's going to be more likely to match to somebody than say web developer. All right, and finally we rank all the posts from highest popularity, and then we keep those into the finding project channel. All right, and let's just move on now to the next section. And this next section is going to be what we're going to plan to do when we're improve. First thing, we're going to introduce Plex, and that's going to be integrated into our finding project section. We're also going to have to have a community discussion where users can discuss and debate amongst themselves and form a really tight-knit community of students all across the globe. For our chat, we're also planning to upgrade that. We're planning to create a rocket chat system where it would be easier to communicate with each other in real time. And finally, we're planning to add mobile and tablet support so that you can manage your projects from anywhere on the go. And all right, so in our team, there's me, who you've already met, and I was doing primarily the web development. We have Tausif, who you've also already met. He's the guy behind Plex. He's also a programmer. And we have Mohammed, who's not here with us today. He was the UX designer for this project. So just moving on to the next section. Our monetization plan, because obviously this is a business, we have to grow it somehow. So in essence, we're planning to use a freemium model. We're going to display ads to free users. We're just using the platform for free. We'll see advertisements, and they may not get all the functionality that we could provide. For example, premium users could get add-ons such as Slido, Notion, and Evernote as a paid feature. We could sell subscriptions to private schools with custom integration with their education software, and we could provide better video and chat communication features, or perhaps with lower latency or improved user experience. Things that aren't critical to the project development experience, just make it that much nicer. All right, that's it from me. Thanks for listening. If you have any questions, please ask now.
Amazing. Thank you for such a fantastic presentation. We're going to be heading over now to passing over to the judges for a Q&A.
I can start. I have a question.
Hi, Yvonne.
Oh, go ahead. Nope.
Hi, Yvonne. Hi, Yvonne. So, yeah, thank you for the presentation there. So in terms of the ideas, I like the idea of Plex, looking at people's keywords and tags. There's lots of other resourcing tools out there. So there's like Trello, project management. There's lots of Microsoft projects like Azure DevOps. There's other tools like LinkedIn. So how do you actually see your tool competing in this very congested marketplace?
I'm glad you asked that question, actually. Is because when we first started out as a team, we were planning to use these tools, but we found they didn't quite offer us the same experience. We would have to switch between different applications to do specific tasks, and we felt everything in one package would be much nicer for students in general. And also, the fact is that students they have more requirements than are given in packages like Trello, and because Trello is just task progress. At the same time, they don't need the full functionality of Azure DevOps, let's say, because Azure DevOps is designed for massive projects, and student projects are going to be on a slightly smaller scale, at least when starting out. We also wanted to have this real sense of community, because overall, the student development experience, a lot of it is going to be based on who you're doing it with, and students just don't have the resources to get with the correct people online. LinkedIn is very rarely, well, I say rarely used. It's slightly used, but it's more designed at professionals rather than at the student level. So an isolated community where students could gather and interact seems to me a lot more useful for projects than perhaps a larger, more open community like LinkedIn, where it's designed for people with jobs and people with much more experience. It's also a lot more, we've also streamlined the sort of user interface for Lambda. So it just makes it a lot easier to use. And it looks friendly.
Awesome. Thank you, Yvonne. A few questions. So could you tell us a little bit about the review process with fellow students and the feedback that you've received over the last little bit of creating this? And then I had another question around something, but if you answer that one, I'll come back to the second question.
All right. So if we're talking, so like when we were completing our app, are you talking about the review stage, like where I'm saying that the projects will be reviewed?
Oh, I guess review as in the people that have already reviewed this idea or the concept. Could you tell us a little bit about the review process?
All right, yeah.
So that way when it's implemented, you'll have a little bit of feedback.
So I've asked, so I actually teach 3 or 4 year 7 classes in my school. It's just as part of like a maths program. So I queried them because they're quite passionate. They have no idea what they're doing at the minute because they're year 7s, but they're really passionate about their ideas and they really want to take them to the next level. Basically, what they really liked the idea of having a platform where they could interact with others because they didn't know how to do it fully. They didn't know how to properly go through with their ideas.
Okay.
And then I also asked like people in our year. So I'm in year 12. So I asked pretty much my friend circle, which I suppose isn't the best level of research, but it does give but all my friends are interested in research. And I think they're the only people I know who are really, really passionate about their research. And they didn't know quite where to start when doing their projects. They felt like something where you would receive guidance specifically about your projects, and then where you could where you would have resources that would allow you to gain skills all in one place. That would be helpful to them.
Yeah, can I answer the question that was asked to Yuvan, meaning the reviewing process? Yep. All right. So I actually asked one of my friends, actually a few of my friends who are some of the biggest names in high school. Some of them are like they are national swimmers, and they are currently managing several projects in STEM and outside of academia. And they said that it's quite nice. It's more of like a Facebook for researchers. So in Facebook, you probably have people who joins Facebook just for the sake that they want to have a community where they will be accepted. They want to make friends. They want to be like social. So my friends, like one of my friend Kathleen said that it's more of like a Facebook for researchers, where student researchers like secondary school and middle school and high school students can come and join together, and they can like communicate with themselves, and they can connect, and they can easily like share their ideas, and they can find what's interesting for them, and afterwards they can just like share their views and find the right project for themselves, and afterwards they can discuss and join a community, and they can take their project to the next level. For example, one of my friend Kathleen, she's currently running a STEM project, which is like IG STEM. It's like her school project. So she was saying that I was in my school, there are around like 500 to 1,000 students. So it's quite impossible for me to like communicate with everyone and to understand everyone like who is like capable in what kind of stuff. And we, in a remote sense, in a pilot sense, we actually implement the whole concept in her school in a small scale, of course with their principal's permission, and the results were fantastic. And she said that I was able to like find some quite nice people who were interested in my idea and wanted to share their views with me, and afterwards we ended up forming a team which was quite successful. And now there is a like 5 people team who actually formed a club, and afterwards they are planning to apply for the Beamline for Schools project. So, and by the way, Beamline for Schools is one of the largest particle physics projects out there for high school students. It's an amazing competition. So that was the review.
Thanks, Team Lambda. That was a great presentation. Just a quick question from me. You mentioned you aim to create a great community feel with this platform, but you also spoke around funding. How do you anticipate you'll attract investors and potential people that might want to offer funding into the platform?
Yeah, that's another good question. One that I've thought out quite a bit. So have you seen the website LeetCode before? It's a competitive programming it's a competitive programming website where you receive resources for competitive programming, and you can practice and you can take part in contests. Quite recently, Amazon actually started sponsoring those contests, because they want to gain access to the most talented people in those contests. Also, in massive communities of student researchers, it's conceivable that big companies would like to invest in the future of research, potentially future employees of the companies. Yeah, that's my thoughts on it. Tausif, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I'm gonna add. So in terms of funding, so in terms of funding, we are looking forward for like schools out there and and afterwards like scholarship programs out in the United States of America. In the United States, if you know, there are like amazing scholarship programs and amazing trust funds who actually like help students to take their career to the next level. We're gonna ask them, and afterwards we are planning to like engage Kickstarter and other programs. Also, we are looking forward like Google and others like scholarship programs. Recently, I saw an article where one student received scholarship from Google just to get her like get her undergraduation done at UC Berkeley. So we'll probably be asking Google and MIT and other universities who have a like student funding program who can help us with like little bit of money. For example, MIT is probably be willing to give us like around 100,000 USD if we can like if we can like sell our stuff to them, if they understand how that stuff works, and if it really benefits the students, probably like the government, others, and we are planning forward to like integrate other programs, like for example OpenAI. We are probably looking forward to like, since OpenAI has a like the OpenAI at its core is a non-profit company, and we as a guy who is quite passionate about like computer science, specifically deep learning and machine learning models, and I have a couple of friends at OpenAI who works as their leading researchers. So probably I will be asking my friends to like pitch my stuff to the OpenAI management, and if they like, we'll probably be receiving like some funds for our AI projects and stuff like that. So yeah, that's our plan.
Great, thanks guys.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much to all the teams for your fantastic presentations and demos. And most importantly, thank you to all the fantastic judges. You've absolutely done fantastic. So thank you very much for your time. It's been fantastic to have you on board. So next up, we have an absolutely amazing, fantastic demo from our wonderful Leo Seuss on the HoloLens 2. Coming up now.
Is one of the applications called Anatomy X that is on the HoloLens 2 device and is enabled by the power of mixed reality and the HoloLens. So, as you can see in front of me, we have the hologram of a skeleton. So you'll be able to see everything that I can see and be able to watch everything that I'm able to do as I run through all of the features of this application. So, to start with, you can see as I move around, the body will stay exactly where I want it, not being knocked over or following to suit me, but these menus either side allow me to control everything I want to do, will follow me and always be facing me, enabling me to run through all the features and really take the full potential of this application. In addition, it is obviously a hologram, so I can just simply walk through and the skeleton will still be here. So, what we can do as well, with a physical model, you might have to worry about taking the right parts and not being able to actually move things, otherwise the model might fall over, for example. But with the hologram, we can simply take whichever part that we actually want, just as if it was really there. We can rotate it, we can manipulate the size of the model just as easily, make it larger to show everyone. And in addition, we can simply get a bit more information if we want to learn about the model. If we select it, and you can see there's some general information, a bit more about where the actual name comes from. And as I look at the different color-coded areas, you can see how this one specific bone is actually divided up into multiple different parts. And if you imagine this is one simple bone on the whole body, where there's hundreds of different individual bones that are all then separated into their own individual parts. As we can see here, you can start to get an idea of how complicated our skeletal structure is. So if I simply press reset, then that bone will go back and the skeleton will adjust to looking at me. But it's not just one sort of bone we can move at a time. The HoloLens 2 device will have cameras that can scan where my fingers are, as you can see here. There's a light above my arm, above my hand even, which shows when I open and clench my fist and as I move my fingers. So we can actually move multiple bones at the same time. Perhaps we maybe want to see how the brain fits into the body. So if we start to remove these parts of the skull, you can see here just how a brain would actually fit into a head, how it does fit into a head. But it is kind of hard to imagine, and normally on a physical model, I imagine if you remove these parts of the skull, the brain might not stay in place, it might fall out actually. But that's not necessarily the problem here, as we can simply add the nervous system. And you can see all of the neural networks, how they go through the body. And we can see the brain here, how it fits in. Now, to get an idea of the level of detail on this model, I'm going to start taking apart the brain, and we can see all of the different sort of layers that our brain tissue has, each with their own differing functions. For example, this part of the brain here would be something that we're maybe used to seeing in films or in textbooks and everything, but it's actually not the only part of the brain. As you can see, obviously there's two sides, but there's a number of different layers. And you can start to see the complexity as I'm taking these apart. So it gives you sort of an idea of the detail of this model. And this is only obviously one part, this is just the brain. As you can see here, we have a number of different options that we might want to choose from to add in. Now, what we can do to reset all of the parts is reset part positions, and everything will go back into place. Now, what we might want to do is add a number of different organs and sort of body groups into the model to give a bit more of a real feel as to how everything adds in. So if we add the respiratory system, the sensory system, and the digestive system, you can start to see exactly how everything fits in together. So you can see obviously the lungs in the top of the body, moving down to the digestive system, the gastric body, your liver, and your stomach will be in there, which builds up quite a good image. But this is obviously how all of our organs are built into our body. It doesn't perhaps give the best indication of how all of these subparts work together. It's quite difficult to have a little look in here and think, okay, this is how these fit together. But there is a solution for that, as I'm sure you probably have guessed from the way I'm saying this. We can simply expand the model. So if I press the button here, you can see the body starts to expand, and we can actually see in and see where all the parts fit in. So you can see there's the lungs that connect to the esophagus and up to our throat, and enabling oxygen to go through the body and into our lungs. We can see the different parts of the intestine and how they work together and where sort of the boundaries are of different parts. In addition, we can also then add in the cardiac system and see how that integrates in with everything. You can see how complex something as simple as our jaw would become when there's lots of different areas and there's blood vessels coming through. And it shows how our heart actually sits quite central in our body, slightly to the left, but maybe not as far left as we would normally think. So obviously we can add in muscular, connective tissue, and you can really start to see how this is our real human anatomy and body, and you can see the sheer level of detail. But perhaps this model isn't expanded enough. It's quite busy right now and it's hard to see. So if I take the expanded apart and I adjust the model, I can actually expand and scale it further so that we can see just how intricate the human body is. Now, all of this image is actually rendered straight on the HoloLens 2 device that I'm using right now. So you can imagine quite the power that this device would need. but we also have available products where we're able to use entire data centers to generate images where you can get some really crazy detailed images, which, if we're saying a lot more detailed than this, you can start to imagine the sort of level that we're talking. But perhaps the surgeon is trying to identify different parts of the body that they would want to operate on a patient, and obviously, unless you're some sort of very skilled doctor, I imagine they would not be operating on a standing patient. So we can simply lie the patient down like this, and you can start to see then, looking at a different angle, looking down through, and just again, we can expand it again and see in and everything, and it gives you quite a different view, looking through, seeing how the spine naturally sits. But perhaps we're trying to focus on one organ, for example. Perhaps the heart is what we want to focus on. Well, there's a number of structures, and we can simply press the heart here, and you can start to see a bit of detail around how the heart works and the functions. And if I actually come through here, we can see inside the heart, and you can start to see the different chambers, especially as well if I put my head into the hologram, we can start seeing through all of the different areas and chambers of the actual heart. And just again as well, if I don't want to put my head in, you guessed it, we can expand the model again and see how everything works together. So if I want to remove this part to look in, and simply grab that, and I can see into the chambers of the heart, and you can imagine the amount that obviously this organ pumps every day, and you can see the thick layers of muscle that it needs to do this. In addition, we can also show structures of the eye, for example, and see how seemingly small part of our body is quite intricately designed with blood vessels and receptors, and even the different layers of our pupils. Now again, regions as well, we can focus on specific parts of the body, perhaps the left arm, for example. You can see the skeletal structure there. Then if we simply add the muscular tissue and all of the neural networks that go here, again you can start to build up quite intricate and expansive images of simple parts of the body. So if we bring it back in together, and again, as with all of these things, you can simply get a bit more information about each individual part. With muscles, you get a bit more sort of broken down information compared to the general information with a bone, for example. So if we go back to the skeleton that we started with, you can see how a seemingly sort of standard skeleton can become quite an intricate design of our human body. Simply in a sort of roughly 8-10 minute presentation, we've looked at a number of different bodily organ groups and everything, from the respiratory system, the nervous system, the digestive system, and you can see how easy it is to incorporate these into the skeleton and start to pick apart and really learn about every part of the human body, even if it's literally just pointing my finger and learning the different names of the bones, the muscles, the organs, or the different parts of the organs, or if it's looking at how they all work together and are constructed together. So, in addition, there are ways, if I had a partner with me today who could join the HoloLens from any part of the world, and we could actually look and discuss this model together. We would see an avatar, as you may have seen from some of the other videos that we'll have shown, that we can then actually interact together and really look at the model and pass different parts of the model together and interact on the same hologram and collaborate. So I hope this has shown you just a tiny bit of the potential and the power of mixed reality and the HoloLens 2 device. Yeah, and I hope you've enjoyed today's demo. Thank you very much for your time and patience.
Amazing. Well, that was our wonderful HoloLens demonstration by Leo.
Right, so it's the time that we've all been waiting for. So first of all, thank you all for your amazing presentations and demos. Vanessa and I were absolutely amazed. Honestly, it was really good. So yeah, we have summed up all the scores. Once again, big thank you to the judges. But yeah, let's go. We have a runner-up and we have a winner. But once again, brilliant work, all of you. So our runner-up for the Imagine Cup final, the UK, is, shall we do a drum roll? Vida. So well done. Congratulations, Inika. So proud of you. You've done amazing. You should be so proud of yourself, honestly. Like when I was doing my GCSEs, I would not be able to do what you've just done. So you should be so proud of yourself.
Thank you.
Well done, honestly. Absolutely cracking presentation, cracking demo. You've outstanded us. Well done on runner-up. Absolutely fantastic. You should be proud of yourself.
Thank you.
Okay, so now leading on to the winners. Drum roll. And the winners of the 2022 UK Imagine Cup finals are Sia Precision.
Woo!
Honestly, well done, guys. Absolutely smashed it out the park. You should be proud of yourselves. Absolutely fantastic demo, fantastic presentation. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely well done. Congratulations to you guys, the UK 2022 Imagine Cup winners.
You've done so well. You should be
Thank you so much.
That is incredible.
Thank you so much, and for everybody supporting, and Lily too, for all of her help along the way, if she's here.
Yes, thank you so much to the organizers and to the judges for taking the time to do this today. We really appreciate it. Thanks for giving us a platform to share a little bit about Sia.
And thank you for the merchandise as well.
No, you've done so good, and we'll give you more information about your prizes, about the next steps. But honestly, you've done so good. Yeah, do the judges want to say anything? I don't know.
I'm not sure if they're still on. I'm not sure if they've dropped. But yes, we will. Oh, there is judges. Judges.
I think Steph wants to say something.
Sure. I mean, I think I speak for all of the judges when we say congratulations to everyone who nominated their work, and just well done. It was beautiful, really well articulated. So thank you so much. Even with a few technical details, like absolutely pulled it off. It was smashing. Well done.
Brilliant. And I would just like to say congratulations to everyone that presented today. You all did a fantastic job. I absolutely loved watching all of that in the background. Huge congratulations to Sia. You will progress onto the global finals now, and we are absolutely rooting for you. And I know, I've noticed that not everyone got the swag. We will make sure that makes its way to you in the next few days, as with the prizes as well. So we're really pleased for you. Look forward to seeing you in the global final. Wishing you all the best for that. I know that certainly plenty of people from the Microsoft side will be in touch to support you and mentor you along that journey. And I think that goes for all of our contestants today, that we will keep in touch with you and make sure that we support you along your efforts as you go forward.
Thank you so much.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations again, folks, and we will see you. We will see you very soon.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot.
Amazing. Thank you. So, up next, Asha, do you want to introduce, or shall I introduce?
Yeah, we have a quick, fun, general knowledge quiz. Nothing serious. Just want to end it off on a good note. We've had a really fun time, so I'm just going to share my screen, and then we can. Or it's on Kahoot, so you can just join on your phone. It's something fun. It's generally nothing to do with. How do I share a screen?
That's the bit.
Just let me know when you can share my screen. Well,
I don't see anything yet. I can hum a tune. Oh, hang on, it's loading. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
Does Steph and I get to play as well?
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
It's honestly, it's just a fun little game for us all. We've put in a lot of work, all of us. So
yeah, just to sort of relax. Now it's all done. It's all good. Absolutely fantastic. Such incredible presentation. Just a bit of fun for us guys.
oh, we have one.
Everyone else, so scan that code, that QR code. Let me just make the screen a bit bigger. Come on, everyone that's watching on YouTube. I know there's well over 100 people watching live right now. So
Really?
you definitely get some more.
Wow.
Oh yeah, absolutely, hundreds
That's
of
so
people have been
crazy.
watching today. I didn't want to say it before because I didn't want to.
Yeah. I'm
make
glad
people
you
nervous,
didn't.
but I saved it till now. Come on,
Wait a few
all
more
the people
minutes.
watching must have more than 7 people watching.
Oh,
I'm looking all of you on the production side as well. Wonderful people at the Momentum Agency that have supported us as well. Come on, you join too.
I'm loving this.
We've got loads of different names.
Vanessa, have you joined?
Yes, I've joined.
I kind of want to join, but then I know.
I mean,
it would be
I
hard.
can't even remember the
Bill
answer.
Gates. We have Bill Gates. Woohoo!
Wow, it's an honour. I'd laugh if it really was Bill. Hi. Always wanted to meet you.
Big fan. Big fan.
I think should we
Right,
see if
give
we can
it-
hit 20?
Yeah, we'll give it 2 more minutes and we can get started.
Yeah.
I don't remember the quiz. We made it so long ago.
I like that. That
gonna
makes it
be-
even more fun.
Yeah.
And I didn't know as the producer who the winner was either until you said. So I was like, had my fingers poised over the button to bring in our wonderful winning team. Makes it a bit more exciting. And while we wait for it to start, I mean, the global Imagine Cup final, that's in about May, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in the summer, so it's pretty soon. It's going to be quick. Time flies by.
And obviously we have prizes for our UK winners and swag for all of our finalists. But I think the global winners, there's a few different prizes in different categories. But if I recall, the top prize, you actually win, is it a mentoring session with Satya Nadella, Microsoft CEO?
Yeah, so you get direct mentorship from Satya and $100,000 US.
Wow.
I wish.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm starting to
need
wish
a
I
bit
was
of
a
that.
student. Right. Actually,
Right,
we've
should we-
actually lost 2 people, so
I
let's
know.
go.
Let's just get started before we lose. Adam, do you want to put this pin in the chat? Oh no, it doesn't. Never mind. Okay,
no,
let's just get started.
I can put it in.
Okay.
No.
I thought it was only for us.
It's fine.
Right, so we have round 1, which will be
I'm
music.
ready.
Okay. How do I? Right, there it is.
Oh no, Adam will be amazing at this one.
Okay, is this fill in the blank? My blank is killing me, and I must confess, I still believe. Just want to sing it.
We should sing it,
Um,
Arsha.
That
You
just
have to
gives
sing
it-
it. You have to sing it to get it.
That
yeah.
gives it away. Right, is it live, husband, loneliness, or not listed?
My not listed is killing me.
No, it's not. The blank
not
isn't-
listed.
I am so disappointed that no one went for that.
What?
Oh.
Okay, let's move on to the next. The answer was loneliness. And we have
Inika.
Inika
Oh,
number
on,
1. Woohoo. Okay, next question. Vanessa.
So, question 2. Say my name, say my name. If no one is around you, say blank, I love you. Is it sweetie, honey, sexy, or not listed?
Interesting.
I'm liking these not listed. Sorry, when it says not listed, that's not the literal term that's going in. It's
No.
like, this is another.
Could be
Okay.
like any word.
So it is not listed. I was like, wait a minute, but trick
Wait,
question.
no, it's baby. Okay.
Oh,
Confuse
okay.
myself as well.
Like, Inika's like way in the lead.
Inika's still number 1.
Yeah, I'm falling down.
Conceal, don't feel, don't let, blank. This is quite a tricky one, actually. It
Yeah,
confused
I'm
me
just
when I
actually
did it.
thinking.
I thought it was 2 of them, and then got the wrong one. I should reduce the time, make it more harder.
That's fine. It makes it exciting.
We have 16 answers. Oh, see, I went with It Go as well. I thought it was Don't Let It Go, but it's not. It's oh, she's on fire.
Absolute fire. Woo.
Okay.
Okay, so question 4. Tale as old as time, tune as old as song, blank, and strange finding you can change. Is it beautiful, bittersweet, brilliant, or is it not listed?
Someone's been listening to Disney.
I didn't even know this one.
I didn't even know it was Disney.
Same, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, 6 people, well done.
Adam, where's it from?
Isn't it Beauty and the Beast? Yeah.
Oh,
I have no idea.
Vanessa, this is embarrassing. And
Well,
Steph
when
has
you know
taken the lead.
It's when you know that, like, that Steph
Oh
and I
my
were,
god, look at that face. You look like my next blank.
Oh,
This
no.
is a good song.
I literally nearly accidentally said it.
Oh, I was about to say the person who sings it, and I was like, nope, no.
I want everyone to get this one right. Oh,
I'm getting there. I'm climbing the list.
50-50.
let's see the scoreboard. Steph is still number 1. Come on,
Well
Inika, you have to beat
done.
Steph.
Right.
Steph, you're not allowed to win.
Competitive. Little bit. Gamer in me.
You know something? Anyone that's just tuning in right now is going to wonder what on earth this is. But, hello.
So question 6, and it's so sad to think that she didn't see what I see, but every time she asks me, I blank. I say, am I pretty? Should we start again? Should we leave today? Or is it not listed? I actually don't know either.
I feel like songs are so confusing when you're just reading it like that. I have to
No,
sing
you need
it.
to sing it, Asha. Maybe we should sing it.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
What is the
that's
answer?
good
Does
for me.
anyone know?
I
The
actually don't know the answer.
The answer is not listed. Oh no, I'm sorry. I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh, Adam, you're
Oh.
on fire, and so is Inika.
Oh,
She's back.
she's back. I'm
Okay.
coming to get you, Inika. I'm coming.
Don't you ever say I just walked away, I will always blank. Is it love you, want to, hate you, or not listed? You know the only reason that we put not listed is because we couldn't think of another option. We just had to put in a blank.
Oh, I've got the song in my head now.
Ah,
Yes. To those 2 people.
2 people.
Oh,
Oh,
well
Steph,
done.
you're
Well
falling.
done. I'm falling.
I'm loving this. This is
Okay,
the first. This is the first time I've done well on a quiz since did the Microsoft quiz at an event last year.
Oh man. So white shirt, now red, blank.
Why are you doing this?
I don't even know the song. When I'm reading it, I think like rocks, like white shirt, now red. Oh, it's My Bloody Nose. So well done to those 4 people.
I think this is Billie Eilish. I think. I don't know.
I think, yeah, now that you say it, I think, yeah.
Hey-o.
Oh, Steph
Oh.
versus Adam.
Right.
I'm sure he'll get.
Land in Miami. The air was hot. Blank. I love that gif.
Yeah, I was like, this gift basically explains
Same.
me in this
I'm
moment.
so happy I'm not playing because I'm literally making a fool out of myself. Vanessa,
Go
I
figure it's
don't
gonna
see your
be-
name on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I got kicked off the scoreboard because I'm losing so badly.
Oh, hey.
Oh, I'm behind
Hey,
Nessie
nice. Well done, so 7.
now.
Oh,
Oh, is that you? Is that you, Vanessa?
Yeah, Nessie.
Not Nessie. Oh.
Okay, sassy, moody, blank. Is it wild, nasty, perfect, or saucy?
I love your accent. Saucy. Just say saucy.
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 We don't even really use that word where I'm from. Like, what's
Let's not go there.
Right,
So
there's
the answer
4
was
people.
nasty. Well done to those 4.
And Inika is
Smashing it.
3 in a row.
Yeah.
Come on, Steph. You can do it.
I'm hurrying.
Yeah, right. Round 2, we have movies. So, first question: how many Harry Potter movies are there? My sister would be so disappointed if I didn't know this.
Does it include the ones that are not called Harry Potter?
Oh gosh, good question, Adam. Darn it.
It's the OG
Yeah,
ones.
yeah.
Okay.
Not the spin-offs, not those ones.
Those don't count.
I'm majority got it right.
Well done.
Okay, next question.
Halfway point.
So, question 2. How many Hangover movies are there? Is there 1, 2, 3, or 4?
Too many.
I don't think I've seen any of them.
I don't think I have either.
That's all right.
Not missing.
Ooh, so well done to the 7 that voted 3.
Oh, Vanessa.
I got the fire.
Well done.
What is the name of Simba's dad in Lion King? Everyone should know this.
My spouse just yelled from downstairs. He's really excited. He's like, Mufasa.
Oh, no, you told everyone.
Oh, sorry. My bad. Oh, if you don't know.
If anyone's got that, if anyone got it wrong after that.
It's fine. Everyone got it right. Pumbaa.
Someone.
I'm sorry for the one person that didn't hear me. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's question 4. Who voices Groot in the MCU?
That's a good one. That's hard.
Is it Dave Bautista? I can't say it. Bradley Cooper, Vin Diesel, or Clark Gregg? All of them are absolutely cracking characters in Marvel, I'm not going to lie.
This is a bit of a hard one.
I like this.
Well, most people get it right.
Yeah, well done.
Oh. Okay, next question. What is the name of the second James Bond movie that Daniel Craig stars in? Is it Die Another Day, Skyfall, Quantum of Solace, or Casino Royale?
That's a good
I love a good Bond movie. It's like Sunday afternoon on ITV4 sort of thing. People are watching outside the UK have got no idea what I'm on about right now.
ITV.
ITV.
Oh, that was a bit of a close one. And Steph's just fallen.
Innika's smashing it.
Innika's still got the edge, yeah.
So question 6. What is Pixar's highest grossing movie?
I remember researching this and it was very surprising.
Toy Story 4, Incredibles 2, or Finding Nemo? I love the fact that the picture's got nothing to do with the answers.
I just added a her in.
Yeah. So the answer is Incredibles 2. Well done, guys.
What?
Exactly. I was shocked. That's such a... It's crazy.
Yeah, I definitely was expecting the other ones.
Oh, I just forgot to read it out. But there we go.
He plays Al Woods in Legally Blonde.
Thanks, Adam.
Oh, love Legally Blonde.
Makes me think of my former colleague, Chloe Condon. Who,
What, did she
used to be proud of it. She's obsessed with Legally Blonde.
Oh.
Just check out her Twitter profile and you'll see.
Oh, it's cute.
Most people got that right.
Well done.
Ooh, this is quite close at the top of that table there.
It is. I'm coming for you, Innika. So, question 18. Which actor starred in both the highest grossing movies Avatar and Avengers Endgame? Is it Karen Gillan, Bradley Cooper, Zoe Saldana, or Chris Pratt?
I got it wrong.
Oh, no.
It's like you're balancing like going really fast versus, oh, shoot, I didn't read all the answers.
Yeah.
Vanessa!
Oh.
Come on, Innika, you have to beat her.
Go on, Innika. I'm actually rooting for you, Innika. I'm rooting for you.
Entangled, what is the name of Rapunzel's pet chameleon? I
I
love
love
this film.
Entangled.
I love him.
He's
I've
so
never seen
cute.
it. I haven't seen it. It's
Watch it.
it's
Watch it.
after my time.
It's one of the best Disney films.
I'm too old and I don't have kids.
It's
I'm
not
like
after
stuck in
our
my-
time, Adam. There's still time, Adam.
Yeah.
There we go. Watch
So yeah,
party.
it was Pascal. Next question.
It's really cute. She's the Man is an adoption of which Shakespeare play? Is it a Midsummer Night's Dream, Twelfth Night, The Taming of the Shrew, or Much Ado About Nothing? I actually don't know this one.
Yes, you do. You're the one that told me this.
I can't remember. Wait.
You're the one that gave me this question.
I know the one.
I didn't know either.
Well done to those 4 people who put 12th Night.
Okay. And right now we have the last round, which is technology, and I want everyone to be getting 100%, all streaks. Everyone should get these ones. Who is the CEO of Microsoft? If anyone gets this wrong, you should just leave right now.
If anyone, yeah, well, there's one of those options that is quite offensive, actually.
Don't do that one.
Yeah, please don't.
I just had to put it in there. Just
Yeah.
wanted to see.
Oh no, one person said it. Oh, okay.
Right, the CEO is actually Satya Nadella, so
The one for the competition winners. They get direct mentorship if they win the globals.
coming in a car, get back to number 1.
So, question 2. When was Microsoft founded? Was it 1955, 1960, 1970, or 1975?
Love that gif.
I had so much fun finding these gifts. Like there were so many. I was just like, and there's like suited to all the questions. Ooh, majority got that right.
Well done.
Good work.
So I'm pretty sure Bill Gates was born in 1960, right?
No, he couldn't have been. Couldn't have been, could he? Because he was at Harvard when he founded the company. So it must have been in the 50s.
The third question: what is Microsoft's cloud service? Everyone should know this one as well. It's a pretty easy one.
I wonder what it is. I have no idea.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I think it's sort of like one of these you get half a point for. So whoever chose Microsoft Cloud Platform could have half a point on this.
Okay, we'll give you half a point.
You get half a point because we do talk about the Microsoft Cloud collectively in the industry terms. So yeah, but Azure was the one for developers and
yeah. So, fourth question. When was the Microsoft phone first released? Microsoft first phone released. Was it 2008, 2009, 2010, or 2011?
None of the above.
No.
None of the above. No. It's like it goes way back before that. But
really?
Windows Phone, yeah, 2010 Windows Phone, but there was Windows Mobile before that.
Okay, my bad.
Our bad.
Sorry.
So, what university did Microsoft founder Bill Gates drop out of?
I just gave everyone the answer, so
Yeah,
if anyone
you
gets this
did,
wrong,
but-
or if I am wrong, I'm going to look really stupid now. Yeah, we just had some comments in the chat about like Windows CE. So yeah, I think it's really difficult to say what year Windows Phone, when Windows Phone platform really started, because this stuff started as a Palm device sort of thing. It wasn't really necessarily a phone.
Oh, here is the podium. So in third place we have Adam.
Well done, Adam. Oh no,
In
Anika.
second place is
Look how close it was.
I am sorry, but I think Anika is the winner here.
I agree.
I think Anika's the winner, and I think Anika, we're going to try and put something extra in the post for you as well.
100%.
As a congratulations for doing so well in this. Oh, Inception. Well, wow. Well, that was fantastic. I want to thank you, Vanessa and Allyship, for putting so much work in, and for Lily as well,
Yeah.
who did so much work behind the scenes, and she's off this week. But well done to you for putting this together, and for our wonderful Imagine Cup finalists and winners, Sia Precision. Looking forward to seeing them in the final, and thank you for doing this fun quiz as well. I had a good laugh.
So thank you so much, Adam, for all of like the hard work that you put into this as well. You really appreciate it. So thank you.
Honestly, yeah, thank you so much. And thank you to everyone, honestly, everyone that participated in it, the judges, the team behind, absolutely everyone. So thank you for such an incredible final. Like, we've had so much fun.
I loved it.
Right, brilliant. Well, Steph and I have just got a few last words to say. Thank you again for everything, and look forward to seeing Sia Precision in the global final in a few months. Brilliant. Take care.
Amazing. Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you.
See you next time.
Oh, what a day. What a day. We've had the Imagine Cup UK final. We have our finalists.
Yep.
We had our wonderful Tech Community Day. Steph, what was your highlight?
I would say my highlight. Oh, that's a really good question. My
you don't want to show
highlight.
favoritism.
I can't show favoritism. I have so many favorites. I love learning about it. And actually, quite a few of our speakers, especially at the beginning, touched on their best practices for like virtual communities and how they've been able to maintain healthy community culture. And I've loved that. I've loved learning from that, because I am so interested in community, and like how to help maintain healthy virtual communities is really hard. So getting those learnings was wonderful. How about you, Adam?
So I loved all of the sessions. I think everyone put so much work into them. I actually really enjoyed seeing Matt Lacey again. It's been a long time since I have seen him in person or had a long talk online. It was great to be reminded of the passion that he puts into community, and how a lot of it is about the way that you approach things. Also loved catching up with the folks in Wales. Power Platform folks, as ever.
They were awesome. Wow.
You just have to laugh. But also, I just think we had some wonderful people in the morning as well. And I think about everyone, like Poornima, who does such an amazing job supporting the Umbraco community. And not everyone would have known what Umbraco even is. And she really, I think a lot of people watching will have learned something new from her today. So yeah,
absolutely.
Definitely.
Oh, and it was so much fun to have a bunch of like young people hopping on the calls for the Imagine Cup, and it really inspired me to what I was like when I was that age. Gosh, 16, and like jumping in front of hundreds of people to present an amazing idea. Wow, that was inspirational for like courage and just going out there and just doing your best and going for it. I loved it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, so much good stuff. This show, all 8 hours of it is, or 7 hours 45 is going to be available to watch on demand at ak.ms/community day. And also for anyone that didn't register in advance, if you want to download some of the resources, you can go to this address, ak.ms/tech community day/resources. There you'll find our list of UK communities, our UK developer hub, links to our social media. You'll also have a chance, if you are a developer, to sign up to our developer newsletter. I promise you that everything that goes in that developer newsletter is technical content written for people in the community, by people in the community. Our colleague Sarah Allison, who was on earlier, put so much work into curating that with the community. So please do take a look and sign up. And don't forget to continue your learning journey as well at Microsoft Learn after the show. Steph, any final thought? Roger's final thought?
Well done, Adam. Thank you for putting this amazing day together. You have been like behind the scenes, and a lot of people don't know all the work and hours and time and detail that goes into this. So well done to you and your amazing work kicking off this week, and all the preparation that's gone into it, and herding all the cats and getting all the ducks in a row. Amazing applause from, I know, everyone.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you to you and to Sarah Allison and to Claire Smith. and also particularly to our wonderful team behind the scenes at our agency that's done so much into getting the word out about this and putting things together and dealing with all of the comments behind the scene. Really, really appreciate it. And thank you to all of you for watching and leaving all of your wonderful comments on the various platforms that we were on. I hope we can do this again in the future. We will have our more technically specific tech days coming up in the next few months. I know that I think it's going to be early May, we're going to do Microsoft 365 developer with some of our cloud advocates. And then I think we're going to bring April Edwards in at the end of June to do putting the ops into DevOps. And then I know the IoT team want to do one as well. So we're going to keep those technically specific tech days going. And who knows, we can do more of these more community-focused days in the future, online, maybe some in person as well. Lots to look forward to over the next few months. So just thank you for everyone for taking part.
Awesome. Thanks,
Brilliant.
Adam.
Well, time to say
Thanks,
goodbye.
everyone.
Cheers.
Bye.